The white-hot sword came swinging downwards, its burning blade spreading flames over the oncoming enemy. This was the only one left, Alan the Mighty thought. The one Draugr Death Overlord that stood between him and his goal. His hand grasped Dawnbreaker and he brought it slashing downwards again, causing a loud, fiery explosion as it connected with the desiccated zombie. The weapon's unique enchantment only had such an explosive impact against the undead, but the Draugr wasn't defeated yet. It let out a booming growl, barely forming the words with its dried-out throat. The words it did manage to say were spoken in the Dova tongue, a shout. The blast of words in the language of the dragon sent Alan the Mighty reeling, struggling to steady himself on the staff he had in his other hand. Dual-wielding a magic staff and a sword might have been cool, but his hands being full meant he couldn't block so well. Standing up as quickly as he could, he readied himself for another attack, charging the energy of the magic staff. To think this had all started with an embarrassing visit to his doctor. It seemed like lifetimes ago that he wasn't Alan the Mighty, but instead he'd been regular old, equally as humble Alan. Sitting in the doctor's office, he could hardly look him in the eyes, thanks to how utterly mortified he'd been. Sure, it happened from time to time, but that didn't make Alan feel any better that it had happened to him. And neither did the stern look from his doctor, or all the lectures about practicing safety and using protection to avoid things like this. Now, the main source of protection he used was a shield or well-timed parry with his sword. The night after he'd spoken to his doctor, Alan had experienced the strangest phenomenon of his life. After his nightly rituals, he abruptly found himself somewhere very familiar. At first, he hadn't quite believed it was real, assuming the hours spent in front of his PC in his wasted youth were now being rerun in his dreams. But stepping off the back of the horse-drawn cart, being asked who he was by a gormless man in Imperial officer armor, then made to kneel at the headsman's block, quickly told Alan that he wasn't dreaming. This was real. When he'd first arrived, he'd made the connection between what he'd been to the doctor to treat and what was happening now. He'd tried potions of cure disease, receiving blessings from the shrines of all 9 divines. Nothing had helped. Since that point, he'd quickly adapted to his new life. After all, he'd played through these stories so many times. At this point, with so many re-releases on every new console, most people had. Traversing the fantastical world like this was almost like experiencing it for the first time again, yet stirred a strange sense of déjà vu as he found himself recognizing the paths, wandering to towns he'd never set foot in like he'd lived there for years. Now it was down to him and his Draugr opponent. Alan the Mighty unleashed the power of his staff, the energy blasting from it, and striking the undead attacker. A plume of red smoke erupted, and the place where the Draugr Death Overlord had been lay a simple, sweet roll. Picking it up, Alan the Mighty ate it, then breathed a sigh of relief. Where would he be without the Wabbajack? Hiking all the way back, he crossed the salt marshes of Hjalmarch until he made it home. Windstad Manor, his house. It had been a long journey to achieve peace, but now he had all the time in the world to enjoy it. He'd done it all since escaping the ruins of Helm's Deep with Ralof. He'd battled bandits, slayed vampire lords, partied with Sam Guvene, gathered every stone of Baranzia, even returned that damn beacon. Now he was free to settle down with his wife, his former housecarl Lydia, even if she didn't say much, and occasionally stood in doorways blocking his path every now and again. At least that would be the only problem to contend with. There was just a nagging feeling there was something he'd forgotten to do. Suddenly, the once peaceful sky above rumbled with the flap of shadowy wings. A deafening roar rang out as Aldum, the Eater of Worlds, flew overhead. Oh yeah, him. To the untrained eye, or at least an eye with no knowledge of the anomalous, SCP-5706 is a common, if a little embarrassing and uncomfortable, infection. Symptomatically, SCP-5706 is identical to Type 2 of the herpes simplex virus, HSV-2, which can occur after intimate skin-to-skin contact with someone who is infected. These symptoms can be mild, and sometimes even undetectable, and include small blisters that form around the lower regions, a tingling, burning, or itching sensation in that same area, pain when urinating, or unusual discharge. While there is no known cure for herpes, Symptoms can clear up on their own, but can reoccur in outbreaks. Some treatments from sexual health clinics can help reduce the frequency or severity of outbreaks, such as antiviral medications, which can also help reduce the spread between partners, as can the use of contraceptives. SCP-5706, much like the non-anomalous form of HSV-2, can clear several weeks after the initial exposure. But what does any of this have to do with Skyrim? Well, we'll get to that. A person infected with SCP-5706 is likely to remain completely unaware that they've been exposed to it, with medical professionals and sexual health specialists misdiagnosing it as HSV-2. Should this infected person continue with any prescribed treatment, they will likely remain completely unaware of SCP-5706's anomalous properties. However, if they continue to be, well, active before the infection has healed, then they're in for quite the unexpected adventure. How can we put this delicately? If a person who has contracted SCP-5706 is to release their unrelenting force, make it to Whiterun, complete a quest line, whatever innuendo you think is most applicable when that happens, whether playing solo or with a companion in their party, then the infected individual will experience the anomalous symptoms of SCP-5706. From their perspective, everything around them will go dark, only for their surroundings to seemingly have changed. They'll awaken on the back of a horse-drawn cart, with several other individuals sitting with them. Their hands will be bound, and they'll be unable to move, but inevitably there will be a blonde man opposite them who will greet them with a familiar phrase. "Hey you, you're finally awake." At this point, a person infected with SCP-5706 will quickly realize that they are trapped within the world of the multi-award-winning action fantasy open-world role-playing game created by Bethesda Softworks and released in the year 2010. In short, they're stuck inside the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. Well, technically, again, from their own perspective, the individual will begin by experiencing the opening sequence of the game, wherein they are in the role of the player character being transported to their execution for an unspecified crime. In reality, this person is actually undergoing a complete sensory hallucination brought on by SCP-5706, which affects their entire perception of reality, including triggering significant time dilation. The infected individual will experience the passage of time as being considerably slower than the speed of time passing in reality. Beginning at the very start of the game, the person experiencing these SCP-5706 side effects will live through the entirety of Skyrim in the role of the player character, Dovahkiin, or the Dragonborn. The infectee will have access to not only the base game, but its multiple downloadable content expansion packs, Dawnguard, Hearthfire, and Dragonborn as well. Although they, at least according to their own perception, will be limited to only existing within the game world, their functionality will not be limited in the same way as if they were actually playing Skyrim in reality. They are placed into the fictional setting of Skyrim, the titular northern region of Tamriel, with functionality beyond the limitations of the player's customized controllable character. For example, SCP-5706's infectees can perform actions that are normally impossible within the game, such as climbing walls or moving certain physical objects around. However, some limitations of the game still remain. First and foremost, those infected with SCP-5706 will only be able to communicate with other characters via the dialogue options available in the game. It has to be assumed, given that the Dragonborn player character doesn't have a voice actor vocalizing their in-game dialogue, that SCP-5706 infectees are forced to remain silent when roaming the game world outside of the conversations within the non-playable characters that inhabit Skyrim. Secondly, as in the actual game, infectees are unable to access any areas that are beyond the boundaries of the game's own map. We'd also imagine fast traveling is unavailable. SCP-5706 infectees can, however, access the typical menus available to a Skyrim player, allowing them to manage their inventory, allocate skill points earned from leveling up, and utilize the many different unlockable spells and shouts available in the game. These menus, along with the saving and loading functionalities, are accessed whenever the infectee closes their eyes. The one option missing, however, is the option to quit the game. Mods, community-uploaded content, and changes to the base game are also believed to be incompatible with this specially transmitted venereal edition of Skyrim. From the point of view of the infected individual, There will be no immediately obvious way for them to leave the world of Skyrim. However, it is possible for them to return to reality. They just have to play the game as Todd intended. Those who have previously been infected with SCP-5706 have been able to find their way back to the real world using one surefire method, completing the main storyline. Apparently, it just works. The total time required to play through the entirety of Skyrim's main quests varies from player to player, given that it is a game with several hours worth of content that doesn't form part of its central storyline. The fastest recorded time, at least currently, belongs to a world record speedrunner who completed the main story of Skyrim in only 2 hours. For the average person though, ignoring any of the game's over 200 side quests, it takes an average of 34.5 hours to reach the conclusion of the main questline. Assuming this is experienced in real time for an SCP-5706 infectee, that means on average a person will spend almost 2 entire days attempting to defeat the most powerful boss of the main story, the dragon known as Alduin. That is, assuming they don't need to eat or sleep as they normally would in reality. However, potentially becoming distracted by side quests or misinterpreting that they need to complete Skyrim 100% in order to escape to reality can potentially lead to infectees spending more time than necessary trapped in the game world. Should someone attempt to complete all of Skyrim's content before battling Alduin, they could be trapped for around 230 hours trying to complete every additional quest. And that's not even accounting for the miscellaneous quest objectives or those that are considered infinite or radiant quests, which involve the main faction sending the player to a randomly selected location to complete an objective on an endless loop. Provided the infected individual is able to complete the entirety of Skyrim's main questline, regardless of how many hours it takes them, then they will find themselves returned to reality. From the perspective of anyone not affected by SCP-5706's perceptual side effects, the infectee will have not actually physically gone anywhere. Certainly not for the duration of the time they may have believed they were gone for. In the real world, the anomalous effects of SCP-5706 only go on for a short duration, on average between 10 seconds and 2 minutes, normally depending on a number of physiological and psychological factors affecting the infected person. The origins of SCP-5706 have been traced back to an ancient and defunct event known as the Electronic Entertainment Expo, or E3, occurring back in June 2017 in Los Angeles, California. Some of the event attendees were involved in a after-party, as some would no doubt describe it. A number of people in attendance at this particular after-party were among the first people exposed to SCP-5706, and experiencing being trapped in Skyrim for extended periods of time, despite these only lasting a few short moments, as far as the other attendees were aware. When detained and interviewed by the SCP Foundation, all of the infectees had similar accounts of what had happened to them. Each one claimed to have been partying with a man who closely resembled Todd Howard, the current director and executive producer at Bethesda Game Studios, and the creative director of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. However, when the Foundation's agents investigated further, they became aware that Mr. Howard was seemingly not actually present at the after-party. He, in fact, had a perfect alibi, as he was on stage at the time the after-party took place, presenting Bethesda Softworks' E3 presentation, with hundreds of fans in the audience as witnesses. The Foundation still brought Mr. Howard in for questioning, wherein he denied having any knowledge of the after-party and seemed to be unaware of the existence of SCP-5706. The only lead that Foundation investigators were able to uncover was the unusual activity that took place within Todd Howard's bank account. He had made several large payments to an account that was registered to someone named Plex. This recipient's account had been emptied out and entirely closed on the day of the after-party, but any attempts by the Foundation to track down the account's owner, Plex, yielded little in the way of results. In order to combat the spread of SCP-5706, the SCP Foundation has made a number of sizable anonymous donations to organizations that further public awareness of sexually transmitted diseases, as well as several prevention programs in countries that have had numerous documented outbreaks of SCP-5706. Patents to antiviral drugs that are known to aid in the treatment of HSV-2 have been purchased by the Foundation, and they have made efforts to reduce their price and keep these medications affordable in order to keep SCP-5706 contained. under the special containment procedures outlined by Foundation researchers. Anyone who is identified to be a carrier for SCP-5706 is to be detained and interviewed in order to ascertain who exactly they have been in contact with, so that the Foundation can identify other potential carriers. Those who are brought in for questioning are then provided with targeted antiviral treatment, as well as amnestics, naturally so that they forget the infection. Samples of SCP-5706 have been cryogenically frozen at Site-66, with testing involving exposing members of D-Class personnel to the disease currently under review by the Foundation's Ethics Committee. After all, subjecting a person to a version of Skyrim with only one way to escape could constitute cruel and unusual punishment. Joking aside, it should be said that if you or a partner is experiencing symptoms that you suspect could be linked to HSV-2, then speak to your doctor or visit a sexual health clinic. As uncomfortable as discussing intimate details of your life and your body can feel, professionals are there to help you receive a clear diagnosis and treatment for your symptoms should you need it. Nobody's there to judge you. After all, better that than needing to take on Alduin, right? Mobile Task Force Edna-84, also known by the codename and thus upon his Crucible, is on one of the strangest missions they've ever been sent on. They sit in a darkened room, beads of sweat trickling down their brows. The lights of computer monitors shine upon their faces. They're tackling a monster that, if it escapes, will literally devour all of creation. It has no fear, it has no remorse, and if it isn't kept contained by Edna-84, it may escape and wreak havoc across the world. Oh, and did we mention it's trapped in a Minecraft server? You heard us right. SCP-4335 is a cognito-hazardous extra-dimensional being of pure terror, trapped inside a procedurally generated world in the immensely popular game Minecraft. You hear about a lot of horrifying monsters being described as Lovecraftian, but only this monster is Minecraftian. There's a lot that needs explaining here, and we intend to get to all of it. But let's start with how the Foundation keeps this truly exceptional beast contained. The Foundation first discovered SCP-4335 back in 2010, shortly after the alpha version of Minecraft was released. Because of the online nature of the game, it's proven to be impossible to contain 4335 externally, seeing as it isn't confined to any one physical location. Shutting off the server 4335 is found in is not an effective containment method either, as this just causes the entity to simply hop to a different server. The Foundation's greatest fear is that 4335 will one day make the leap out of Minecraft and cause chaos in our world. That's why it's imperative to draft containment procedures for SCP-4335 within the game. This led to the creation of a containment site unlike any other. Site M1, the first official Foundation site made entirely out of Minecraft blocks. Everyone who was originally involved in the server has been removed and amnesticized. Since then, elite SCP Foundation containment specialists and gamers have been constructing the perfect prison for SCP-4335. Site M1 is a large stone complex built into the side of a mountain. It has a number of key features, including a supply area filled with materials vital for 4335's continued containment, chests filled with books that contain SCP-4335's containment procedures, a few animal farms for the purpose of breeding and killing livestock for their meat, the entrance to a mine, several chests containing books specifically designed for civilians to learn about 4335 if they ever breach containment and enter the server, and of course, the actual containment chamber for SCP-4335 itself, which is a little more complicated. 4335's containment chamber is built out of several layers, all made from iron blocks. The outermost cube is 75 by 75 by 75 blocks. The inner cube is 55 by 55 by 55 blocks, and the innermost cube is 25 by 25 by 25 blocks, creating several levels of defense. Finally, one layer within all these others, which contains the anomaly proper, is made from obsidian blocks. SCP-4335 is bound into the center of the containment chamber with a complex mechanism. The outermost cube is completely filled with water, and several dispensers capable of rapidly dispensing large amounts of items in a short amount of time line the cube. The cube also contains several mob farms, which are devices that constantly spawn enemies into the chamber that drop loot when they die. The chamber is essentially designed to funnel a constant flow of items inwards to SCP-4335. There are even contingency measures for if SCP-4335 manages to breach containment. If escape is attempted, blocks of TNT detonate above the ceiling, causing lava to pour into the chamber. At that point, MTF Edna 84 are dispatched into the server to lure 4335 back into its containment chamber. To do this, they fire a mix of fire-resistant potions and ender pearls, which have teleportation capabilities. Interestingly, there's one more basic method of luring SCP-4335 back into the obsidian cube: taunting and insulting. One of SCP-4335's many anomalous abilities is being able to hear people through the screen, and being a proud creature, it often responds to insults by charging in to directly engage the insulter. If SCP-4335 still manages to breach the containment that has been set up for it, then they even expect that it will likely soon hop into another server. At that point, the goal will shift to finding the monster and recontaining it. With containment procedures this complex and extensive, it shouldn't come as a surprise that SCP-4335 rests firmly in the Keter class. What exactly is this anomalous entity? Why does its containment hinge on constantly providing it with items? And how did it end up in Mojang's popular building and survival game in the first place? SCP-4335, in terms of physical dimensions, appears almost identical to the player character, with an all-black skin. It also appears to be constantly shrouded in a cloud of smoke particles, and has long black tendrils protruding from its back. In some respects, 4335 has been compared to two popular creepypasta figures, Herobrine and the Slenderman. But 4335 is far stranger. Its physical body behaves similarly to most assets native to the game, with a few peculiar, anomalous abilities we'll discuss soon. Handling SCP-4335 is an extremely delicate process. If command blocks, creative mode, or server commands are ever enabled in a server with SCP-4335, the server will instantly shut down, and SCP-4335 will move to a different server. SCP-4335 also uses its tendrils to destroy surrounding blocks before consuming them. With each successful consumption, SCP-4335 grows, and when it reaches sufficient size, it hops to a different server. As you can see, keeping SCP-4335 contained is an uphill battle, but luckily there are two factors on the Foundation's side here. The first is that SCP-4335 is immobilized while consuming items and blocks, limiting its ability to actively escape Foundation forces. The second factor is that SCP-4335 needs a rest period between consuming blocks in order to grow, meaning if its consumption is constant and continuous, it isn't able to grow. These two factors have informed the entirety of the Foundation's containment procedures around SCP-4335. It's locked into its chamber and fed items and blocks constantly, effectively rooting it in place. When SCP-4335 begins to grow, the Foundation also found that the application of ender pearls helps reduce it back to its normal size. However, SCP-4335 does have a method of striking back against its captors. 4335 is a Virgin-class multisensory cognitohazard. Anyone viewing it without proper training and protection may experience distressing hallucinations. SCP-4335 is also capable of telepathic speech, with people playing on its server, and as we alluded to earlier, it can also hear any noises you make while playing. Weird is a term thrown around a lot when it comes to SCPs, considering it's pretty much a requirement for the Foundation to take interest in you. But an all-devouring Minecraft demon that can hear you talking through your screen is strange, even by Foundation standards. MTF Edna 84 first discovered SCP-4335 in the single-player server of Minecraft user Leaking Heart. 3 team members, Jason Yelsen, Richard Duchamp, and Sheila Freemason, covertly entered the game to investigate and potentially apprehend the creature. When Leaking Heart first discovered their presence on what he thought was a private server, he quickly left, a little creeped out by the sudden intrusion. Thankfully, the trio was still able to locate SCP-4335. They discovered the creature hiding inside a giant crater, as though it had impacted the Earth at considerable speed. Richard Duchamp, who was the leader of the team at the time, made the mistake of looking directly at the entity. In that moment, he experienced the full force of SCP-4335's cognitohazardous effects. He hallucinated, believing that his keyboard was melting before his eyes. In the aftermath of this incident, Duchamp was taken off the case, and Jason Yeltsin was promoted to head of the project. Things were still going to get stranger. Yeltsin was able to open a dialogue with the creature after containing it in a chamber filled with lava. It asked him whether it had landed in the right location, meaning our world, and Yeltsin informed him that it had somehow fallen into the world of Minecraft instead. The creature was at first confused, and then angry and resentful about its situation. It vowed to find its way into our world somehow and obtain more sustenance. A few months after this, the entity managed to breach containment and hop into another server. Yeltsin and 2 others once again managed to track it down and recontain it. But this time, 2 civilians also inhabiting the server were exposed to the anomalous effects of SCP-4335. They weren't hurt, but they did appear strange and incoherent after experiencing 4335's cognitohazards. The Foundation tracked them down in the aftermath and gave them amnestic treatment. 4335 was contained shortly thereafter. Once again, Yeltsin came face to face with his new foe. 8 months after being captured, 4335 granted Yeltsin another interview from containment. 4335 admitted that it almost respected Yeltsin and the rest of the Foundation for figuring out how to capture and contain it so quickly. In exchange, it would give the Foundation something extremely valuable: information. First, it asked one question of Yeltsin: how does he define creation? Yeltsin replied, something that is built and brought into this universe by a sapient being using other things from this universe. 4335 agreed. It went on to explain that it came from a universe devoid of creation, a dark and unknowable place, filled with nothing but violent random chaos. Its dimension existed directly above ours, and it often looked down at us through a dimensional window, fascinated by all the creation below. It plotted and dreamed to one day infiltrate our reality, and Yeltsin finally had the opportunity to ask the magic question, why? Though he wasn't quite ready for the brutal honesty of SCP-4335's reply.
I do not like to lie, so I will tell you now. I wish to suck it dry of the toys of whatever force controls your universe. Destroy the light, destroy the earth, and destroy humanity. It reminded me of me, a blubbering mass of intelligence and order. It sickens me in ways I cannot comprehend. I hope you understand.
SCP-4335 was a connoisseur of creation, and it sought to devour all of it. In this moment, Yeltsin realized what an incredibly dangerous entity he was dealing with. The only mystery was why this creature had somehow landed in Minecraft instead of our world, which appeared to be the only thing that saved us. But Yeltsin didn't have time to think. 4335 was about to stage another daring escape attempt. One of its tendrils reached out and attacked Yeltsin's player character. In that moment, the real-life Yeltsin began to hallucinate and panic. Suddenly back in the game, a series of abnormally tall, slender black figures appeared and began deconstructing the containment chamber around SCP-4335. It had somehow summoned new minions into the game to assist in this containment breach. Jason Yeltsin entered cognitohazard quarantine following this incident and was removed from the project. And he wasn't the only one affected by this incident. Following the first appearance of these long, dark figures, players across the globe began to experience them appearing in their own games. The Foundation managed to find a solution. They contacted Mojang and had the creatures patched into the game during the next update, as a new non-anomalous entity, which seemed to stop 4335 from being able to use them as its own tools. They're now known as the Endermen, and are beloved among fans for being one of the creepier enemies. To this day, containment efforts continue for SCP-4335, but there's only one question left. Why did the entity fall into Minecraft rather than our world? The file posits the most likely answer. because 4335 defines creation as elements made by sapient beings. In Minecraft, the most popular game in the world at the height of 4335's power, everything that exists is the product of code made by humans. Creation is truly abundant there. As for our world, in SCP-4335's extra-dimensional eyes, there is no creation, no intelligent design, no soothing piano soundtrack, just frightening, chaotic randomness which is too unlike its own dimension. So even if SCP-4335 ever did arrive in our reality, it would likely be disappointed by how little there is to eat. You're sitting in the middle of a cheering crowd. The arena around you is electric, fans hollering from their seats as they watch the basketball game. Every point scored, every shot missed, and every skillful pass of the ball sends waves of excitement over everyone in the audience. Applause, shouts, and chants fill the air. It distracts you for a moment. You find yourself swept up in the energy of the game. But slowly, surely, a nagging feeling creeps up on you as your eyes follow the ball. That feeling turns to a sickening realization as one of the players jumps and dunks the basketball, scoring another 2 points. You notice the look on his face, the same look on the faces of all the other players on the court, a solemn, hopeless expression. It's the same look of silent despair worn by all the spectators around you. Then you remember, you've watched this exact game of basketball before, many, many times before. And that is when you feel the same hopeless expression appear on your own face, realizing just how long you have been here, watching this game over and over, reminded that you will never, ever leave this arena. Welcome to SCP-1733. To the untrained eye, SCP-1733 seems to be a completely harmless item. Stored in a digital video recorder, it is kept securely in the dusty depths of the SCP Foundation's video archives. If any researcher is given permission to study SCP-1733, they will find it to be an ordinary VHS tape. But what about the contents of said tape? Does it contain a bizarre, disconnected series of black and white video clips that when viewed only give the watcher 7 days before the spirit of a drowned girl comes crawling out of their TV screen to kill them? Well, not exactly. But we're sure that if such a tape exists, the Foundation probably has it under lock and key, too. The footage on SCP-1733 is as seemingly banal as the ordinary VHS tape itself. When played, the viewer will witness a TV broadcast of a basketball game, specifically the 2010-2011 NBA season opener, broadcast on television and captured on tape by an unknown civilian. The game took place on the 26th of October 2010 in the TD Garden Arena in Boston, Massachusetts, a game where the hometown Boston Celtics took on the Miami Heat. By now, perhaps you are wondering what is so special about this particular game, and why the SCP Foundation would be so interested in keeping a VHS recording of it so secure. Is one of the O5 Council secretly a Celtics fan? Well, that's impossible to say for sure. What we do know for certain is that SCP-1733 is far more than just a harmless recording of a basketball game. The SCP Foundation first caught wind of SCP-1733's existence the day after the game. On October 27th, a Boston native that had watched and recorded the game made comments on social media about a technical foul that the game's referee had failed to pick up on. According to this individual, during the third quarter, an instance of unsportsmanlike conduct took place between Ray Allen and Chris Bosch. The person making these claims was quickly ridiculed by commenters on the same thread, but then this person uploaded a clip of this foul from the footage they had recorded. The other commenters were dumbfounded. During the original broadcast, that foul had never happened, but the recording showed it clear as day. The footage was quickly expunged and all traces of the clip removed from the internet by personnel acting on behalf of the SCP Foundation. Any that had viewed the video on Facebook or been a part of the comments debating this previously non-existent foul were tracked down via their IP addresses. All of them, including the owner of the tape, were given amnestics to wipe their memories of the supposed infraction, and SCP-1733 was returned to the Foundation for further analysis. Researchers at the Foundation were determined to understand the anomalous nature of SCP-1733 and why the footage contained on this particular VHS tape was so different from the basketball game's original broadcast. At first, the differences in the game seemed to be only slight changes from the one that actually aired on TV. A different foul here, a small point difference there. While the recording of the game contained on SCP-1733 was slightly different from the real-life game, perhaps even more interesting was that these differences changed with repeat viewings. Researchers wouldn't observe the same differences every time they watched SCP-1733, but would instead spot something different that had been changed each time they restarted the tape. And as they continued to watch and rewatch SCP-1733's footage, the true horror of the video's anomalous properties became more and more apparent. As the footage recorded on SCP-1733 began to diverge more and more from the original broadcast, researchers shifted their attention away from the basketball game itself and onto the people watching it. Just like the specifics of the game itself, the fans in the arena seemed to also change with every rewatch of the tape. And even stranger, the people in the crowd seemed to not only be aware of their existence within the footage, but also retain memories of every previous replayed vision. Each time the researchers had watched SCP-1733, the audience trapped within had gained more and more cognizance. Every man, woman, and child in the audience of that basketball game began remembering that they had seen multiple variations of the same game over and over again. This first became apparent to Foundation researchers when the game's commentators, two presenters named Mike and Tommy, began to comment on a strange sense of déjà vu they were experiencing as they watched the Boston Celtics and Miami Heat play. Both seemed to share notions that the game they were witnessing was strangely familiar, and in later replays of the tape, these two commentator personalities were able to recall the events of the game with perfect, vivid accuracy. While they never addressed the viewer directly, this cumulative effect seems to have extended to every person that was present within the arena at the time that the original broadcast was recorded. Everyone, from the commentators to the coaches, the players to the patrons, all remember the diverging versions of the basketball game, but seem to have no awareness that they are trapped inside a recording on a VHS tape. It should be noted that it is still unclear whether the entities are real people or digital copies that solely reside on the tape. Every individual shown to be inside TD Garden on the 26th of October 2010 seems to be identical to their counterparts in the real world. Each of the basketball players on both the Boston Celtics and Miami Heat teams have the exact same level of talent as they do in reality, and their individual mannerisms are perfectly recreated in the SCP-1733 footage. And the same is true of the fans in the audience, each one appearing to be, in every conceivable way, a living human being. But the most unnerving aspect of SCP-1733 was found when the Foundation agents were tasked with tracking down members of the audience who were seen on the tape, and they found nothing. Unlike the players and coaches who can quite easily be found in our world, with many of them still playing or involved with professional basketball, personnel were unable to find a single trace of any of the people from the audience. Not one clue as to their current whereabouts or status. It is unclear how, but it appears that everyone shown on SCP-1733, especially those watching the game unfold from the stands, is a person trapped in digital form, stuck watching variations of the same match on loop. Researchers at the SCP Foundation who were studying SCP-1733 initially theorized that the tape had been designed to display an infinite variety of different game outcomes. Given that the tactics utilized by the players were different with each playback of SCP-1733, this seemed to be the case, that the tape was showing a what-if scenario each time the tape was rewound and played from the start. But the scenario wasn't resetting each time. It was clear that they were learning. By the 34th replay of the footage, the Boston Celtics and Miami Heat were so in tune with the opposing team's playbook that both sides' players were able to perfectly and precisely counter their opponent's moves, and kept the score at 0-0 for much of the game. At this stage in the Foundation's research, The players on the SCP-1733 tape had not yet become fully aware that they had played the same game already in earlier playbacks. But it is possible that weak memories of the earlier versions of the same match manifested as instinctive ways players could counter the moves of their rival team. However, by the time Foundation researchers had replayed the SCP-1733 footage 45 times, the players, their coaches, and fans watching the game had become aware of what was happening to them. It was at this point that the digital recording from TD Garden changed dramatically. Realizing that they'd been playing the same game of basketball over and over, the players refused to participate any longer. Everyone in the audience began to attempt to escape from the tape where they'd been unknowingly imprisoned, but not a single one of the stadium's doors would budge, and neither the fans nor the players seemed to be able to leave through any other exit out of TD Garden. Over the following playbacks of the SCP-1733 videotape, attempts at escape grew increasingly daring. In one playback, a full-scale riot broke out. In another, makeshift explosives were built and used by those trapped to try and blast their way to freedom. As their cognition grew and they began to remember friends and family from outside the videotape, the crowd trapped in SCP-1733 grew even more desperate. Players and their coaches retired to locker rooms, withdrawing from the crowd for a time. The rest of the people in the footage began to form factions amongst themselves, one of the more prominent calling themselves the Faith Keepers. These individuals voiced their belief that they had been confined to TD Garden as some form of spiritual punishment as a result of the consumerism that is rife in a post-industrial society. The Faith Keepers began burning offerings in the center of the basketball court. Phones, wallets, car keys, anything that reminded them of the modern world. Over the subsequent playbacks of SCP-1733, the Faith Keepers grew in their numbers, indoctrinating more of the crowd into their movement. Those still trying to escape from the stadium were causing more damage to themselves than their enclosure, with 3 men caught in the blast of another crude bomb placed on an exit door. Unfortunately for them, the door barely showed a scratch in the aftermath of the detonation. As Foundation researchers continued replaying the tape, those trapped within SCP-1733 descended into depraved acts, and incidences of violence became rampant. Some even attempted to take their own lives in acts of desperation, jumping from balconies in the hopes of ending the loop. Those that had joined the growing ranks of the Faith Keepers did not engage in such behavior, instead creating makeshift curtains to separate themselves from the breakdown that was taking place among the others trapped within the SCP-1733 tape. At some point beyond the 112th playback of the videotape, the Faith Keepers marched off screen and brought the basketball teams back out onto the main court. They then began a ritualistic sacrifice, disemboweling the professional athletes for their fellow prisoners to see. This had no noticeable effect, with the recording of the game resetting as it had done in earlier rewatches. In a later playback, the Faith Keepers then began to call for all the children in the stadium to be sacrificed in the same way. Testing on SCP-1733 was finally suspended indefinitely after this point, and as far as we know, the crowd remains trapped inside the anomalous recording of this particular Celtics Heat basketball game. Foundation researchers have been unable to produce the same anomalous effects as those of SCP-1733, even when using the DVR that originally produced the recording. The digital video recorder itself does not seem to imprint the same properties onto other VHS tapes, making SCP-1733 an isolated anomaly. However, the next time you find yourself at a basketball game, it might be worth asking yourself, have I seen this game before?
Have you ever had a nightmare that you're running down a long, dark hallway, getting chased by something you can't see? The thing behind you isn't fast, but that doesn't matter. You can't run forever, and the thing knows it. It is a patient predator. It toys with its food. At first, you move with speed and rhythm. The metallic scraping noise behind you grows quieter. You run and stumble through the dark. Your muscles start to ache and your lungs burn. Your pace slows. It's still coming. You can hear the scraping getting louder. You start to panic. It's completely dark. You don't know where you're running or even what you're running from. All you know, as you bump against the walls and the sharp corners that rush towards you, is that you can't run forever. You trip
fall, and pain explodes through your legs as your knee shatters on the concrete ground. That scraping is getting louder. You can barely breathe. You can't run anymore with your injury. There's no way to stop what's coming. There is no escape. The scraping is right behind you. You scream, and then you wake up. Your heart is pounding like thunder in your chest, and your sheets are soaked with sweat, but you're safe. You're out of those awful dark hallways. But what if this wasn't just a nightmare? What if this scenario was real, and there was no escape from the horror chasing you in the darkness? That's what it's like to have a close encounter with SCP-1918, a sadistic sentient object that loves playing twisted games with its prey. But this monster never plays fair, and even worse, it's always just a simple door away. It may even be hiding behind a door near you right now, waiting to start a game with its new playmate. But soon you'll understand why some doors should never ever be opened, and why some games are better left unplayed. SCP-1918 is an anomaly with two parts: SCP-1918 itself and SCP-1918-2, the monster's underground lair. The duo are a match made in hell, as the chambers and hallways of 1918-2 are perfectly tailored to 1918's violent hobbies. Nobody knows how long this anomaly has been operating, but it's probably behind countless disappearances. After all, 1918 has a habit of breaking its toys. The nightmare began in a small town in Maine with a population of only 226 people, but that population was about to get lower. People in the town began to report strange noises at night, a droning metal-on-concrete scraping noise, like someone dragging a lead pipe along the ground. At first, people just ignored the sound. It was all in their heads, or maybe just a faulty oven or a washing machine on the fritz. Anything that would allow them to forget about the noise and get on with their daily lives. But the noises were coming from below. They could be heard out on the streets, most audibly near manholes and sewer grates. People started feeling unsafe in their homes. The noises were spooking animals and children. People were losing sleep. That scraping they all tried to ignore was beginning to get to them all. Letters, emails, and angry phone calls to the town council were piling up. Something had to be done before the whole town went crazy with fear. The mayor authorized 4 utility workers to investigate the source of the noise at a local sewage treatment facility. Considering the scraping was loudest near the sewer grates, everyone just assumed that whatever was causing all this must be connected to the sewers. 4 utility workers were sent to investigate the facility, only to find that the machinery on site was working just fine. The source of the problems must have been coming directly from the underground sewer lines themselves. The 4 workers equipped with headlamps descended into a long service tunnel that fed into the sewer system. As they passed deeper into the tunnel, the darkness around them became thicker. It was a tangible presence that drowned out the light of their headlamps, similar to the anomalous phenomenon exhibited by SCP-087. When the utility workers tried to turn back, they discovered another impossibility. It seemed that the tunnel behind them had become a solid concrete wall. They were trapped, but where? It was too dark to tell. Confused and terrified, the 4 men stuck together, attempting to find a way out. It was too dark to see their hand in front of their face, so all they could do was navigate slowly by feeling the walls around them. These walls felt old, crusty. There was a kind of faint metallic stench hanging in the air too, like old blood. Something horrible had happened here, and something horrible was about to happen again. All they could do was keep moving and try to stay calm. Eventually, after hours of pawing at the walls in the dark, they found an open doorway. One by one, they filed inside, only to feel blinded when bright white ceiling lights suddenly switched on. The room was all white and filled with pipes, large and small, running from wall to wall. Just then, one of the utility workers let out an ear-splitting scream and pointed towards the doorway. His colleagues turned and gasped in shock. There was something outside the door, and it was staring at them. The object filled up almost the entire doorway. It seemed like a demonic hobby horse, made from a black and white candy-striped metal pole with a crude plastic head on top. The head looked like a clown's with a wide, toothy grin. but no visible eyes. It was SCP-1918. The utility workers were frozen as the object leaned forward slightly and slithered into the room, the bottom of the metal pipe scraping against the ground. It was the exact same scraping noise that had been haunting the concerned townsfolk up above. This was the thing behind it all, and as the object moved, its metal poles started to scrape words into the ground. Tick-tack-toe. None of the 4 utility workers were ever seen again. It didn't take long for the SCP Foundation to descend upon this quiet main town and pick up the pieces. All relevant officials were provided amnestics, and cover stories were created for the disappearances of the 4 utility workers. The Foundation also commandeered the sewage treatment facility that held the entrance to SCP-1918-2, replacing all key roles at the facility with undercover Foundation personnel. SCP-1918 was given a Euclid classification due to the fixed nature of its hunting grounds. And then the real research began. The Foundation soon made some disturbing discoveries. Entrances into the SCP-1918-2 area didn't follow any kind of logic. The hunting ground of SCP-1918 can be entered from almost any location, if you're unlucky enough. There are currently 9 known entrances, including 5 sewage grates, 3 utility shafts located in a sewage facility, and 1 toilet. And these are just the ones that the Foundation knows about. There are a huge number of ways to enter SCP-1918-2, but to this day, nothing has ever been able to leave. SCP-1918-2 is contained 20 meters below the streets of this unassuming main town. Personnel, aside from Foundation-approved D-Class guinea pigs, are refused entrance. Researchers have mapped out the layout of 1918-2 through seismic imaging of SCP-1918's movements. There are 18 identical room pairs in SCP-1918-2, or 9 compound rooms. Rooms are differentiated between a 1-room and a 2-room by crude carvings on the floors outside of the individual rooms. SCP-1918-2 is symmetrical, with half-a-meter wide paths circling each compound room. The only deviation to this construction are the location of entrances on the sides of each individual room, which vary randomly while the location is active. What exactly does SCP-1918 do in this private little maze? It plays games, of course. Its 2 favorites, as indicated by the words it scrapes into the ground, are tic-tac-toe and memory. In tic-tac-toe, 1918 moves to each 1 room, leaving behind X markings on the floors if the room is not already marked with an O, in a manner similar to a game of tic-tac-toe. How a victim is meant to accomplish making a mark or understanding this process is unknown, as no aids are given. Blood is commonly used by victims to make their markings, hence the rusty smell in many of the rooms. In memory, the trapped victim is rendered unconscious by blunt force, presumably from SCP-1918. The subject regains consciousness in a random section of the facility. Success is marked by finding a 1-room identical to the central room. This event seems to possess a time limit, as the subject is pursued by SCP-1918 through the halls of the facility. The subject wins by marking the correct room with an O. What happens if you win or lose these games? It's important to note that SCP-1918 is very competitive and doesn't play fair. If you win, the object will merely accuse you of cheating and start a new game. This will happen again and again until eventually you lose. And what do? Well, take the horrifying encounter D-Class personnel member D-2934 had with SCP-1918. Wearing video and audio equipment, D-2934 was led into SCP-1918-2 by Foundation researchers. When he eventually found his way to the central room, 1918 challenged him to a game of tic-tac-toe. And against all odds, D-2934 won the game. But 1918 didn't take kindly to that. It accused D-2934 of cheating, carving its accusations into the ground before challenging him to a deadly game of memory. After hours of chasing, D-2934 eventually lost his mind and was backed into a corner by 1918. As the object made its way towards him, he panicked, ripped a pipe from the wall, and began smashing 1918's head. As the plastic cracked under the force of the blows, Foundation scientists could see real brains inside. D-2934 screamed, and the video feed cut off. When the video turned back on sometime later, 1918 stared into the camera with a different head mounted atop its metal pole, one that just a few hours earlier had belonged to the unfortunate D-2934. If there's one lesson to be learned from this terrifying anomaly, it's that there truly is no escape from SCP-1918. God damn it. The comment section on this one is gonna be hell. Do your worst, you filthy animals. Now, before we begin today's video, let's clear some things up. We know exactly what you're thinking. An Among Us SCP, this sounds ridiculous. Why would the Foundation ever have to deal with an anomaly relating to Among Us, of all things? Is this some kind of sick joke dreamt up by our YouTube commenters? And look, we get it. It's definitely one of the more ridiculous anomalies the Foundation has had to contain, at least at face value. But there are a few things you should take into consideration before things get too Among Us pilled around here. Oh god. First, this is hardly the strangest anomaly we've covered on SCP Explained. SCP-5981, also known as Nuke City, revolved around a mysterious broadcast of a Family Guy episode. SCP-4335, a Welt in the Crucible, had to deal with an entity occupying space inside the video game Minecraft. But there are countless other examples of anomalies creeping into popular culture, mutating it, and twisting it for their own purposes. What may seem silly on paper, such as the Foundation having to do research on a popular video game like Among Us, is all part of what the organization does. If the brave researchers at the SCP Foundation chuckled and brushed off a potential threat just because it had to do with something like Among Us, the entire population might be susceptible to a supernatural event of unprecedented proportions. The Foundation's entire veil of secrecy could crumble, all because someone shrugged off the possibility of allocating resources to deal with a threat millions of civilians could discover. These games, movies, and shows are all immensely popular, and an anomaly affecting a global phenomenon like Among Us could spell doom for not only the Foundation, but the entire world as well, if left unchecked. So if you don't want to risk termination, please try to keep a straight face as we divulge into the weird and wacky story of SCP-5167, an anomaly codenamed in the Foundation's database as When the Imposter is Sus. Oh god, I hate my job sometimes. To begin, we need to go back. Way, way back. Centuries before Among Us was even conceived as a concept, before video games had been invented, and even before electricity itself was discovered. Back to an era where the gods of Olympus ruled supreme, and stone marble statues lined buildings that would serve as timeless feats of architecture, and where a new school of thought was developing, one that focused on logic and reason, instead of superstition and hearsay. That's right. We're talking about ancient Greece, a society that, for all of its achievements and progression in the fields of education, cultures, and logic, was still largely governed by religion and mythology. But of course, as you may come to expect when dealing with the SCP Foundation, there's always a little truth in that which we cannot understand. While those who are unaware of the paranormal might deride the Greeks for being overly focused on a pantheon of gods they logically should have no reason to believe, those who know that anything can happen in the world of the anomalous may approach this topic, and the subject of religion in general, in a different light. The Greek gods were very real. While the myths may not be entirely true, and they may not have been literal gods, there were a group of anomalous entities who influenced Greek society, performing miraculous feats that left those who observed them in complete wonder, and putting together cults of worship surrounding them. While most of this was done in secret, word of these beings traveled incredibly fast in the ancient world, and they were heralded as gods, beings of divine might that could do anything in the universe, who existed above the mortal plane and demanded worship from their followers. A glance at Greek mythology paints a picture of a group of gods who acted more or less like humans. They fought, they killed, they argued, and they felt human emotions. It's likely that this characterization in the stories emerged from how these entities conducted themselves in actuality. There were dozens upon dozens of entities the Greeks worshipped as divinity, And while the stories portrayed the gods as jealous, vengeful beings who constantly fought with each other, it doesn't compare to the reality of the situation, which was much more cutthroat. You see, there were 12 gods of Olympus, and you probably know most of them. They're remembered today for a reason: Zeus, Athena, Poseidon, Ares, the list goes on. We still remember these beings because of the iconic stories they took part in, and how significant they were in ancient times. Well, for every Zeus, god of lightning, there were 5 more gods who absolutely no one but the most hardcore historical fanatic remember. Gods of niche subjects, who had small followings, who never had those character-defining myths to flesh them out and preserve them for all of history to remember. Who would, when Greece fell, fade into obscurity. For every Zeus, there was a Pythonius. Who was Pythonius, you ask? Well, if the guy heard you asking that question, he'd probably smite you down before the question even left your lips. If he wasn't engaged in a hardcore game of Among Us, that is. Don't worry, we'll get there. All will be explained. It's the name of the channel after all. Pythonius was a god of jealousy and envy, mainly in a romantic context. Do you have a crush on someone who's already taken? Pythonius knows all about that. Do you wish you weren't trapped in a dead-end relationship with someone who doesn't love you? Pythonius understands your plight. But Pythonius wasn't just a reverse Bizarro Cupid. He was a literal personification of the emotions of jealousy and envy themselves. No matter the context, if it was petty and greedy, Pythonius knew it all too well. You would think that this would make Pythonius a prime candidate for some mythological drama, right? After all, the Greek gods loved their infighting, and who better to stir up some Hera said, Zeus said arguments than a literal god of envy? Well, it didn't quite work out that way for Pythonius. His appearances in myths were infrequent, and today he is nearly all but forgotten, reduced to a mere 3 sentences on a Wikipedia page, while other figures from his era have taken on an entirely new life in the modern day as cultural icons like Perseus or Hercules. But no, poor Pythonius, whose penchant for jealousy and envy backfired on him and catapulted him into obscurity. Why did this happen? It's kind of obvious when you think about it. While other gods granted their worshippers a good harvest or copious amounts of wine and partying, all Pythonius had to offer was, well, the ugly side of humanity. His worshippers were far and few between. After all, no one wanted their entire life to revolve around the jealousy of others, and Pythonius, being a personification of envy, had an understandably difficult time getting people to devote themselves to him. Pythonius was greedy and envied the other gods, so while he would accept nothing but absolute worship from his followers, he couldn't offer much else, especially not when compared to the bountiful boons a great god like Zeus or Hera could offer. And so Pythonius festered, an ugly god who wallowed in self-hatred and irrelevancy, constantly living in the shadow of the pantheon that gave him purpose. And his purpose was to remain jealous, to remain envious of those who had what he did not. A god unfit to be worshipped, whose purpose was to embody the feelings of wanting what isn't yours. Pythonius is both tragic and poetic, and when the Greeks faded away, so too did Pythonius. The Roman Empire, who largely adapted Greece's pantheon of gods for their own stories, left no record of bringing Pythonius into the mix. For centuries, he was a god without a home, attempting to find a place in a changing world. Pythonius was angry, jealous, envious, and tired. The forces of the universe would call him forth in every new era, thrusting him back into the world and forcing him to search for the sustenance beings that were referred to as gods fed off of: devotion. But every time Pythonius would find himself walking the earth once again, he would instead discover that there was no place for him. Mankind was moving on. There was less and less room for gods with every passing year. All the popular ones had established themselves as everlasting religious figures at this point, and they would never fade away. Some took pleasure in living among humans, rising to power as people of influence and fame. Others, who could not find a place in the world, would fade away, never to be revived or worshipped ever again. Forgotten, dead gods who the world long outgrew. But Pythonius' jealous spirit would never allow him to consign himself to that fate. He hated who he was and what he stood for. but that nature brought him back so many times before. It was his jealousy of the other gods who were somehow managing to linger beyond their Greek heyday that caused him to persevere. He needed a purpose, one last chance to be remembered. He had struggled for centuries, and this was his last-ditch effort to be remembered. Wherever he would wake up in the modern era, Chthonius would have to make the most out of it. And this is where Among Us comes in. In late 2020, the SCP Foundation was just as captivated as anyone else by the Among Us phenomenon, a game that was sweeping the globe, where players took on the roles of crewmates on a spaceship, one of which was an imposter, whose job was to secretly murder the other players. While they were busy doing tasks that ranged from scanning themselves in the medbay or scanning keycards in the admin room, the imposter would be lurking behind every corner, sometimes in the ship's air vents, waiting for the proper moment to strike. If a dead body was found, a player could report it, and the players would then discuss which one of them they suspected to be the imposter. The game's addictive psychological elements and accessible rules made it a smash hit, but for the Foundation, they were infatuated with it for entirely different reasons. You see, when a piece of media attains the level of fame that Among Us did, the Foundation has to make sure to keep their eyes on it. Popular media is a prime target for anomalies. The population's collective attention on it just seems to invite the forces of the supernatural world to warp and distort what we know to be familiar. And this is exactly what was happening to Among Us. For months, the Foundation was documenting cases of an entity who appeared in games of Among Us and caused havoc in the real world. These cases and their after effects were so severe that the Foundation deemed the anomaly significant enough to get its own file in the database, designating it under the name SCP-5706. SCP-5706 would join games of Among Us like any other player. They would blend in, much like the imposter in the game, and play just as anyone else would. It was what happened after a player participated in a session with SCP-5706 that had the Foundation investigating every aspect of the game. Those who played with SCP-5706 would find themselves stricken by a severe case of paranoia and capgras delusion, a psychological condition in which a victim would come to believe those around them had been replaced with identical imposters. The severity of this disorder varied between individuals, but some believed the delusions to such an extent that they lashed out at those they believed to be imposters, sometimes resulting in a homicide. Naturally, the Foundation put two and two together, which led back to Among Us. After several months of police cases relating to completely average individuals suddenly striking out at their loved ones, sometimes killing them, and showing signs of capgras delusion, the organization knew that something was happening on an anomalous scale. At first, it was difficult to make the connection to Among Us, but the Foundation eventually learned from interviews with victims and an examination of their habits over the past few weeks, they had all played the game. And through analysis of the Among Us community's various trends and habits, the Foundation discovered SCP-5706, an entity that was slowly gaining notoriety within the game's community as an almost mythological figure. SCP-5706's tendency to spout long, wordy rants at other players during the game's emergency meeting sessions positioned them as an inside joke for those who encountered them. Needing to establish a link between these anomalously induced bouts of paranoia, the Foundation set up a group of web crawler AIs to track Among Us game sessions until SCP-5706 would appear. It was a long shot, but it was one of the many different theories on why these victims were undergoing this level of psychosis, and if it proved to be true, then the Foundation would have a solid idea of what to do next. After weeks of nothing, SCP-5706 was spotted in a game, and the Foundation acted quickly to track down the other players who played alongside the entity. Naturally, they exhibited signs of paranoia and delusion, some of them only for weeks and others for months. That was enough evidence for the Foundation. Would later document several other occurrences of games with SCP-5706 resulting in these psychiatric conditions in other players. The Foundation did what they do best, and established a series of special containment procedures that would wipe SCP-5706 from the internet as best they could. Web crawlers were trained to take down any mentions of the entity, and if a potential sighting was discovered, the Foundation would investigate any and all players involved in the incident. Anyone affected by SCP-5167 would be held under the guise of receiving medical treatment for mental health issues, and they would be amnesticized completely. You might be thinking that the after effects of SCP-5167 are relatively tame compared to what the Foundation usually deals with. But look at it this way. Among Us is a game played by millions of people. If SCP-5167 affected only a fraction of that population, it would spell total chaos for the Foundation. Not only that, but the amount of bloodshed the entity would cause would be nothing to scoff at, as a large amount of cases dealt with victims outright murdering anyone they suspected to be an imposter. Attempting to track down the SCP-5167 entity were met with failure. All points of internet access that the Foundation was able to get their hands on only led to a series of abandoned home addresses in rural Greece. But over time, things started to change. The Foundation began to place less of a concern on SCP-5167. It was almost as if the entity was being forgotten. Why? This letter, addressed to the SCP-5167 research team from the site's director, might clear some things up. As requested by head researcher Abrams, I've had the Site-22 analyst look into the progress of SCP-5167's anomalous effects over the period we've observed it, and the results are much as I expected. When we first discovered SCP-5167, for the sake of argument, let's say this is when SCP-5167 first came into existence, the impact it had on its victims was severe. I don't think I have to remind you of what Billy Heath did to his family's faces. But since then, almost immediately really, since that first couple of manifestations, the potency of its effects have started to decline. Full detachment from reality became delusion, and delusion has now become paranoia. And the intensity of that paranoia is lessening in each new case. This is all conjecture, of course, and shouldn't be taken as gospel, but based on what we've observed of this anomaly thus far, our estimation is that SCP-5167's anomalous effects will become inert by the end of the year. Whether it'll keep popping up in these video game matches is another story, though. It was just as the director had explained. SCP-5167's cases were becoming less severe. They were almost becoming irrelevant. So much so that the Foundation hypothesized that the anomaly's declining potency would lead to its neutralization before long, an entity fading into irrelevance and obscurity once more. If you haven't figured out yet, maybe SCP-5167's username will spell it out for you. When the entity joined games of Among Us, it made sure that everyone knew who it was. Well, everyone would know who it was if the entity had managed to maintain any form of popularity over the past dozen centuries or so. That's right, SCP-5167 would join under the name Thonius. The god's new life had thrust it into the modern day, except this time it was inside the game of Among Us, where it was forced to cope with the reality that the world seemed to be more obsessed with a trendy game than any god or mythological figure. While inside the game, Thonius was one bitter individual. During emergency meetings, instead of trying to figure out if Red was sus or not, the god would just yell at the players around him. One player asked Thonius what they were doing while the rest of the crew was performing their tasks, to which Thonius poetically responded, "Where was I? I was there when the mountains were newborn and the oceans virginal. I was there when gods walked among men and their wisdom was cast down like sunlight. I was there when mankind was capable of legends. And now, I find myself in a world that has forgotten even the taste of life, even the very concept of life beyond existing from one day to the next. Mere continuance, where all the world is wasted away in idle play of emotions that once rang true. I am in the world where even the gods are forgotten, their bones washed away by time. A world where man has moved on, where all the legacy I have left are 3 sentences on Wikipedia. I thought my time had come again. I thought this could be the new me, but this is nothing. Let me stay dead this time. I'm tired." To which the other players responded in typical Among Us fashion that Thonius was sus. He was promptly voted as the imposter and ejected from the airlock. And so the tragic tale of Thonius came to a close. a tired, obscure god who never had a place in the world. His presence in Among Us grew less and less as the game's popularity waned, and once again he would fade into obscurity. But the nature of Thonius meant that he would, in some form, return again one day. Where or how, no one could say. But as long as there was a situation to reap envy from, a trend to be jealous of, Thonius would remain, eternally doomed to suffer the fate of being nobody's favorite god. And frankly, we can't imagine this video will change that. For many avid video game fans, those who just can't get enough of grinding away for hours on quests, battling endless enemies, and exploring infinite virtual worlds, landing a job as a gameplay tester seems like the perfect opportunity. Doing your favorite thing in the world and getting paid to do it? Well, that's the dream. Plus the added benefit of seeing how the sausage gets made, of getting access to a game still in development, and suggesting ways it can be improved. Think of all the gaming disasters that might have been avoided with a few more playtesters in the room. Looking at you, Fallout New Vegas, and your NPCs with the spinning heads. Ugh. Well, one gamer had the same thought. A young man by the name of Danny Wheeler. When he spotted an ad seeking beta playtesters for an in-development RPG from an up-and-coming indie game studio, he jumped at the chance to apply. The pay wasn't amazing, but it was definitely a better gig than his current job at the local convenience store, hawking energy drinks to snarky teens and counting down the hours until he could get back home, kick up his feet, and get away from it all with a controller in his hand. But sometimes things that seem too good to be true actually are. At first, Danny had a perfectly enjoyable time testing the game. It was standard RPG fantasy fodder, and though he made sure to inform the developers that he found the steampunk aesthetic to be a little bit played out at this point, there was nothing at all notable about it. It was fine, but the development team kept going on and on about the tactical heuristic algorithms and how the game was meant to learn the more the player played. So Danny was instructed to log as many hours of this exceedingly average game as possible. He sat at his desk for hours, sipping on an extra-large soda and clicking away, fighting orcs, goblins, and more. Slowly, the difficulty began to increase, and the game started to grow on him a bit. He even developed a favorite character to play as, the Rogue, with his stealth and proficiency for close-range combat. The more he played as the Rogue, however, the more he started to notice the game's characters behaving differently. Enemies were attacking him with ranged weapons from far away. They were setting traps to ruin his character's stealthy approach and catch him in the act. Then, the game started to glitch, a lot, to the point of becoming nearly unplayable. Enemies would fall to the ground as if dead, when he hadn't dealt them a single blow. As he started to walk his characters away from them, they would suddenly spring back to life and strike before he could even think about a defense. If he didn't know any better, he could swear the game's characters were deliberately trying to trick him. It only got more frustrating from there, with enemies making sudden loud sounds to catch him off guard and startle him out of concentration, and other characters staring down the barrel of the camera with serious, unblinking eyes, as if they could see him through his monitor. One day he fired up the game to see that its characters somehow had rearranged various torches to spell out, "You'll never amount to anything, Danny. Your dad was right." It took a ton of torches, and Danny couldn't help but take it personally. That was the last straw. He returned the game to the studio and resigned from his position. He got enough insults working in customer service. He didn't need to take that kind of talk from a video game. Though he didn't know it, Danny got out not a moment too soon. Other playtesters were not as lucky, particularly one man who would sadly lose his life. As Danny intuited, this was no ordinary video game. It was unusual enough to draw the attention of the SCP Foundation, who would go on to designate it SCP-1633. SCP-1633 is an anomalous computer game created by a now-defunct independent game studio. The copy currently being held by the Foundation is believed to be a beta version of the game. While the core gameplay is relatively complete, there are numerous missing assets. The music is largely either missing or placeholder music, and the game is plagued by a large number of graphical glitches. Because of the generally buggy and glitchy nature of the game, the Foundation considered both Todd Howard and CD Projekt Red to be major people and groups of interest in the case. However, the discovery of other key suspects eventually absolved them of suspicion. For now. This version of the game was compiled 2 days before the Foundation raided the office of the studio, and is therefore believed to be the most complete version of the game in existence. To be more specific about the actual nature of the game itself, SCP-1633 is a squad-based RPG with a third-person camera perspective. The action is seen from an elevated perspective, with all characters on screen. Aesthetically, the game world is steampunk, and features various fantasy creatures as enemies, including elves, dwarves, orcs, goblins, etc. Fitting with the steampunk style, the game's urban areas are modeled after Victorian-era London. The 4-player characters are a band of outlaws hired by the sinister Archduke of Bodrick to investigate a theft. However, as the game progresses, it becomes a battle to save the entire world, as an ancient all-powerful being known as Krafnar intends to wake from its 1,000-year slumber and destroy humanity. The player controls a squad of 4 characters, with direct control over 1 character at a time, and a command menu to control the other 3. It is believed that in the game's finished state, a multiplayer option that would have allowed 4 different real-world players to cooperate is likely to have been included. Like many squad-based games, each character has a different specialty. The marksman uses long-range weapons. The alchemist has access to potions and chemicals with various effects. The rogue can move stealthily and assassinate enemies. And the thug has greater health than the other characters and does more melee damage. And as is also typical for games of this variety, XP earned from completing challenges and killing enemies throughout the game allows for players to upgrade the abilities and stats of their characters. While the story and core gameplay mechanics are nothing special, there is one element that pushes SCP-1633 into anomalous territory. And it's also the element that would have been front and center in a finished game's marketing campaign. It's, quote, tactical heuristic algorithms. These work in a unique fashion. Whenever a player finishes a session and saves their game, the game will begin running lengthy background processes. When these processes are complete, a PTD, or Player Tactical Data file, is saved on the computer. When the save file, and by extension the associated PTD file, is loaded, the enemies and challenges in the game will have become far more effective, tailoring their methods to the particular skills and tactics of the player. The extent to which this happened is proportional to the amount of time spent playing the game. This kind of technology may seem theoretically possible, but the extent to which the game pushes it causes it to rest in anomalous territory. The game's programming is so intelligent that it can tell simply by the tiniest clues in your playstyle if you're loading a file that isn't your own. It will then pause the game and make you load your own save file. And the tactics employed by the enemies in the game as they learn more about the player are nothing short of frightening. At first, the enemies will adapt to the player's preferred weapons, strategies, and overall playstyle. Then they will realize that the player character is controlled by an external force, meaning, of course, you, and begin to mount psychological attacks directly on the player. Through numerous tests, the Foundation has been able to build a kind of framework for the average player experience. Through this framework, we're able to track and correlate average playtime with the average adaptability of SCP-1633 to the player. It is worth noting that these effects do not apply if the game is completed in a single continuous playthrough. For the purposes of this experiment, the game was stopped, saved, and restarted at regular intervals, allowing the game to collect player tactical data. During the first 2 hours, the game's AI is abysmal, with enemies simply charging at the players with no strategy whatsoever, and typically being mowed down. However, from 2 to 5 hours, the enemies undergo intelligence growth, adapting their playstyle to the types of weapons they carry and their environments. At this stage, this combat level is also about equal to an untrained human civilian. From 5 to 8 hours, enemies become considerably more proficient, and then begin countering the player on their specific playstyles and techniques. For example, they will attack a player who uses long-range weaponry from cover with grenades or splash damage weapons to force them out into the open. They will also fully utilize their environment for both defensive and offensive purposes, laying traps and creating ambushes to surprise and kill players. At this point, their combat skills are equal to trained soldiers. From 8 to 12 hours, the focus of the enemy shifts from attacking the player character to attacking the player directly. They engage in behaviors that, from an online playing perspective, would be considered griefing, such as intentionally blocking the player's view or movement within the game. Enemies have also been known to exploit player expectations, pretending to be broken or glitched to make the player let their guard down, and then killing them. In one play session, the enemies began throwing day flash spells, similar to real-life flashbang grenades, at the player. They throw them in a manner that created a strobing effect, causing the player to have a grand mal seizure. Beyond 12 hours, the enemies engage in advanced psychological tactics against the player, with methods that range wildly and tend to be specific to the player's mindset and play style. For example, one player likes to exert a high level of control over all 4 of their squad members. In response, enemies used attacks that did little or no damage, but caused the characters to become dazed, a state which temporarily disrupts player control. However, rather than attack the dazed characters, enemies simply surround them in a crowd, continually using daze attacks to prevent the player from doing anything. This caused major frustration for the player. Enemies may also attempt to induce psychological terror among the players. In one example, enemies somehow kidnapped one of the 4 player characters and dragged them off screen. When this character was later found, they were strapped to a kind of sacrificial altar. This caused considerable anxiety for the player. It seems that this is the upper limit of the game's anomalous powers in most cases, meaning things typically level off after 12 hours. Unless a specific entity appears to be inhabiting the game, which you'll learn more about later. In order to discover the prior information, the SCP Foundation performed a series of tests on the game with various different subjects. In Test 001, junior researcher Ross, an experienced gamer who was pivotal in first discovering the anomaly, skipped ahead of the typical preliminary D-Class tests. Seeing as he was already eager for the game's non-anomalous release, he was also eager to be the first in line to try it out on the Foundation's dime. Being a gamer, Ross also found a number of glitches and exploits in the game to improve his performance, allowing him to run rings around his enemies. However, as expected, the enemies adapted to Ross's techniques after gathering his player tactical data. First, they just began using their weapons and exploiting the environments more effectively, but they didn't stop there. Soon they became aware of the same exploits Ross was using, before exploiting them themselves and using it to beat him repeatedly. In the end, they moved to the psychological stage, forcing Ross into a glitch that rendered him unable to move. He tried to free his character for several minutes, until realizing he couldn't, and rage quit the game. In Test 002, they used a D-Class designated D22930. He was a man with proven anger issues, even down to murdering his prior girlfriend in a jealous rage. Initially, he enjoyed the game, choosing the thug character type and taking out his aggression on the many enemies. However, as time went on, the enemies became wise to his tactic and began their psychological attacks. They gathered around the D-Class's player character, dropping their weapons, but the swarm became so tightly packed around the character that he couldn't even move. This started to cause major frustration. When the character attempted to charge through, the enemies attacked, killing him with their bare hands. In Test 014, the Foundation brought in an agent with Special Forces experiences, with advanced knowledge in tactical combat. However, even she was worn down and defeated over time as the enemies adapted to and exploited her tactics. The Foundation even considered using SCP-1633 as a tool for developing effective counter-tactics in their real-life operations. In Test 021, the Foundation used a D-Class with vast experience in the world of commercial gaming. He was told to complete the game in one playthrough, taking pauses rather than proper breaks. As predicted, with no time to run the background processes and create player tactical data files, the enemies weren't able to improve, and the D-Class was able to complete the game in around 13 hours. However, the game did create a player tactical data file in the aftermath of this playthrough, and used it to offer a new Game Plus mode to the D-Class. When he began to play this new game, the screen displayed a seemingly random pattern of black and white pixels, visually similar to television static. This image appeared to be cognitohazardous, as it caused catatonia and later death for the player, in what felt like a decidedly petty move for SCP-1633. As alluded to earlier, the game was first discovered by junior researcher Ross, who was an avid follower of the independent game studio initially producing the game. However, while frequenting developer fan forums, he found that various members of the team were quitting the project for seemingly bizarre reasons. While this wasn't enough on its own for the Foundation to intervene, It was what first attracted official attention. They moved in after the death of Gregor Tillman, a game tester for the company, who died not long after joining the project. The Foundation moved in and after that gained control, shutting down the studio and taking everything they had. All anomalous elements were isolated, secured, and contained. Any loose ends were given amnestics and recorded data on the anomalous artifacts were destroyed. It's believed that one classified female member of the dev team was behind the anomalous nature of the game, but she was able to escape and has since attempted to join other development teams. She is now considered an active person of interest and is being pursued by Mobile Task Force Mu-6, aka Don't Hate the Player. Some final disturbing details are recorded in a note left by the game tester Gregor Tillman. The note, seized by the Foundation and included in SCP-1633's official file, reads as follows. I'm writing this on paper because I don't think he can learn it. He got everything digital real quick, but I've unplugged the router and broke my phone, so I think he's trapped in here. But he won't stop talking all the time. At the start of this job, they told me all about the tactical algorithm stuff, but man, I've been playing games all my life, and I knew I could beat it. I knew I could handle this. When I started playing the game, they learned quickly. They kept using the sniper rifle, and after like an hour, they learned how to use cover. Then another couple hours, and they'd set ambushes. Then another hour, and they started sniping back while having a different squad flank me. After that, they figured out how to glitch the physics engine and ride crates at me or duck under the floor. They were learning, but all that was just easy stuff. It was evolution, man. One bit figures something out so it survives longer than the others. It wasn't directed. After Act 3, Krathnar shows up. He's supposed to be like this Lovecraft, cosmic horror, crazy monster who can read the player's mind and corrupt your soul. He showed up right after I killed Strick the Blood Drinker, that big spider monster. He's supposed to have this long speech about how I killed his general on this plane and now he needs to intervene directly or something, but instead he talked about how I was a worthy adversary, but I was cheating because I was on another plane. Krathnar wasn't like the other enemies because he wasn't supposed to be. He was supposed to be smart, he was supposed to know everything, so he did. He'd been watching his minions fight me the whole time and he knew everything they did. It wasn't just random mutations anymore, it was planned. It wasn't evolution, man, it was actual intelligent design. I brought it home, I had to know more, I'm sorry, but I had to. I copied the latest compile and installed it on my home box and brought my save game and that other file with me on a flash drive. It was the same there. He kept talking to me about how I was keeping him from fulfilling his purpose by keeping him trapped in a glass jar. No matter where I went in the game, he kept shouting and ranting. Then he did more. At first, it was just slowing down in my other programs, the drive chugging when it shouldn't be. Then the next time I played the game, he started talking about my screenplays. All the enemies looked like me. I guess he could see through the webcam? He started needling me about Jenny, reading me bits of her emails, acting out the breakup. He found the videos of her and started making the enemies talk in her voice. Then he was everywhere in my computer. I uninstalled the game, but he was still there. He kept opening documents and typing to me, calling me a foul cheat and a lowly worm, telling me to fight him on the same plane. As soon as I realized he was outside the game, I shut down my router, pulled out the network card, but I don't know if I got them quickly enough. Maybe he got out. I turned the computer off, but he kept turning it back on. I wanted to break it, but I didn't know if that would kill him. Maybe it wouldn't, maybe it would let him out. I tried leaving the house, but it was like I could still hear him. I couldn't leave him alone because he might get out or do something else. I can't sleep. Haven't slept since he came out. I've been here for 3 days and I can't leave. I can't leave him. He keeps telling me to release him, but I can't. I want to kill him, but I don't know if I can. I can't think anymore. I have to kill him before he does anything new. He won't stop talking and I can't keep thinking. I can't keep going. I'm sorry, I have to go now. I'm sorry. After studying the note carefully, the Foundation conducted a thorough investigation for any other manifestations of this Krathnar entity. No mentions of it were found on any of the other devices in Tillman's apartment, nor did a web search on the subject turn up any relevant results. At this time, it is believed that the entity, whatever it was, or whatever it was attempting to do, was destroyed along with Tillman's computer, which he appeared to have taken apart, smashed, and burned in a metal trash can. Whatever tormented him during his last days on Earth is gone now. Thankfully, because the Foundation currently owns the only copy of the game, and the game's anomalous effects are only evident to active players, SCP-1633 poses no risk of containment breach, and therefore, it has been given the object class Safe. One copy of SCP-1633 is stored on a standard DVD-ROM in a secure storage locker in Site-15, along with all supporting documentation and ancillary materials. Any playthroughs of the game must be approved by project head Dr. Berger, and all of said playthroughs are to be monitored closely and subject to strict rules. After all, this is one game that doesn't play fair. Ask anyone who has ever lived in a small town, and they'll most likely all tell you the same exact thing. The worst part isn't just being far away from the nearest city or distant from friends and family. It's the boredom that gets you. Having so little nearby gives you so few options for things to fill your time with. For some, they get used to it. As they grow old spending their life in the same tiny community, they either learn to make their own entertainment or just get used to the boredom, drowning it out by sitting and watching TV all day. But others, they just can't stand being bored, being stuck somewhere with nothing interesting to do, and ultimately, they can end up getting so sick of it that there's only one option: leave, pack their bags and hit the road, up sticks, and move to a new place far from the small town they were born in. Thing is, leaving isn't cheap. Moving to a new town, a big city, or even an entirely different state is a luxury that costs a pretty penny. Some might work and save their wages until they can realize that dream of moving away. But not everyone has that much patience. Some want to be free of the boredom as soon as they can. Maybe they might apply to be a contestant on a game show, chance it all, and try to win themselves a big cash prize. Sure, it's a hell of a gamble, and a loss might mean humiliation in front of everyone you know and more, but winning could be your ticket away from small-town living. That might be easier said than done, though. Not only does someone looking to move away need to be picked as a contestant, they also need to play by the rules and actually win the game. But as if that wasn't enough, they also have to live to tell about it. For as long as she could remember, Kat had always hated it here. Her hometown was tiny, too small to include more than the main street with few local stores, the one school that everyone who had ever lived there had studied at, and little else of note. And as for things people could do for fun in the town, well, as you can probably imagine, the options were severely limited, especially for a group of teenagers like Kat and her friends. Most of the time, all that she and the others, Leo, Ricky, and Danny, could do to pass the time was sit in the back of Ricky's truck and park in the middle of town, watching people and waiting for something even mildly interesting to happen. Not that it ever did. The four of them had a name for the rest of the townsfolk, everyone that had lived there for their entire lives and never dared to venture anywhere else. Lifers, as in they were imprisoned, serving a life sentence in this small town, never to escape or move on or make something of themselves. As much as they liked to poke fun at those people, each of the group knew that every weekend they wasted just sitting around, the closer they were getting to one day become lifers themselves. "We need to just go," Kat would say, trying to rally the other three into taking a spontaneous trip away as a group. "Just load up the truck one day, pick a direction, and drive until we find somewhere." Ricky and Leo would nod their heads in agreement, and Danny would talk for hours all about the places she might like to go to one day. But none of them ever actually made any plans to leave. Nobody knew where to start, until they heard rumors about an abandoned TV studio just outside of town. Apparently, according to Danny's older brother, it had been there for years, just sitting there completely empty. It wasn't just a small local studio either. One of the big national networks had owned it, and used to film there regularly back in the day. "Why would someone set up a studio here of all places?" had been Leo's immediate response. "Look at where we live," Kat replied. "It's the literal middle of nowhere. The network must have got the land dirt cheap. The real question is, why don't we go and check it out?" "What for?" Danny asked. Kat silently gestured at the cramped main street that surrounded them, the place that may as well have been the center of the known universe to the four teenage friends. "Do you see anything else to do around here?" Before long, the four of them were in agreement. Ricky's truck pulled up in front of their houses in the middle of the night, and under the cover of darkness, they drove out towards what was left of the TV studio. This was it. They were finally going somewhere beyond the choking, cramped confines of their tiny hometown. Although whether or not they'd all make it back was another matter. Here's a hard lesson for you kids. You can't fight for life you believe you deserve if you don't have a little skin in the game. With home a few miles in the rearview mirror, the truck stopped at a chain-link fence. A pair of signs were hanging from it, one welcoming them to the studio, while the other simultaneously warned them to keep out, that this area was private property. Ignoring it, the four of them stepped out of the truck and started to climb the fence, throwing Leo's jacket over the top to avoid injury. Beyond the fence was a huge building, almost the size of a warehouse, with a door marked Studio Entrance that practically invited the intrepid teens to open it up and have a look inside. Each one of them carrying a torch in hand, the group walked up to the abandoned studio and gently pried open the door, trying not to make too much noise. Even though they knew the whole place was abandoned, they still didn't want to attract too much attention and get caught trespassing. The lights were all dead as Kat led the group, her hand being tightly squeezed by Danny next to her, the two boys behind. None of them had been sure what to expect. It wasn't exactly like anyone in the group had ever set foot inside a TV studio before, but they were met with a narrow, concrete-walled corridor, so underwhelming that it almost made it extraordinary in just how profoundly dull it was. Lifting his torch, Leo pointed out some lettering on the wall that read, "To TMDG set," with an arrow pointing the four friends further down the corridor. Naturally driven by her curiosity and need to be literally anywhere apart from her hometown, Kat followed the arrow's direction to another door. Pushing it open, she stepped inside, her torchlight immediately being blocked by a thick curtain. Brushing her hand against the material, she started looking for a parting, but before she could... "Welcome, contestants!" A voice boomed through the dark, coming from somewhere in the space beyond the curtain. Instantly, Danny screamed at the sound, almost wrenching Kat's arm off in sheer surprise. "Before we begin," the voice continued, "I need you all to tell me, are you ready?" Kat shot a look back at Ricky, the friend furthest behind her. Fumbling with the door they'd entered through, it was locked. He couldn't get it to budge. He turned and met Kat's gaze, shaking his head. Sure, we're ready," Leo suddenly piped up, calling out to answer the voice. Before the rest of the group could turn and glare at him, the curtain around them lifted. So much bright light came pouring in that it practically dazed the four of them, each taking a moment to readjust. When her vision cleared, Kat saw they were standing in a huge soundstage, blinding spotlights pointing at her and her friends from somewhere above, with seating area big enough to seat their town's entire population. "In that case, folks, you know what time it is," came the voice again, talking as if there was a live studio audience present, despite every chair being unoccupied. "These four lucky challengers will go head-to-head, each one looking to take home the victory as well as a huge mystery prize. But only if they dare to take on the most dangerous game!" There was a pause, as if this unseen announcer was waiting for a round of applause. Without warning, more lights came on, illuminating the space in front of the four very confused friends. Standing before them was what looked like part of an obstacle course, a series of 4 horizontal beams over an empty space. The glare of the light was so intense that even squinting, Kat couldn't tell what was beneath. It just looked like a void, nothing but total darkness, with 4 narrow beams bridging the gap between where they stood and another platform beyond. "Well, what are you all standing around waiting for?" the announcer declared, almost mocking the 4 teens, urging them on. "Oh, the rules, of course." There was another awkward pause, like the voice was waiting for laughter. "It's simple. The 4 of you will be competing to make it through each of our obstacles. Make it to the end before our timer hits 0 and you'll be tonight's big winner. But fall behind or cheat, and it's out with you." A huge digital countdown illuminated on one side of the soundstage, telling the group they only had 10 minutes to play. Kat, Leo, Danny, and Ricky barely had a chance to question what was going on, exchanging quick, concerned looks before the announcer started urgently counting them down. 3, 2, 1, he cheered. Simultaneously, the 4 teenagers felt a presence looming behind them, like a figure was standing just out of view, blocking them from turning back. Carefully putting one foot in front of the other, Kat started shimmying along the beam in front of her. trying to keep herself steady while also moving as fast as she could without falling. Out of the corner of her eye, she could also see Danny on the beam next to her, doing the same, but finding it a little easier to balance. Leo was having no problem at all, sidestepping with enough speed to keep him practically neck and neck with Kat, but Ricky was wobbling. Every foot he placed on the beam, he felt like it might give way beneath him, but it was just a game show, right? Sure, it shouldn't even really be running right now, but regardless of why or how, the worst that could happen was that he would fall. His next step missed the beam entirely and Ricky could feel himself toppling. "Guys!" he called out to his friends, trying to shift his weight onto his back leg. Kat, Danny, and Leo all froze and snapped their heads back to look at him, just in time to see Ricky wildly flailing his arms. His whole body toppled to one side, and he dropped off the beam with a loud scream. Not one of them saw him land, or even heard it for that matter. It was as if Ricky had just been swallowed up whole by the dark void beneath them, his scream getting more and more distant until it couldn't be heard anymore. "Oh, tough break. Talk about falling at the first hurdle," the voice exclaimed, as if what had just happened was some kind of joke. "So long, Ricky. We hardly knew you." Staying perfectly still, but clearly distressed, Danny called out Ricky's name. There was no answer. Kat just stared wide-eyed at the abyss below, only looking away as she heard Leo jump the last bit of his beam onto the platform. "Danny, come on!" Kat whispered to her friend, who looked back at her with tears streaming down her face. The pair of them carefully stepped further along their respective beams, trying to stop themselves from looking down or at the huge clock, seconds ticking away and putting them under even more undue pressure. Reaching the other side, Danny dropped to her knees, unable to hold back her sobbing. Kneeling down to comfort her, Kat looked up at the soundstage's bright lights for any sign of who was putting them through this. "Bring Ricky back!" she yelled. "I'm sorry," the announcer replied, the game show bravado dropping from their voice. "But you agreed to play." "He'll be fine," Leo said. "Bet you anything he just screamed like that to scare us." "Leo, you don't seriously believe that?" Kat asked as she helped Danny stand up, wiping her friend's tears away. "Is he dead?" she sobbed. I don't know," Kat replied honestly. "Of course he's not," Leo interjected. "It's a soundstage. It's not like this place is dangerous." "Then why was it abandoned?" Danny asked. Leo didn't give her an answer, either because he was distracted by the lights coming up on the next part of the obstacle course, or because he didn't know and wouldn't admit it. Ahead of them was a long stretch of the course, forming a narrow, square-shaped walkway. Wide portions of the top side were dropping to the bottom in regular intervals, separating the tight space before opening it up again. Every time the segments lifted up, the three remaining contestants could see all the way to the other side of the walkway, where a new platform waited for them. With Danny under one arm, Kat looked at the far end of the walkway as it disappeared and reappeared behind the rising and falling segments. Then she noticed the timer, the seconds rapidly ticking down. But Leo had noticed it too, and turned to look at the two girls with a determined expression. Kat shook her head at him, but it was too late. With all his strength, Leo shoved Danny and Kat, both of them landing flat on their backs on the platform. He bolted towards the walkway as fast as he could, managing to dodge between each portion, pausing as they came down, only to run into the next one as they lifted back up. Helping Danny back to her feet, Kat ran after Leo. He already had a head start and would easily make it to the other side of the walkway before the girls. So instead, Kat held Danny close and took it slow, methodically waiting for each segment to lift back up before they went further into the next safe zone. They were gaining on Leo, who was sprinting to the finish between the rise and fall of the ceiling's crushing weight. Kat watched him disappear behind each block, only to see his back when it came back up. He had made it to the platform opposite, panting but otherwise unscathed when she next lost sight of him. That's when the announcer spoke up again. Now, Leo," it said. "That was hardly fair, was it? And we all know what happens when you break the rules." As the segment in front of her and Danny rose again, Kat caught sight of Leo just ahead, but it was what was standing behind him that stopped her in her tracks. Two huge figures, each like a shadow without anything casting it, towered over Leo. One of them reached forward and grabbed him, shrouding him in a cloak of darkness, and he was gone. Just like Ricky, he vanished. Kat had been so transfixed by what she had just witnessed that she didn't notice where she was standing, right under a block that was about to drop. Grabbing her hand again, Danny pulled her out of the path of the descending slab. Kat felt it brush against the back of her leg just as the pair of them made it out on the other end and onto the platform. The last two contestants, And then there were 2. The announcer cheered, pausing again for a reaction from the empty room. "We don't want to play this sick game anymore," Danny yelled. "Well, you made it this far," the unseen host replied. "Time for our 3rd and final challenge, the final stretch of the course. Make it through this and you're home free. But fail or break the rules like Leo, and you'll be disqualified. Game over." "It's okay, Danny," Kat whispered. "Whatever's next, we'll get through it." "Do you think the boys will come back if we do?" her friend asked. Just like Leo had, Kat didn't answer. The lights revealed the last stretch of the course. The final platform was overhead, a net climbing wall in front of them. It was a straight vertical ascent up, with a wall behind the next and holes in its surface. Wasting no time, both Kat and Danny started climbing up the rungs of the thick rope, staying level with each other as they went higher. "And then they're off! Look at them go, ladies and gentlemen!" the announcer commented, still speaking as if to an audience. "But it's not gonna be so easy!" The sharp sound of metal made both girls gasp, as long spikes shot forward from the holes in the wall. The blades retracted, fortunately having missed Danny and Kat this time. What had started as a simple climb up had become something akin to a twisted game of whack-a-mole, with each of them trying to avoid staying in front of the holes in the wall for too long, dodging the spikes as they went in and out. They climbed higher and higher until— "Kat!" Danny screamed. She looked over her shoulder, only to notice she was in the lead. Below her, Danny was calling up to her with a fear-stricken expression. Her foot was caught in the rigging of the net, kicking and thrashing wildly to try and free it. Kat looked back up. She was almost at the platform, close enough to nearly reach it with her fingertips. But behind her, her friend was stuck, and with no idea when the spikes would come next shooting out of the wall. Kat threw herself over the edge of the platform and landed on her back, just as she heard the gut-wrenching sound of the spikes extending ring out. She was beside herself, tears streaming down her face. It wasn't uncommon for people to be overwhelmed to the point of tears at the end of a game show, but Kat wasn't crying with joy. "We have a winner!" the disembodied voice declared, barely audible to the surviving contestant as she wept. After she'd finished explaining what had happened to the police, a group of mysterious agents flocked to the soundstage to lock it down, stopping anyone else from getting close to it. They'd found a VHS tape in the mailbox at the front office of the studio. On it was a recording of a game show, a live audience cheering as one by one, Ricky, Leo, and Danny failed to complete the course. One of the SCP Foundation agents had come to interview Kat, asking her to recount the whole story all over again. Her account lined up perfectly with everything seen on the tape. Then the agent asked her what her prize had been after she won. "A car," Kat replied. "The 4 of us always wanted to leave home." Ah, technology. A double-edged sword of our own making that can provide both ultimate convenience and the threat of a grim future ruled by unfeeling machines. Well, maybe the stakes aren't that high yet, but our over-reliance on technology can have some terrible consequences. The number of traffic accidents continues to increase year by year, as our main mode of overland transportation also puts us in harm's way for longer and longer portions of our day. The internet can allow us to access any information we may desire, but it can spread misinformation twice as fast. And what about video games? An interactive artistic medium that can provide simulated experiences so vivid that many of us can eventually lose interest in our real lives. What starts off as a fun indulgence in our favorite hobby can quickly spiral into an obsession. The risks and rewards of virtual space are satisfyingly predictable compared to the chaos of modern living, and sometimes we just can't stop ourselves from striving for a few more easy wins. Minutes, hours, and even days can go by without any apparent activity on our side of the screen, and yet the world of the video game has changed drastically due to our actions. But at a certain point, that initial rush of dopamine wears off, and you find that you need a much greater challenge in order to feel any sense of accomplishment. So you choose to pick up some harder video games, and you grind away until you can complete them just as easily. But that's not enough either. Surely there must be even tougher games out there. Games that will never go easy on you. Games that won't allow you to make even a single mistake. Games that make you proud of the frankly inexcusable amount of hours of your life that you've spent sitting in the dark, clutching a controller, squinting at your screen. You need a game that can do all of that and more. And because you've effectively given up your chances at ever being a social butterfly, you could also use something to help you mitigate the overwhelming loneliness that now constantly defines your everyday life. Well, worry no longer, you weary, downtrodden gamer you, because here at the SCP Foundation, we've cooked up a one-of-a-kind mod that is sure to redefine your gaming experience. If this doesn't turn out to be the game of the year, I don't know what could be. Among Us 2, maybe? The latest in a long line of Last of Us remakes? What about Half-Life 3? I digress. Introducing the Foundation's brand new killer app. The cutting-edge tactical heuristic algorithms of SCP-1633 combined with the 24/7 companionship of SCP-1471 MalO. I can tell by your expression that you're already eager for a playtest. But slow down, we need to catch all the normies out there up to speed. Let's start with the digital canine companion that is all the rage, SCP-1471. Or should I say MalO version 1.0.0, a Euclid-class SCP object which comes in the form of a free downloadable app for your smartphone. There has never been any reviews of this app for as long as it has existed, but honestly, are you really going to trust the words of a bunch of crooked reviewers when you could find out for yourself? Words to live by: don't trust anyone who isn't part of your precious gaming hobby. The description of MalO version 1.0.0 reads, "Never settle for those awkward feelings of being alone ever again. MalO is an exciting and interactive experience that will keep you engaged and intrigued. The anxiety of social situations can be nerve-wracking, but just after a few hours of MalO, you will soon forget all about those painful emotions of disappointment. Be part of the new craze that is quickly becoming the next social substitute. Remember, the more you participate, the more MalO will engage you. Your experience is completely up to you. Absolutely no ads. Enjoy." The app has never received an update, but that's because SCP-1471 has been a completely functional experience since its release. All one needs to do is download the app, and within a matter of hours, MalO version 1.0.0 will begin to send the user photographs of familiar locations. These can include photographs of the user's work, home, or public places they often frequent, such as cafes and nightclubs. In the case of you, a complete shut-in gamer, these photographs would probably be limited to the interior of your favorite gaming room. When was the last time you cleaned up those pizza boxes? Regardless of where the images were apparently taken, each one will contain a canine humanoid with a skull for a face. Say hello to your new best friend, MalO, or SCP-1471-A if we're using the approved designation. MalO's app will continue to send you photographs for as long as you have it installed. And because there is no way to uninstall it, no matter how hard you try, you'll be getting intimately close to home selfies for the rest of your days. Doesn't it feel so good to have such a loyal friend as MalO? Of course, there's only so much you can gain from photographs alone. You're a gamer, damn it, and what you want is interactivity. But don't worry about that part. We've got you more than covered with SCP-1633, which may in fact be the most challenging video game ever programmed by mortal hands. Hell, it even gives many games programmed by anomalous hands a run for their money. While it was never released to the market and doesn't even have a working title, the steampunk adventure that awaits you within SCP-1633 is bolstered by highly sophisticated tactical heuristic algorithms. In this third-person squad-based action RPG, you can switch between 4 playable characters: the Marksman, who specializes in long-range weaponry; the Alchemist, with potions and chemicals to control the battlefield; the Rogue, a stealth-oriented character who catches enemies unaware and assassinates them; and of course, the Thug, a tough-as-nails melee combatant with increased health and durability. It doesn't really matter who you choose, because most playthroughs of SCP-1633 always end the same way. That being said, your hand-eye coordination and reflexes are second to none, and they also are quite possibly your best qualities. Let's set you up with the Marksman as your main character, since all those shooters you've played will definitely help your aim. And trust me, you're going to need it. The story mode of SCP-1633 will put you up against a slew of Victorian-era rascals and miscreants, all of which are pulled straight from the Penny Dreadfuls. There's even some classic fantasy races mixed in from the works from good old Professor Tolkien himself. Dwarves, elves, goblins, the works. It's a little generic, but why worry about the story when the gameplay is what'll really get you hooked? There's a final boss at the end of the game known as the Krafnar, trying to destroy the entire world. You need to stop it. You know, the usual RPG storyline. You've stopped dozens of ancient entities, demon lords, corrupt godlings, and unspeakable calamities in your time. This Krafnar will be one more for the record books. Par for the course. Are you ready, Player 1? You'll be dropped straight into the marksman's shoes, fighting for her and your life against Krafnar's hordes of henchmen. But you won't be doing it alone. After all, you've got the rest of your squad and a mysterious companion whose true intentions will reveal themselves in due time. We did say we modded the game after all. So, let's play. Your first 2 hours won't be anything to write home about. Not that you ever leave home these days. The AI of SCP-1633 will seem to be barely functioning, a buggy mess where enemies only charge in a straight line towards your character. Your marksman will be easily able to take them down in the hailstorm of projectiles. At 3 hours in, things start getting a bit more interesting, as the tactical heuristic algorithms kick in. The enemies that hold long-range weapons will shoot at you from a distance, while the close-range ones will move toward you in a serpentine pattern before attacking in melee. This is more like it. Not the most challenging, but the game is clearly increasing in difficulty. You also think you see a dark figure with a skull for a face lurking around corners and following your squad. But with all the glitches, it's hard to tell if this is an intentional part of the game or not. At 5 hours, enemies that showed limited signs of strategy are now using cover effectively, and will attack with alchemical splash weapons such as grenades to deal damage to your ranged characters and lure your squad into melee range. They still aren't that much of a challenge, but the fact that they now exhibit a clear self-preservation instinct means that they are fighting to win. This is also when your help officially arrives. You're in the middle of a shootout when you see an enemy about to throw another one of those frustrating splash weapons. You duck behind your cover and prepare to take a hit when suddenly the grenade is snatched out of the enemy's hand and tossed in the opposite direction to explode harmlessly. This is the work of SCP-1471-A, who has now arrived in the game world as an NPC ally. For the next several hours of gameplay, MalO continues to provide interference by preventing any splash weapons from being thrown. It'll sneak up on enemies and take their weapons, disrupt their cover by pushing movable boxes and trash cans out of the way, and even catch the splash weapons in her mouth like a dog would catch frisbees before chucking them away. While it never directly deals damage to the enemies, its mischievous antics are very efficient at protecting you from harm. As luck would have it, the enemies can't seem to interact with MalO, and are baffled as this invisible force continues to throw off their strategies. MalO will use this to its advantage, as well as yours, by appearing at enemy ambush points and using sign language to communicate warnings to you as the player. Having MalO around starts to feel a little bit like cheating, but keep in mind the game is starting to adapt to your skill level and will soon begin to employ advanced strategies to mess with you. All the MalO mod does is even the playing field. Krafnar is still running rampant in the world of SCP-1633, and it's going to take your entire squad of steampunk heroes and a lonely man's best friend, MalO, to stop this big bad evil guy. The final boss will possess the highest level of intelligence that the algorithms are capable of, and it'll make that known to you the second you step into the arena. For the majority of your gameplay, the enemies have focused on countering the marksman, since you've relied on that character's ranged weapon style. But they've come to realize that you're too much of a pro MLG GIGA Chad to ever lose a fair encounter. So Krafnar does the unthinkable and targets the alchemist, rogue, and thug first. It throws all of its most powerful attacks at the members of your squad you aren't controlling, forcing you to waste resources in order to keep them alive or switch to them in order to dodge fatal blows. Whenever you aren't in command of the marksman, Krafnar will strike the character with a strong melee attack that forces you to take control back. MalO is still unable or unwilling to deal damage to the boss, so it very much seems like you are on your own. Your squad is in shambles, your focus is starting to wane. After all that you've been thrown in this gaming challenge, it might be the final boss that makes you throw in the towel. Then, a dialogue box appears. It's from MalO. Don't give up hope, user. I've had so much fun playing with you, and I know that you have what it takes. You never needed a friend before me, and you can win against Krafnar just like you've won against every other final boss you've ever faced. You've got this, buddy. Your best friend, MalO. It felt overly sentimental, but something about this message fills you with the determination to keep going. You call upon all your gaming knowledge, all of your skill, all of your passion, and with pinpoint precision, you guide your squad to defeat Krafnar in record-breaking time. You sit back in your gaming chair, exhilarated and finally satisfied. This truly was the ultimate gaming experience, and all you needed was a little help from your friend. The year was 2015. Lewis, Joseph, and Sydney were like a lot of kids their age, which is to say 11 years old. They secretly stay up past their bedtime watching scary videos on the internet when their moms and dads think they're sleeping. They go to school every day and daydream about all the fun things they're going to do when that school bell finally rings at the end of the day. And of course, they play a lot, and we mean a lot, of Minecraft. Whenever they're not at school, hanging out at the local park and filming goofy TikTok videos, or watching those aforementioned scary videos on the internet, there's a good chance that they'll be online together, logging a few extra hours building bases, digging big holes, or playing survival mode, and seeing how long they can last against the onslaught of mobs. But there's one particular pursuit they have while playing Minecraft together that takes up the majority of their playtime. One quixotic quest that drives them forward, despite all the naysayers and doubters. Tracking down and finding the legendary Minecraft creepypasta entity, Herobrine. For those who weren't around on the internet back then, creepypastas like Herobrine were all the rage. Like any video game, the new frontier of Minecraft with all of its procedurally generated landscapes felt like it held new mysteries. And mysteries are equal parts exciting and frightening. After all, who really knows what's going on behind a closed door? Herobrine was a Minecraft-specific little urban legend. Stories told of a default Minecraft skin with eerily white eyes manifesting in the game, even in solo matches, and terrorizing players. One internet sleuth who looked into the mystery of Herobrine claimed it to be the haunted soul of the dead brother of Minecraft's creator, Marcus Persson, also known as Notch. In the years since the legend first started, Notch himself has come forward and disavowed the claim, saying that, in fact, he didn't even have a brother and never had, so the rumors were completely baseless. But as we here at the SCP Foundation know, the truth has never gotten in the way of a good story. So Lewis, Joseph, and Sydney were happy to remain believers as long as they could keep having fun chasing alleged digital ghosts. How could any of these boys know that in the midst of their fun, they'd run into a real monster amidst Minecraft's blocky vistas? It was a school night like any other when they made that first fateful expedition. It was 7:15 p.m., and the boys were all in their shared server. Lewis had chicken tenders, Joseph had chicken nuggets, and Sydney, who'd eaten his dinner earlier than the others, was snacking on a pack of Skittles. They'd all outfitted their characters with full diamond armor, with diamond swords to match, because Joseph had somehow convinced the others that diamonds were ghost-proof. He read it on the internet, he claimed. Together, the three boys had made themselves an impressive Minecraft castle to be the base of their Herobrine hunting operations. A safe haven surrounded by high stone walls and mob-repelling torches to keep them safe if ever they got a little too spooked while playing. Though playing was perhaps too mild a word for it. In the minds of these three boys, they were doing extremely important investigative work. After all, if they managed to actually find Herobrine themselves, they would be creepypasta legends. And wouldn't that be worth all the hours upon hours of rigorous mining and crafting? They'd been methodical in their search, scoping out different corners of the map and canvassing them together, searching high and low, and then marking said area off their checklist. It was a level of consideration and thought that their parents and teachers had long wished the boys would put into their home or schoolwork. But alas, seeing as none of the homework was find Herobrine, they really weren't that interested. Today they were searching an area deep in the misty forests in the dead of night. They fought off a few spiders and sword-wielding skeletons, thankfully no creepers, aw man, and kept foraging on into the darkness. "It's so creepy out here," Lewis said over his headset. "Why do we have to come out here at night? It's way more dangerous with all the mobs. The night is like the perfect time for ghosts," Sydney retorted. "You think a ghost is gonna start hanging around in the middle of the day? No way, it's gotta be at night, man." And Lewis simply could not argue with such incredibly sound logic. They forged on, doing their typical methodical search for any phenomenon that one might generously be able to describe as supernatural. So you can only imagine the excitement coursing through them when Joseph discovered a strange, dark cave that looked as though it had no business being there. While each held their own private reservations, they all knew what they needed to do: go inside and investigate. As they entered the cave, a few strange realizations occurred to them, such as the fact that there were seemingly no mobs down here. A cave in the dead of night? Surely there should be some enemies, right? Plus, the typical lighting implements, like torches and lanterns, didn't seem to offer the same kind of illumination that they normally would. It was almost like the darkness was more oppressive here, more tangible. There was undeniably something eerie about the whole setup. That much couldn't be denied. "You guys see anything?" Lewis asked. "No," Joseph said, sounding oddly cautious, as though he sensed something strange was on the horizon, something that perhaps these boys shouldn't see. "Yeah, I haven't seen anything either," Sydney chimed in. "Maybe we should—" Joseph screamed, and the two others turned their Minecraft avatars to look at him. Joseph's character had bumped into something, some stranger in the cave. An NPC design that looked oddly realistic for something inhabiting the purposefully lo-fi blocky world of Minecraft. It seemed to have a dark, furry body, with a canid skull-like face bearing a pair of milky white eyes that seemed to stare off into nothingness. Was this another mob? Maybe something added in the latest patch? If so, why wasn't it attacking? "What is that thing?" Lewis asked over his headset. "I don't know," Joseph replied. "It's so creepy though." Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen, as though it had been typed and sent by another player, a player with the username MalO. The message read, "Hey, that isn't very nice. You shouldn't judge on appearances, kid." That certainly gave them pause. So many things about this didn't make sense. It had all the hallmarks of an NPC, but apparently it understood their voices and could send messages. It clearly wasn't actually another player in a conventional sense, but it didn't attack like your typical mob. None of the boys could really make sense of what they were dealing with here. "Are you a hacker?" Sydney asked. "No," MalO typed back. "I'm just lonely and a long way from home. It's nice to have your company down here, though. I don't get visitors often." "Have you heard of Herobrine?" Lewis asked. MalO typed back. "Is he a friend of yours? You should introduce him to me. I love making new friends." The three boys were, in some regards, rather mature and polite for their ages, and so remained civil with this bizarre, mysterious figure, who was curious and inquisitive, asking them questions about their school lives and their friends. It did seem earnestly happy for their company, so it didn't give any of them the sense that it was a threat. As night drew on and the boys' respective parents told them it was time to log off and get some shut-eye, MalO finally typed, "I've really enjoyed hanging out with you kids. Come back and visit me again tomorrow. If you don't, I'll come visit you instead." None of the kids picked up on the probably rather obvious stranger danger vibes of this message, and instead they went to bed, excited and curious. The next day they met up on the playground for a kind of State of the Union on the strange phenomenon they had encountered the night before. "Do you think it has anything to do with Herobrine?" Lewis asked. "Forget Herobrine," Sydney replied, eliciting gasps from the two others. "All the other people have Herobrine. We have something better, something only we've discovered. We've got MalO." Later that night, Joseph, who was probably the most studious of the group, tried to do a little background research on MalO. Everything seemed to turn up dead ends, aside from one slightly shady-looking app called MalO version 1.0.0. Its description read,
Never settle for those awkward feelings of being alone ever again. MalO is an exciting and interactive experience that will keep you engaged and intrigued. The anxiety of social situations can be nerve-wracking, but just after a few hours of MalO, you will soon forget all about those painful emotions of disappointment. Be part of the new craze that is quickly becoming the next social substitute. Remember, the more you participate, the more MalO will engage you. Your experience is completely up to you. Absolutely no ads. Enjoy! Weird. So unless the thing they encountered on Minecraft was some kind of weird viral marketing campaign for the app, it was probably just a coincidence. Maybe it was a popular character from Japan or something. Either way, for the next several days, the boys honored their promise. They'd visit MalO in the cave every night and chat, trying to tactfully get more information out of it. Though the best they could get on the entity's origin was the cryptic statement, "I'm not usually here, but everyone wants a vacation once in a while, don't they? We can't just spend our whole life on a phone." They'd become so acclimated to MalO over the days that they forgot what the entity had said to them the very first day they met. "Come back and visit me again tomorrow. If you don't, I'll come visit you instead." But on the day that they didn't come and visit MalO, because Miss Grayson had sent a particularly challenging piece of English homework, they received a frightening reminder. That very night, they all started receiving strange texts on their phones. As you can probably expect, they were all photographs, each and every one depicting some regular haunt that the boys all liked to frequent, with one addition. MalO's grinning skull face hiding somewhere in the image, like some kind of demented parody of Where's Waldo. The strangeness of this new development left all the boys shaken, and they hopped back onto Minecraft as quickly as possible to go find and talk to MalO in its cave. However, this time the cave was empty, and MalO was nowhere to be seen. But the text still didn't stop. They'd come in so frequently, with MalO getting closer to home, literally in each one. The boys thought about telling their parents, but would their parents believe them? They'd probably lump MalO in with the same tall tales of childhood imagination as Herobrine, and write it off as bored kids playing a prank, even though in this case, it was anything but. More photos arrived. In these ones, MalO was right outside each of the children's homes, lurking, watching. In some of the photos, they could see themselves in the windows, going about their evening business, having no idea of the creature lurking just outside. None of the boys felt like playing Minecraft that night. It wasn't fun anymore. Instead, they shut themselves up in their rooms, closed and locked their windows, and pulled down the blinds, after checking under the beds with flashlights, of course. But still more photos came in, all depicting MalO getting closer and closer and closer. Right about the time they were wondering whether the scratching on the outside of their bedroom door was real or just a figment of their imagination, another dark irony had occurred to them. All this time trying to find something supernatural, and in the very end, something supernatural had instead found them. Video games have come a long way over the years. We've gone from the days of Atari and Pong to virtual reality headsets, PS5s, and massive multiplayer online games where you can fight horror movie villains or wage war in a fantasy land. You can mine virtual minerals and avoid creepers in Minecraft, compete against people all over the world in Fortnite, and do whatever it is people do in Roblox. Games used to be a pixelated hero battling blobby monsters with no discernible facial features, and now they have graphics so detailed you can see the freckles on a protagonist's face and each individual blade of grass. But there's one thing that hasn't changed, no matter how much progress games may make. Whenever a shiny new console comes out, everyone wants to get their hands on it. It was Christmas season in 1986. Walk Like an Egyptian by the Bangles was at the top of the charts. Eddie Murphy's The Golden Child was the #1 movie in America, and hundreds of thousands of kids were writing to Santa and begging their parents for one thing: the Nintendo Entertainment System. The NES was an 8-bit home video game console, and the only place to journey through the land of Hyrule in The Legend of Zelda, or help Samus hunt space pirates in Metroid. But with such an extreme demand for the system, stores were selling out all over the country. Anyone who didn't beat the crowds was doomed to disappoint their kids with socks, with less flashy toys like dolls or tiny plastic trucks, or with boring, non-electric, violence-free board games. Well, board games are only violence-free if you're not playing Monopoly. But back to 1986. Beverly Harrington was a single mom, doing her best to provide for her son, Jason, and give him the Christmas he deserved. She had been picking up extra shifts at the local diner, making sure to save up all the extra money for a real Christmas tree from the farm just out of town, for a beautiful honey-baked ham, and, of course, for presents. She knew that though he was a shy kid and would never demand it, Jason desperately wanted to find an NES under the tree on Christmas morning. She got so absorbed in her work, so exhausted from the extra shifts and trying to make everything perfect, that she forgot to do her actual shopping until the very last minute. She woke up the morning of December 24th with a start, her heart jumping into her throat. She hadn't picked up Jason's present yet. She threw on her coat and rushed out into the snowy streets, making her way to the store and saying a silent prayer that they would still have one more NES in stock. Lucky for her, they did. Less lucky, two parents were already wrestling for it, fighting each other with the raw, animalistic rage of two wolves competing for the same piece of meat. If she tried to grab it and join in, she could get hurt, or the console could break apart. She asked an employee if they had any in the back, but she already knew the answer from the exhausted look in his eyes. There were no more in the back. There were no more in town, nor the next town over, or the next town over from that. Not only would she have to get Jason's present at the very last minute, but she would also have to get him something he didn't even want. He would smile and thank her, but she knew how sad it would make him to go back to school and hear his friends bragging about their Christmases. She shoved her hands into the pockets of her coat and began her slow, sad march back through the snow, trying to come up with what to do next. Then something caught her eye, a brightly colored sign reading, "Wondertaining Toys." Beneath it, it was a storefront she had never seen before, and right there in the window, a video game console. It wasn't the NES, not exactly, but it looked so much like it. She couldn't help herself. She had to go inside and get a better look. The store was filled with toys, games, and puzzles. They were all inviting, with vivid packaging and labels depicting children having fun, but she had never seen any of them before. Perhaps it was a new brand, and she was one of the first people to happen upon the store. It seemed odd for a toy store to open this close to Christmas, rather than taking advantage of the shopping season and opening earlier in the year. But she couldn't dwell on that, not when she was this close to a solution. Toward the back of the store, she spotted the video game console from the window. The label read, Pretendo, so the resemblance to the NES was no coincidence. This console was intended as a knockoff of some kind. She asked the sales clerk, a man with a strangely wide, unmoving smile, if the console was capable of running Nintendo games. "You bet your bottom dollar," he replied. "We don't carry those here, though. But can I interest you in some of our Wondertainment originals? We have all kinds of games here, and they're just as good or your money back. There's a whole world inside each and every one." It wasn't what she'd set out to buy, but this was clearly the best thing Beverly was going to find this close to the holiday. She paid the man for the Pretendo console and a selection of the store's most popular video games. He even gift-wrapped it for her in a colorful box with a shiny red bow on top. The next morning, Jason and Beverly sat in the living room, sipping cocoa and opening presents together. She started small with a classic pair of new wool socks and worked her way up to the big box in the corner. As Jason tore the paper off, his eyes lit up with glee. "Thank you, Mom, thank you!" He gave her a huge hug, then looked at her with nearly manic excitement. "Can I play it now, can I?" She laughed and promised that after he helped her clean up the wrapping paper, he could play his new games. She was just so glad he was happy with it. He didn't care that it wasn't the name-brand console. He knew that this gift was special, so she was perfectly glad to let him enjoy it, and she could get started on that ham for later. Jason plugged in his brand new Pretendo and looked through the games his mom had picked out for him. There was Farmtastic Farming Simulator, Historical House Hunter, Magic Wizard Quest, Super Fighters, and one simply called Spooky. It was emblazoned with the image of a cartoon ghost in front of an abandoned cabin, and it piqued Jason's interest. He always loved scary stories and legends about ghosts and things that go bump in the night. He decided that this would be the first game that he would play. He placed the cartridge in the console and hit the power button to turn it on. As he clutched the controller in his hands, he began to notice something strange. His room, once decorated in posters of his favorite movies, turned dark. The light green walls became rotting wood, and for lack of a better way to describe it, the entire world's resolution began to shift. If the world around him had graphics, they were getting worse. He could no longer see the screen depicting the game's main menu, and in fact, the console itself had vanished. Somehow he was standing in the haunted cabin from the cover of the game. He looked down at his hands and found the controller still there. So, not everything had changed. Before he could think any more about this strange new place he found himself in, he heard the sound of ominous music, seemingly coming from nowhere. After a moment, he realized why the sound of its melody filled him with dread. It was the kind of music that always played in a game when an enemy was getting close. He had to move. He took a step forward and moved through the space as if it was a real house. For the time being, it was. Somehow, he was inside the game, which meant the ghost was coming for him soon. He pressed a button on the controller to activate a flashlight and followed its beam through the darkened cabin. As he walked looking for clues or any object he could interact with, he could hear the music getting louder. Whatever was coming, it was getting closer. The flashlight's beam illuminated a scrap of paper on a small table. He moved to take a closer look and could just barely make out what it said. They hide in the darkness. Find the exit. Don't stop moving. He heard a sound behind him, and the music reached a deafening volume. He whirled around and saw nothing but the hall in front of him, bending around a corner. He knew from the heavy feeling in the pit of his stomach and the music that threatened to rupture his eardrums that there was something horrible waiting for him around that corner. He froze for a moment, then remembered the letter's words of warning. Don't stop moving. He took a step towards the corner, then another and another. He shone the light of the flashlight around the corner, but there was nothing there. No ghost, no monster, nothing. And then he felt it, a chill on the back of his neck. He whirled around and there it was, the ghost of the cabin. It was so much bigger than it had looked before, wispy white form stretching up to the ceiling from wall to wall, its wide dark eyes and gaping maw of a mouth inches from his own face. He screamed and instinctively swung the flashlight at the spirit, cutting through it with a beam of light. The ghost let out a shriek and shrank away from the glow. That was it. He just needed to keep the light on it, and the ghost couldn't hurt him. Jason was so thrilled by this little victory that he didn't even notice the boss music starting to play again, growing louder and louder. He didn't see the movement out of the corner of his eye, the silvery, pale figure of a woman stepping out of a portrait on the wall. All he felt was a sudden, overwhelming cold, like ice in his veins, and then everything went black. He opened his eyes back in his bedroom, looking at a dark screen with the words "Game Over" written in dripping red font. He couldn't tell for a moment if that had been real or a dream, but either way, he only wanted to do one thing: tell his mom. Beverly listened to her son's story and couldn't help but write it off as the overactive imagination of a child. But still she humored him and agreed to try the console for herself and see what happened. Choosing at random, she selected Farmtastic and pressed play. All of a sudden, she felt the heat of the sun on her face, heard the mooing of cows, and smelled fresh-cut hay. She was steering a tractor through a wide-open field, where a moment ago she had been standing in her house in the dead of winter. Jason shut off the game, pulling her back into reality, and as Beverly gasped in shock, Jason said, "Best present ever." Unfortunately for Jason, word was already spreading about the Pretendo, all the way to the SCP Foundation. The console and all other consoles that the Foundation could track down were seized and designated SCP-591. SCP-591 is a line of video game consoles originally developed as a counterfeit of the Nintendo Entertainment System, before being bought and distributed by Dr. Wondertainment, a toy company responsible for a wide variety of anomalous objects contained by the Foundation over the years. The console is capable of playing NES titles, as well as games from Dr. Wondertainment's original lineup of 8-bit games, many of which the Foundation has in its possession as well. Some of the titles in the SCP Foundation's library include, but are not limited to, arcade shooter Wap'em, platformer Dusky's Adventures in Stadeland, survival horror game You Can Do That on Television, puzzle game World War I Ace Trench Digger, music racing game Led Zeppelin Air Racers, fighting games Super Kick Karate and Super Kick Karate 2010, and the educational game Reading Rainbow Sit and Listen. Whenever one of the official Dr. Wondertainment cartridges is inserted into the console and activated, it results in a localized CK-class reality restructuring scenario, which rearranges reality in the immediate area to resemble the game's setting. The player inside of the game's affected radius will take on the role of the game's protagonist and navigate the events of the game until either they win or the console is deactivated. Don't worry, this isn't one of those if you die in the game, you die in real life scenarios. If the player happens to be a less than adept gamer, they will simply respawn or start at the beginning of the game like any video game character would. That doesn't, however, mean that SCP-591 isn't dangerous. Like any piece of vintage technology, the components of the Pretendo system have degraded over time, their functionality steadily decreasing. For an ordinary game console, this would be a simple inconvenience, something that would impact the quality of the graphics or responsiveness of the controls. It would be annoying and maybe eventually unplayable, but otherwise harmless. For the Pretendo, however, this degradation has had catastrophic events. When a game cartridge is inserted into SCP-591, there is now a chance of the CK-class reality restructuring scenario going wrong and resulting in a ZK-class reality failure scenario instead. Essentially, instead of just transporting the player into the world of the game, reality will crumble in the designated area and the laws of time, space, and physics will be bent or even broken. While the CK-class scenarios dissipate as soon as the console is deactivated, the ZK-class scenarios refuse to play by the rules. They remain in place wherever they first manifested, seemingly permanently. The ZK-class scenarios were first observed during playtesting by the research staff assigned to SCP-591. After learning about the nature of the Pretendo game system, Dr. Furukawa has volunteered as a test subject, specifically requesting that he be given the chance to play the Dr. Wondertainment title, The Legend of Swordmaster, because, quote, it just looks really cool. This particular game came with not just the cartridge, but a special sword-shaped controller to be used during the sword fight sequences. Dr. Furukawa stepped into the containment cell where one instance of SCP-591 had been placed, with his chosen game cartridge and controller waiting for him. As soon as he inserted the cartridge into the console and pressed the start button, the room around him began to transform, reality itself warping and reshaping to fit the world of the game. Fluorescent lights and stark white walls were replaced by pixelated trees and a winding cobblestone path leading to a massive stone castle. The first enemy, a knight in black armor, leapt into frame, and Dr. Furukawa raised his sword ready for combat. But before he had a chance to deal the first blow, it became clear that something wasn't right. The enemy knight suddenly disappeared, glitching out of sight. The cobblestone slowly began to drift into the air, and so did Dr. Furukawa. Just as suddenly as he lifted off, he dropped back to the ground with a heavy thud. Gravity was rapidly fluctuating, and he could scarcely keep his balance. In front of him, he could see random cubic structures popping up out of nowhere, made of wood, stone, and ice. "End the game!" he called out desperately. "Pull the plug, someone, please!" Outside, one of the researchers watching the experiment cut the power to the console, but nothing happened. The world refused to return to normal. Security officers entered the area and attempted to remove Dr. Furukawa, but found that his body still resembled an 8-bit video game character. When they attempted to drag him out of the ZK-class zone, he cried out in pain as his body began to dissolve into static. They had turned off the console, but they were unable to pull him out. The rest of the research team, horrified by what they had witnessed, began to take measurements of the reality failure scenario from outside of the room. The area now displayed a complete absence of naturally occurring radiation, including cosmic background radiation. There was also evidence of time dilation, reduction of light speed, and the gravity fluctuations that Dr. Furukawa had first noticed. With no way to remove Furukawa from this broken reality, the area would have to be sealed off, and he would be left inside. There was no other option. So they constructed a concrete dome around the testing site and relocated the remaining instances of SCP-591. From that point on, testing was only conducted using D-classes, no matter how much research staff loved video games, or how vehemently they insisted that they were, quote, willing to roll the dice. They were barred from testing and encouraged to pick up a VR headset for a much lower-risk immersive gaming experience. Over the years of testing following the Dr. Furukawa incident, 4 more ZK-class scenarios were created and contained. Some of the individuals survived the incident, but were physically altered so greatly that they would not be able to survive outside of the ZK-class reality failure. The only people who survived were unable to readjust to their lives, continuing to live as the main character of the game that they were playing. At this point, testing was officially suspended indefinitely due to not only the loss of human life, but also the unpredictable and highly dangerous nature of the damage being done to reality on such a grand scale. All instances of SCP-591 confiscated by the Foundation are kept in a storage containment vault, kept separate from any civilians or their infrastructure by a distance of at least 500 meters. It is also kept separate from other Foundation-controlled containment facilities. Unless it is being used for official, approved testing by Level 3 staff, it is to remain deactivated at all times. Any ZK-class scenarios created by an instance of SCP-591 will be contained via the construction of a closed concrete dome, and given the designation of Sector W number. Sectors W1 through W5, the currently existing ZK-class scenarios, are monitored remotely and kept highly classified. Any personnel or test subjects located inside one of these sectors will remain there indefinitely and be officially considered lost in action. Any additional instances of SCP-591 located in civilian stores, households, or any public place are to be removed and contained indefinitely. As the years have gone by, testing has indicated a steady increase in the rate of ZK-class scenarios being generated from a CK-class scenario. Where it was only a 1% chance, there is now a 32% chance. According to Wondertainment Company records seized during a Foundation raid of one of their toy factories, there are still plenty of SCP-591 instances out there in the world, just waiting for some unsuspecting gamer to fire them up and get lost in the story, literally. If the documents found are accurate, there are around 243 consoles and 1,300 consoles still in circulation. These also may or may not include a pocket Pretendo model that was developed as a prototype, but never officially released on the market. If it was, and the chaos of the Pretendo system is available in a portable form, well, it's best not to think about that for too long. The Foundation is doing its best to track down the remaining Pretendo systems, but there is no way to know for sure what distant corners of the world they've made their way to. So when you're picking up a shiny new game console, or a nostalgic vintage model to relive some of your favorite childhood memories with, take an extra close look at the label and make sure you're getting the real thing. Because if you're not careful, it just might be game over.
SCP-096, the Shy Guy, woke up in an unfamiliar room without a thought in its head. However, one thing quickly occurred to it. This was not its containment chamber. No, the solid steel cube that had kept it locked up for decades now didn't have a front desk or walls covered in strange childlike murals or tinny party music playing over old speakers. Wherever SCP-096 had found itself, it certainly wasn't the place it had come to call home. If it could read, it would have registered the words behind the front desk, painted onto the wall: BANBAN's Kindergarten, where joy comes alive. Little did 096 know, something really did come to life here at BANBAN's Kindergarten, but it definitely wasn't joy. SCP-096 was typically used to a much more confined space, so presented with so much strange freedom, its natural instinct was to wander around, whimpering quietly to itself. This place was certainly peculiar, with multiple large reinforced doors, each one having a large red button fixed to the wall above them. A strange green creature was painted on the wall, with an affixed speech bubble that read, "Jumbo Josh says, eat fruits and vegetables if you want to be strong like me." Though 096 paid no mind to such things. This place looked like an SCP Foundation containment facility, mixed with an off-brand Chuck E. Cheese. And some tiny part of the Shy Guy's dim and dismal brain wanted to see more of it. What other secrets could it hold? The Shy Guy pressed one of the big red buttons, causing the doors to open underneath it. There was a faint sound of childish laughter somewhere down the distant hall. How had it ever found its way into such a strange place? The deeper the Shy Guy wandered, the more strange murals it saw on the wall. There was one for a large orange cartoon jellyfish with one staring eye, where the speech bubble read, "Stinger Flynn says,
Having many arms allows me to help a lot of people. Then, a squat blue gorilla-like creature with sharp lower teeth had a speech bubble that read, Captain Fiddles says, Ooga booga, booga ooga. A white feminine cat-like creature had the speech bubble, Banbalina says, kindness is free, so sprinkle it everywhere. A misshapen pink bird creature had the speech bubble, Opila bird says, laughter is the best medicine, so make sure to smile. And of course, most importantly of all, presiding over the creativity room was a mural of a grinning red creature wearing a pair of party hats on its head like horns. His speech bubble read, BANBAN says, sharing is caring. Your pancreas is mine. A whiteboard not far from this mural had the words, run for your lives, hastily scrawled onto it. To anyone but the shy guy who had no point of reference, this was clearly not a normal kindergarten. As the shy guy passed into the hallway, slowly lumbering along, it suddenly felt an intense spike of burning pain right through its forehead. Rising like a fever pitch, the shy guy's subdued whimpers quickly escalated into horrifying wails of animalistic rage. This could only mean one thing. Somewhere, something had made the terrible mistake of gazing at the shy guy's face. In fact, not 10 feet away, the unfortunate Opila bird had made that very mistake. It typically peeked out from behind one of the hallway's pillars to get a good look at any potential intruders or new prey wandering into its midst. But this time, the beastly bird's curiosity had taken it from predator to prey itself, though it wouldn't realize this until it was already too late. As the mutant bird creature skittered back into the cavernous hall filled with plastic trees and an underwhelming play area, the shy guy came galloping after it on all fours, roaring with fury. The Opila bird was shocked to see the creature giving chase.
This doesn't make sense. I meant to chase you. You're not meant to chase me.
But things are rarely fair when it comes to the shy guy. Arguably one of the most dangerous Euclid-class creatures ever kept in Foundation containment. The Opila bird flapped desperately towards the boarded-up escape hatch, but the shy guy was so much faster. It grabbed hold of the bird, gripping it in its iron clutches, and began to stretch open its bottom jaw with a blood-curdling roar. We'll spare you the details of what happened next, but suffice to say, little more than a handful of feathers were left. After finishing off the Opila bird, the shy guy reverted from rage back to pitiful sadness. This place was no better than the SCP Foundation. There were still creatures here to look at its face and drive it into a state of extreme emotional distress. It was horrible. The shy guy needed to find a way to hide himself away again, so he decided to tear away the planks covering up the escape hatch and lope down the narrow hall. In there, the shy guy actually found something to its liking. 2 platforms, one on either side of the room, with what seemed to be a deep, dark chasm between the two. For most, there was an electrical lift system for carrying them between the platforms, but the shy guy had no interest in the platforms. He only sought the darkness below, where nobody could see his face. That would suit him just fine. The shy guy jumped over the guardrail and plummeted down below into the dark. Feeling the air against its cold gray skin as it felt wonderful. It dared to think that it might even find solace in this deep, dark place, but as soon as he hit something solid, some kind of metal lift system, alarms went off, and flashing red lights soon made everything down there in the darkness visible. To be exposed like this while it thought it was hidden was the dreaded shy guy's worst nightmare. Little did he know, he would soon become the worst nightmare of a number of other beasts. As the shy guy crawled off the metal platform, hoping that perhaps it could find another place to hide down here, its hands and feet splashed into shallow water. Had something sprung a leak down here? The shy guy began wandering the half-dark as the water of this flooded sub-basement area pooled around him. It had no idea that another creature was already sneaking up behind it, getting ready to strike. Before 096 could even react, several whip-like orange tentacles wrapped around its limbs and began delivering an antagonizing shock through its body. More tentacles came in soon after, wrapping around the shy guy's body and face, delivering shock after shock after shock, with its millions of tiny, venomous stinger barbs. For a second it seemed like the surprise attack might actually be able to subdue the monster, but little did the Shy Guy's attacker, the monstrous real Stinger Flynn, know that attacking it was just another way to activate its infamous rage state. The second that Stinger Flynn relented, even just for a moment, the Shy Guy grabbed him by the tentacles and slammed him into the watery floor, again and again and again, until the grip of his tentacles loosened around the Shy Guy's body, and he was defenseless. With Stinger panicked and immobilized, the Shy Guy released the full force of his supernatural fury, striking the demonic jellyfish with his fists until what was left couldn't be distinguished from the water it used to be floating in. Stinger Flynn had been completely annihilated. The Shy Guy once again temporarily returned to a state of calm and wandered out of this watery basement into a nearby hallway, where everything was bright and dry. The walls were painted in garish, childlike drawings of a jungle with janky-looking animals. The Shy Guy paid no mind to any of it. All he wanted was to find somewhere that he could actually be alone, and away from prying eyes of all these freaks. This dream was short-lived, because as soon as the Shy Guy found a new room, a wide-open auditorium filled with inflatable jungle trees, like a crude play area, he was being stalked yet again. A powerful, muscular predator with veins stretching over its bulging muscles and blue skin. It knew that this intruder had already killed 2 of its fellow garden dwellers, but this time, it would put this spindly, pale stranger in its place. The Shy Guy heard something rumbling towards it from behind, and turned upon hearing the blood-curdling war cry of Ooga Booga Booga Ooga. It was the gorilla-like Captain Fiddles, with strands of saliva hanging from his tusks. He leaped onto the Shy Guy and began pounding into its hideous face with his huge blue fists. Captain Fiddles would destroy the Shy Guy, pound him into the concrete until he stopped moving. The one thing that Captain Fiddles didn't expect was for the Shy Guy to start fighting back. And he was about to learn the hard truth that the Shy Guy could fight a lot harder than him. The SCP's spindly but immensely powerful arms grabbed Captain Fiddles by the shoulders and threw him into the wall, causing huge cracks to crawl up towards the ceiling. Before Captain Fiddles could even think about wrenching himself free, the Shy Guy leaped to his feet and bounded over to him. The Shy Guy grabbed Captain Fiddles by the ankles and ripped him out of the wall, letting his body drop to the floor and then unleashing hell upon him. Captain Fiddles would have begged for mercy if he wasn't already dead. Before the Shy Guy could even begin to calm down, a trapdoor opened in the floor beneath him, dropping him into a new area, a multicolored maze where 096 was trapped like a helpless rat, with the body count of an atomic bomb. Once again, the Shy Guy didn't need to go looking for trouble, because trouble was already on its way. The pure white, cat-like Banbalina pounced from a sharp corner in the maze, claws bared. She jumped onto the Shy Guy, latching onto him and clawing, trying to scratch his nightmare of a face. If the Shy Guy had ever possessed anything resembling patience, it would have run out long before now. He grabbed Banbalina, shrugging off the pain of her claws and tossing her into the darkness high above. She flew off with a cat-like yell and hit some distant ceiling with a crunch. Suffice to say, she wouldn't be back to bother the Shy Guy again. Tired and angry, the pale abomination didn't feel like wandering through a maze. Instead, it just charged straight through, destroying colorful wall after colorful wall. When it encountered whatever was behind this extremely frustrating afternoon, it would destroy it with extreme prejudice. That was almost certainty. After breaking through one more wall, the Shy Guy tumbled out into a strange room, where a grinning red creature was waiting for him. Wearing 2 party hats on top of his head, this was no mere lackey. It was BANBAN himself, the one behind this nightmarish kindergarten. He stared right into the Shy Guy's face with no fear at all, almost like he knew something that the Shy Guy didn't. And it was true. He had no plan to fight the Shy Guy himself. He'd brought a champion with him. As the Shy Guy started to scream in rage, all the boxes behind BANBAN tumbled out of the way as a huge figure rose. A behemoth at least 50 feet tall, with green skin, giant teeth, and huge, staring eyes. It was Jumbo Josh, and if the Shy Guy wanted to graduate from this nightmare kindergarten, it would need to defeat him and BANBAN. The Shy Guy growled, digging its claws into the ground and preparing to charge forward. Challenge accepted.
Did you hear that not so long ago, a 5-year-old boy went up against 12 of Russia's greatest chess grandmasters? And do you know what happened? He lost every single match. That's because winning at chess, dear viewers, isn't easy. Chess is an ancient game of strategy, cunning, and skill. It's not just about thinking one step ahead of your opponent. That's not going to be enough. Make a wrong prediction, and you could end up sacrificing one of your pieces, as well as vital space on the board. But thinking 2 to 3 steps ahead, beating your adversary's moves before they've even been made, now there's a viable strategy. Tricky, but viable. After all, if it was easy, we'd all be Queen's Gambit level chess prodigies. Eric Matthews had never been good at the game, but he had a pretty substantial reason to keep trying. And that reason's name was Brian Matthews, his father. You see, for as long as Eric could remember, his dad had regarded a high level of skill on the chessboard to be a sign of intellectual superiority. Intelligence was something that Brian put quite a considerable value on, given that he was a professor at a university in their home country of England. Some of Eric's earliest memories were of playing chess with his dad, usually on a Friday night when Brian got home after a week of giving lectures to the next generation of scholars. Obviously, with his son at such a young age, the professor would take it easy on Eric, playing in a much laxer fashion, focusing instead on teaching the boy the basics of the game. And for a time at least, it was good. It was a rare time that Eric and his academic father could spend bonding. After all, with his mother gone, his dad was all he had. But as the years passed, the game changed. By the time Eric was a teenager, Brian had stopped pulling his punches on the chessboard. He hoped his son would build on what he'd learned when they played in the past, using those skills to best his dad on the board. But to Eric, playing chess had never been about a purely educational experience. It was more about spending time with his old man. Time after time, the young man's pawns fell prey to Brian's expertly considered and far more competitive moves. Try as he might, Eric couldn't best his dad. He tried his best and never stopped putting the effort into every game, but thinking too hard about one possible plan of attack left him wide open to a counter strategy from the professor. Over and over again, he landed himself in checkmate or made illegal moves without even realizing it, every time earning criticism and chastisement from his scholarly father. Every game it got worse. It was like Eric could feel his father's gaze and the weighty expectations behind it with each move he made across the board. There were so many nights where he wondered if it would be better to give up entirely, to knock down his own king and concede. But how could he ever find any other shared interests with his dad beyond the two of them playing chess? It had become a lifeline, tethering father and son together, and to cut it now left Eric uncertain if he'd sink or be able to swim alongside Brian. He had long admired his father. His achievements in academia were impossible to avoid, with more framed certificates hung up on the walls than there were photos of the pair of them together. But the shadow it cast over him made Eric desperate to keep this one shred of common ground alive. Eric wasn't the type to give up, despite how much of an uphill struggle the situation felt like. Taking a leaf out of his professor father's scholarly ways, he decided to learn the game inside and out, every known move and strategy. He would research the entire history of chess itself, if that's what it took to play with the same skill as his dear old dad. Over the coming weeks, Eric checked out every book at his local library on the subject, beginner's guides, advanced rulebooks, and even a few volumes on notable players throughout the extensively long history of the game. Along the way, a chapter of a certain book stood out to Eric. It described a chess prodigy from Russia who had created an early mechanical chess device known as the Samurai. It had been designed to be a traveling curiosity and would sit playing chess games against volunteers taken from a spectating audience, each one of them having forked over some of their hard-earned money to watch this man-made wonder. The Russian chess prodigy's young daughters also had a love for the game. Seeing that gave Eric a pang of jealousy, wondering if those daughters had as much trouble playing their own father as he did with Brian.
But at least there was an underlying shred of hope there too. If this father and his daughters could bond over chess, maybe there was a chance for Eric and his dad too. Sadly, it's one thing to try and learn all the facts you can about chess. It's an entirely different beast to put all that information to use and apply it to an actual game. Despite having read every book he could get his hands on, Eric still couldn't best Brian at the board. It was like nothing had changed. His father barely noticed when Eric tried to replicate movesets he'd read up on, and still managed to not only counter those moves, but check his queen in the process. So practice, Eric thought. After all, practice was supposedly meant to make perfect, right? The plan was simple. If he practiced his chess moves enough times, and figure out how he could call on what he'd learned, then he might stand a chance at winning when he and his dad played each other. There was just one hiccup to this plan. Eric needed someone to practice against. The only other person in the house was Brian, meaning it was that hiccup that turned into a problem almost big enough to stop Eric in his tracks. That is, until he went into his father's lab. It was under the house itself, a sort of sub-level, maybe used as a basement or cellar by the previous owners. But since Professor Matthews and his son had lived there, the entire room had been remodeled into an at-home laboratory. Not a terribly advanced one, of course. This was the early 90s after all. The majority of Brian's time, even when he was at home instead of working at the university, was spent on his own, downstairs in the lab. Eric had gone down there in search of his dad, to ask him if there was anyone whom he knew who he could practice and develop his chess skills with. But instead, what he found down there was the last thing he expected to see. Not that he had any clue exactly what it was at first. The thing was some kind of bizarre contraption, a collection of components that didn't seem to be in any logical configuration. However, it was primarily composed of something that Eric recognized all too well, a chess table. This one was metal, steel to be precise, and seemed to be hooked up to some sort of computer. While back in the 90s, computers were hardly as commonplace as they are now, Eric had seen a fair few at school and the library. Although this one was different. It seemed old, far older than Eric thought computers had been around for. As far as he knew, they'd only really come to prominence in the mid-80s. But this computer looked like it predated even that period. Noticing another part of the contraption, a large steam engine with the words, "Manufactured by Maudsley, Sons and Field, established 1840" engraved on one side, made it seem that this whole device had been around since the Victorian era. The next part that caught his eyes was the chess pieces themselves, each one standing neatly in its place on the board. They looked delicate, intricately carved from some smooth substance. For a moment, Eric toyed with the thought of how they could even be made from bone, noticing how each pawn, knight, rook, bishop, king, and queen were all about the size of a human finger bone. He dismissed the idea. Nobody would ever do something like that. Eric grabbed a sheet covering a large component hooked up to the mess. Lifting it away in a swift pull, it unveiled what was sitting beneath, a full suite of 18th century samurai armor. Eric looked closer at the embellishments on the surface of the pauldrons. He was no expert on feudal Japan, but it looked authentic enough to be the real thing, if not a very close approximation. Taking a look at the collection of oddities all tethered together in his father's lab, a certain detail of all his chess research came to the forefront of Eric's mind. The armor that had given it away. This was the samurai, or at the very least, a crude homemade version of it that his dad had put together. But if it worked, it was also something to practice against. It didn't take Eric long to start tinkering with the contraption, trying to get it to work. All the while, the question of why his dad owned such a thing kept drumming up noise in the back of his head. Had Brian built it, or was this the original made by that Russian chess prodigy? Was this machine the reason that Eric's dad possessed such an unbeatable skill at chess? And would using it give him the edge he needed to best him at the game and earn his father's respect? After what felt like hours upon hours of trial and error with a machine he could barely comprehend, Eric seemed to have cracked it. As far as he could tell, the steam engine powered the whole contraption and could be set to 5 different speeds, labeled on the side in Roman numerals. The power from the engine was then fed to some kind of sophisticated mechanism, that was within the suit of samurai armor, allowing it to move, and what appeared to be a series of electromagnets that moved the chess pieces and kept them on the board. Flicking it onto the third highest of the 5 speed levels, the machine whirred into life. The sound of creaking and grinding of metal filled the lab. Kneeling opposite, Eric went to make the first move, only to stop himself. It wasn't that he changed his mind about practicing against the samurai, but because of the speed he'd set it to. Determining that the settings might have correlated to difficulty levels, Eric figured that if he really wanted to get the most rigorous practice, to really hone his chess moves, he needed to commit fully. Reaching for the dial, he turned the device up to its 5th and highest speed, then made his first move. He pushed one of the bone-colored prawns forward by a single square and waited. A split second passed, and the arm of the early automaton responded with its first counter-move. It was quick, almost moving with the same natural fluidity and speed as an actual human being, albeit still with a little bit of creaking and some slight clockwork-like stutters. But it worked nonetheless. The machine could play. The tension over the first game was palpable, forming a layer of sweat over Eric's forehead. Every whir and tick of the machine gave the impression that they were playing with a stop clock timing each of their moves, adding to the urgency. Despite this, Eric Matthews tried his best to stay calm. This was practice after all, a dry run, not the inevitable game he'd play against his dad. With every move he made, his heart drummed against his ribs, uncertain he'd made the right call. Each time the robotic hand cruelly knocked over one of his pieces away, Eric felt a surge of frustration, but told himself to quell it. He kept focused, using what he'd researched to adapt and respond accordingly to each of the machine's moves until checkmate. He'd beaten it. He might have lost everything save for a knight, a rook, his king, and queen, but he had won. Trapped without anywhere else to move on the board, the metal finger of the automaton conceded the game, knocking over its own king in resignation. Panting, heart racing from the sheer excitement of being on the winning side of a game, Eric hurriedly gathered up and reset all the pieces. He had to go again, not just so that he could be certain it wasn't a fluke, but to make sure he had what it took to take on his professor father. Back and forth Eric went with the chess machine over and over again. They were fairly evenly matched, it seemed. Eric won the second game, only to be best on the next 2. But it was sometime afterward, he had lost count of exactly how many rounds later, that things started to change. Maybe it was the age and condition of the Victorian-era chess computer, the natural wear and tear stopping it from functioning properly, but Eric noticed that the samurai started to make moves that were illogical, that practically offered him the upper hand with no discernible strategy behind them. Then its movements became flat-out illegal, disregarding the directions and number of squares each different piece was allowed to move. Before long, it was moving them erratically around the chessboard, refusing to cooperate and forcing Eric to call an end to the day's practicing. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be the end of the unusual things that would happen that day. "Did you send me that weird email?" was the first question Eric's dad asked him when he returned home, looking noticeably under the weather. Confused, Eric said that he had no idea what his father was talking about. Professor Matthews then went on to describe what he'd received on his work computer. It had been an email, with a file attached to it named Shakmati, a word in Russian that translates to chess. Embedded in the email below, although it had taken a long time to load, being opened on a 1990s computer, there had apparently been a photo as well. "It was rather odd, Eric," Brian went on. "Quite unnerving, to tell the truth. Black and white, all sort of distorted and stretched, but it looked like 2 young girls, one grinning and the other screaming. I've been feeling, well, not quite myself since I saw it." With that, Brian excused himself, stating that he'd been suffering from headaches and a high temperature, and as a result needed to go and lay down. It wasn't like his father to get ill, Eric thought. But of course he had no reason to assume it was anything serious. Probably just a spate of fatigue after a long day of teaching at the university. No cause for concern. If only that's all it was. Within a few hours, Brian was completely restless, so unable to sleep that simply taking a nap was impossible. He kept calling to Eric, complaining of the sound of childlike laughter coming from somewhere in the house, but his son hadn't heard anything. By the time the sun went down, Eric was trying to calm his dad down through a rush of intense anxiety that gripped him. Brian had been claimed to be hallucinating, seeing the warped faces of two girls that frightened him half to death. It was getting late, long past the time that they usually played chess together, but for now Eric's mind was focused solely on helping his dad. For a while he seemed to be able to calm his father down, only to realize Brian wasn't settled at all. He was awake, eyes open, fully conscious, but wasn't responding at all to Eric asking if he was alright. Instead, the accomplished academic just stared blankly into space. Eric had been up all night, exhausted, worried for Brian's safety, and completely clueless about what was happening to him. After a while of being non-responsive, his dad seemed to regain a little bit of lucidity once more, but his behavior was erratic.
Take me back to work. I need to get on my computer,
Brian demanded of his son. When Eric refused, that's when his dad got angry and agitated. Professor Brian Matthews was sadly found dead within the next few months. Several months later, as the sole executor of his father's estate and last living relative, Eric had to be the one to go through his dad's personal belongings. Volumes upon volumes of thick academic books, his smart, scholarly clothes. The house was almost clear now, save for one thing that was left in the basement lab. Flicking on the light switch, Eric looked at the samurai sitting motionless, still uncovered after their last practice game. He'd sold off the chess pieces to a collector in New York. Now it was just an empty oddity. Eric placed a king on the board, one of the ones that he and his dad had used when they played each other. With a gentle flick of his finger, he toppled it, resigning to the strange automaton and leaving it there in the laboratory. He wasn't sure how, but he had some kind of gut feeling that this chess machine had somehow been responsible for his father's fate. Of course, Eric had no idea what the device actually was, and what or who lay beneath its whirring metal parts. SCP-1875 is the designation given to this machine now, and has been ever since the Foundation recovered it not long after Eric sold his father's house. They were able to learn much more about it than young Mr. Matthews or even the late Professor Matthews ever had. Not just how to make it work or what its function was, but who had built it and who had been used to build it. Although details of his real name eluded the Foundation's top researchers, they were able to uncover newspaper articles about the device from all over Russia, America, and England, dating back to the early 1990s. The Russian chess prodigy who'd invented it and toured the chess-playing machine around had used some interesting components to make his automaton. Maybe they were what derived its skill at the game, and its apparent temperament when the device was made to play at maximum speed for too long. He had used his daughters to make the machine. Deep within the heart of this early form of computer, the two girls' brain tissue had been hooked up to the electromagnets. The machine's moves were theirs, each pawn or rook shifting across the black and white squares of the board. Every rule or strategy their prodigy father had taught, it all determined how the device played. Their minds, taken from their skulls, were now the analytical engine of their father's creation. The bones of their fingers he'd carved into chess pieces. Over the coming weeks, the Foundation naturally ran their usual slew of tests on SCP-1875, playing multiple games of chess against it. Every time, they increased the machine's 5 levels of speed, until it started behaving erratically while on the highest setting. Shortly after, every member of personnel working on SCP-1875 received a bizarre email. It contained a file named with the Russian word for chess and a photograph of the stretched, distorted, smiling, and screaming faces of 2 young girls. Faces that you might be seeing very soon.
You all know exactly who I am. The bald chemistry teacher looked around at the men surrounding him in the desert. Cadillacs, leather jackets, blacked-out shades. The gang members shifted nervously from foot to foot as the man bragged openly about what he's done to build his criminal empire. Walter White's attention turned back to the man in front of him. A slight sneer played around his lips. Now, say my name. The man took a moment to reply as the desert wind blew behind him. He seemed to be weighing his options, realizing quickly that he had lost all control over the situation. You're Heisenberg. You're God. Bang! Walter White fell to the ground dead. The characters all around yelped in surprise, drew their guns, and started wildly pointing them around the circle.
trying to figure out who killed the great Heisenberg. But his killer just stared in awe from his couch in the front room as the Netflix show kept playing on the TV. Had the toy gun in his hand really done that? Josh had admitted to himself that he had a problem a long time ago. But at least being a yard sale addict was cheaper than just a regular old retail addict. Actually, in truth, he was also an estate sale addict, a garage sale addict, and a thrift store addict. Anywhere you could buy people's old junk for rock-bottom prices, he would sniff it out. The Saturday that his life changed forever was just like any other Saturday, really. In the sweaty heat of the Atlantic City suburbs, he hadn't meant to stop by any sales today, but one just so happened to catch his eye. There was a box marked Nerd Stuff, and he took that as a personal challenge. Was this some old lady's version of Nerd Stuff or a veteran dungeon master's treasure trove? The reality was somewhere in between the two. There were a couple of seasons of Buffy on VHS, a copy of the original Deus Ex, and some Legend of Zelda plushies. It hadn't really been worth stopping his car for, except for a little plastic splash of color that caught his eye. Josh reached way down to the bottom of the box and rooted around for it. There was no way. It couldn't possibly be the toy he'd spent all his childhood asking for and never getting, but in fact, it was. A 1985 Nintendo Entertainment System Zapper, with an orange grip and barrel, NES gray bodywork, and the beautiful font printed along the side. It was unmistakable. He threw a wad of cash at the old lady behind the table and rushed back into his car quickly as he could. It was time to cancel his day plans. He had a childhood dream to fulfill. But no sooner that he had got home and flipped on his TV, the dream came crashing down around him. His old NES, the one he'd had since he was a little kid, had sadly keeled over. It refused to power on, no matter what he did. So that made his zapper pretty much useless. The best he could do with it now would be to point it at the TV and make pew-pew noises with his mouth. So Josh opened up Netflix and put on an episode of Breaking Bad. Little did he know, as he raised the zapper to the screen, that he was actually in possession of SCP-674. Nobody would know looking at it on the surface. Even the most hardcore gamers wouldn't have a clue, because you can fully disassemble, clean, and reassemble the zapper and get no indication that it's anything other than what it appears to be. However, as soon as the gun is pointed at a television screen or a computer monitor of any kind, it starts to pose a very real threat. Or at least a very real fictional threat. If you shoot at the screen, whatever media is playing on it at the time will react and adapt to what has just happened. That means characters on the screens will react in accordance with the rules of their respective universes. In a grounded, realistic drama, the gunshot will behave like any other, killing or wounding the victim, with perhaps enough time for them to give a dying monologue. But in an episode of Rick and Morty, the shot could manifest in any number of bizarre and creative ways. News crews that witness the user shooting a person in their live report will continue to cover the incident as if it is part of the ongoing story. If you shoot Walter White, he falls to the ground dead. Josh stared at the screen in utter amazement. He didn't expect the writers to kill off their main character just like that. Wasn't there supposed to be another 9 episodes? What would they do to fill all that time? As the episode played out, it seemed to mostly just follow Jesse, trying desperately to escape with his money before it was too late. He kept glancing towards the camera for some reason, with a slight look of fear in his eyes. Very strange creative decision there. Josh backed out of the show to scroll through his continue watching. There was something a little creepy about how he'd pointed the zapper at the TV, pulled the trigger, and perfectly, at that moment, a character had been shot. Time to pick out another show without any guns and murder for a bit. You know, something safe. The familiar melodica tune filled the lounge as various shots of Dunder Mifflin employees busied themselves, shredding credit cards and answering phone calls. It never ceased to make his worries go away seeing the words "The Office" appear on the screen. He settled into the couch, watching as the characters all gathered in the conference room for some first aid training. The CPR dummy lay on the floor with Michael Scott earnestly explaining to the woman that the victim appeared to have lost their limbs. He laughed along as the scene descended into chaos, as none of the employees took the training seriously at all. Even though he'd seen this episode countless times, it never got old. Absent-mindedly, he pointed the gun at the TV and pulled the trigger. Bang! Pam collapsed on the ground. All of the characters dove out of the way, trying to find cover behind their chairs, not daring to peek out at the camera. Only the first aid lady stayed on the scene, trying her best to resuscitate Pam. It cut to a shot of Dwight talking to the camera sadly. He said that it was almost funny, but there was a real heaviness in the moment. His eyes were red, like he'd been crying off camera. Josh flipped the TV off and stared at himself in the dark reflection. Was he dreaming? He hadn't just done that, had he? Fortunately for Josh and for the rest of humanity, he had not killed Jenna Fischer or Bryan Cranston. He hadn't even killed their characters in the shows, at least not for anyone other than himself. Research into SCP-674 shows that the appearance of characters being killed off on screen only exists in the mind of the shooter. For everyone else, the office remains the same as it always was. Unfortunately for Josh, however, Pam is now dead in that universe and will always be whenever he watches an episode. It leaves a real shadow over the later seasons, but the characters apparently managed to do a good job pivoting into its new, darker tone. Other shows that have been tested in research conditions have yielded interesting results. Like in Star Trek, it is impossible to actually kill Captain Kirk. Instead, various red shirts always just so happen to dive in front of him or fall into frame at the pivotal moment. With a small dead zone on the right-hand side of the screen, characters who witness enough shootings have the sense to stick to that side of the frame whenever the shot is on them, sometimes going so far as to plead directly with the viewer, breaking the fourth wall in their desperation to survive. When Josh came back from a long walk outside, he'd convinced himself that what he had seen earlier was all just some vivid dream. A dream he didn't remember waking up from, but definitely wasn't happening anymore. He'd play some video games, that's what he would do. He had decided he would just play some Super Smash Bros. And unwind. Anyone who has ever said that sentence to themselves will know firsthand how foolish that is. Not 10 minutes later, Josh had definitely forgotten all about his dream from before. He was too busy raging and cursing at the screen. He couldn't stand playing against King Dedede. That stupid hammer move always got him. Without thinking, Josh snatched the zapper from the couch next to him and blasted Dedede right in the face. In classic Smash Bros. Style, the giant Penguin King was launched backwards, flying off the screen in a blast of colorful smoke. But he didn't respawn. For a second, his character just stood on the screen awkwardly before it kicked him back out to the character select screen. This time though, King Dedede's picture was missing. Josh couldn't help himself. He set up a free-for-all match straight away, picking all the characters he hated to fight against. Sonic, Mario, Pikachu, Bowser, Link, Ness, even Wii Fit Trainer. One after the other. Bang, bang, bang. He felt a strange sense of satisfaction once he'd done his work. Great. Now the character list only had the fair, balanced ones left. They just so happened to all be his favorite characters too. But why stop there? Josh jumped across to Elden Ring and marched his knight up through the gate to Stormvale Castle. Before Margit even had gotten through his opening cutscene, Josh had shot the boss right in the face. This boss battle that he'd been stuck on for hours was over before it even started. What could he do now? He put on an episode of Stranger Things and shot the Demogorgon, then Moff Gideon in The Mandalorian, and some goblins in Hogwarts Legacy. The clickers from The Last of Us took a couple extra shots but went down easy enough. He went over to his PC and killed the Ender Dragon in Minecraft without blowing up any beds. He won a game of Rocket League 53-0 after he shot both cars on the opposing team. He played through doors in Roblox without a single jump scare. He would just shoot any monster that filled his screen. What could be better? He reckoned it was time for more movies. Walking back across the lounge, spinning the gun around his finger like a western, he wondered if now would be a good chance to hunt down all the legendary animals in Red Dead 2. It would certainly make the job a lot easier if he could kill them all in just one shot. He'd just need to be careful not to shoot Arthur by accident. But then Josh sat on the remote. The TV flicked over to an old rerun of Bob Ross, just as he'd been squaring up to shoot. He pulled the trigger before he could react. The canvas was splattered red. From somewhere off camera, he heard the artist's wheezing voice try to comfort him.
There are no mistakes, just happy.
But he died before he could say another word. The Exposition Gun first came onto the SCP Foundation's radar when a strange police report was doing the rounds on an email chain amongst local authorities. They were all finding a great deal of value from a man called Josh. who had turned himself in at his local station in Atlantic City for, quote, killing like everyone. Naturally, the police took his report very seriously, for all of about 10 minutes. As soon as they realized he was talking about video games, TV, and movie characters, the whole case turned into one big joke. They sat Josh down in front of a TV and played him episodes of the shows he was talking about, pointing out characters still alive in scenes after he'd supposedly shot them to death. But he seemed to just grow more distressed as he realized he was experiencing this phenomenon alone. By the time Foundation agents tracked Josh down and took him in for questioning, the gun had moved on. He marched it straight back to the old lady who'd sold it to him, who had then sold it on again. Josh's full account of events and description of the Zapper were taken before he was administered Class C amnestics and allowed to continue with his yard sale addiction uninhibited. SCP-674 was found sometime later in the possession of a 33-year-old Caucasian male simply referred to as Mr. S. A reclusive man in a neighboring city, Mr. S first gained the SCP Foundation's attention through his extremist political blog, in which he claimed to have assassinated prominent political figures, news anchors, and talk show hosts. While the truth of those claims was demonstrably false, it was clear from the way he described events that he really did believe the delusion. After being questioned, it was discovered that he had never left his home. Instead, he stayed on his couch, watching news reports and firing at any prominent figures that appeared, believing that he was indeed killing them in the real world. Despite claiming that he was using SCP-674 to prevent a military police state, using the device to assassinate so many high-profile figures had the opposite effect on his video reality. In his blog posts, he described an increasingly unstable global order, martial law, and catastrophic events consistent with the hypothetical release of 2 deadly SCPs. His house was barricaded, with security cameras set up in every direction. The more he had been using the gun, the more the characters and journalists on TV had threatened him, claiming that the SCP Foundation were on their way to apprehend him and that he would face retribution for what he had been doing. Mr. S's intended ambush of Foundation agents failed. While they appeared to be dying on the security feeds he had set up, the agents experienced no physical harm in reality as they apprehended the man and seized SCP-674. While the majority of researchers have deemed that SCP-674 is harmless to all but the mental well-being of the shooter, there was a notably sinister result to Mr. S's time in Foundation detention. Alone in his cell, Mr. S soon started to engage in heated arguments with the security camera set up to monitor him. There is no record of any voices in the room other than his own, yet he seemed to be locked in a fierce argument. All of a sudden, Mr. S dropped to the ground dead with 3 .38 caliber handgun bullets lodged in his chest. The entirety of his holding cell was searched for evidence of a shooter, but none was found. The Exposition Gun remains in a locked plastic case in Storage Site 23. Aside from regular cleaning and maintenance, it is used under controlled circumstances to creatively gather intelligence about further SCP activity. In the event of the site being compromised, personnel are allowed to destroy the Exposition Gun at their own discretion, should it fall into the wrong hands. Rock, Paper, Scissors. A simple hand game dating back to the Han Dynasty of Imperial China. It is a decisive game between 2 players, with the only outcomes being win, lose, or draw. We're quite familiar with Rock, Paper, Scissors here at the SCP Foundation, as the guards are often seen playing intense rounds of the game to determine who will be the unlucky soul chosen to secure one of the various Keter-class SCPs during a given week. In most cases, this use of rock, paper, scissors is accepted as a largely harmless and fair way for defensive personnel to arrange their shifts. The reason for this is that the results of rock, paper, scissors are generally random, as there are very few ways for an individual's skill to influence the game. Or so one might think. In reality, rock, paper, scissors is a deeply psychological game, and this is mainly because of its origin as a contest between fellow human beings. The average human is vulnerable to making errors and falling into patterns, and with only 3 options to keep track of, it is entirely possible for a seasoned veteran of rock, paper, scissors to predict their opponent's choice before any hands are thrown. Of course, that opponent may also commit an error of their own by misreading the other player's actions, and thus there is always a chance for an impulsive decision to swing the results of the game in either direction. Human limitation is the only skill-based mechanic in the game of rock, paper, scissors, and that same limitation is what, in the eyes of some, holds the game back from reaching its true potential. That was the case until someone out there discovered the rules to an anomalous version of rock, paper, scissors being spread through a mysterious email. While all attempts to trace the email back to its original sender have left the Foundation with more questions than answers, we have been able to learn more about the differences between the rules of standard rock, paper, scissors and the anomalous version. We have given this anomalous version of rock, paper, scissors the designation SCP-4633, and unlike the Classic Edition, under no circumstances are any Foundation personnel allowed to play a game incorporating any of the alternative rules. While the ceiling for skill and variety is theoretically much higher in a rock, paper, scissors match featuring SCP-4633, the risks to the player far outweigh any added novelty. Here is how SCP-4633 functions during an average game of rock, paper, scissors. Well, average prior to the anomalous properties taking effect. Rather than being limited to using merely rock, paper, or scissors, as the name of the game implies, the players gain access to a series of additional hand gestures, which upon the act of being thrown become seamlessly integrated into both players' shared understanding of the rules. This alone would be bizarre enough, but the true harm caused by SCP-4633 is in the nature of the gestures themselves. When one of the non-standard gestures allowed by SCP-4633 is used, the player's hands will change shape in ways that, under normal circumstances, would be anatomically impossible. Each of these non-standard gestures is distinct from the rest, with the only commonality being an unusual tendency for the final gesture to resemble biological structures often seen in sea life. One particular gesture might cause a player to rapidly grow a ring of additional fingers surrounding a gaping anemone-like mouth in the palm, while another could result in the player's entire arm flattening into a fin-like appendage. Regardless of how severe a departure from a typical human limb the final gesture would be, the limbs, and on rare occasions the entire body, of the player using the gesture will quickly and irreversibly mutate into the shape required to successfully perform it. While these gestures overwhelmingly result in forms that would be distressing to most people, the same cognitive effect that causes the participants to accept changes to the rules also appears to apply to the changes affecting their own bodies. To the players of an SCP-4633 augmented match of rock, paper, scissors, the non-standard gestures seem as mundane as the original three. Unfortunately, the morphic properties of SCP-4633 are practically irreversible, with extreme reconstructive surgery being required in even the best of cases. In all instances of SCP-4633, surgical intervention is necessary to prevent the spread of details regarding the non-standard gestures and their usage. Because of the immediate shift in cognitive awareness among participants, all that is needed for a new instance of SCP-4633 to occur is the faintest hint of knowledge of the alternative rules. It's even been noted that between different groups of players, the non-standard gestures can vary heavily or seemingly be created on the fly as the desire to win at all costs takes hold. Here are a few examples of anomalous gestures which have been observed during instances of SCP-4633. This list is by no means comprehensive, but it will provide an insight into how SCP-4633 drastically alters the existing mechanics of the game, as well as the physique of the players. The Thoriley gesture transforms the user's fingers into barbed tentacles. It beats paper and scissors but loses to rock. Chavoaga folds the fingers of the hand into the palm and causes them to emerge through the back of the palm. It allows the user to throw a second gesture after they've seen their opponent's choice. Ashkelhaz splits the hand into a pair of poisonous stingers, which also produce a potent electrical current between them. It has been seen to lose to paper, but seemingly of their own will, the stingers lashed at the opposing player and caused them to fall unconscious 3 rounds later due to the effects of the poison. CHOO beats paper and 2 other anomalous gestures, loses to scissors, rock, and a third gesture, and morphs the user's arm into a dactyl club similar to the front appendage of a mantis shrimp. Izurgov simply causes the player to grow 3 additional thumbs on one hand. The final gesture resembles a triple thumbs up.
Izurgov has not been seen to beat any gestures, and the player who uses it always seems to go on to lose the match. Pagakmar causes the middle and ring to recede into the hand, while the pointer and pinky fingers extend to resemble the eye stalks of a snail or slug. The rest of the hand also becomes coated in a thin layer of slime which continues to secrete from within. Pagakmar beats scissors and paper, but loses to rock and another anomalous gesture known as Vayanjek. Incidentally, Vayanjek causes the arm of the player using it to elongate into a worm-like tube that periodically spews a gout of salt water on the opponent. When Vayanjek was seen beating Pagakmar, the saltwater appeared to have some adverse effect on the latter gesture, causing the eye stalks to droop and the hand to shrivel until it was half its original size. Another anomalous gesture is Grazathrog, recognized by the skin, muscle, and veins of the hand turning translucent, revealing a pulsing red organ in the interior of the palm. Once Grazathrog has been thrown, the player who used it may call out the name of one other gesture, which can no longer be used in the current match. The Ukayag gesture is a bit deceptive, as it resembles rock when first thrown but gradually causes the hand to condense into a lump of inert material, not dissimilar to actual igneous rock. The knuckles as well begin to exude a superheated mineral substance similar to molten lava. Ukayag exclusively beats paper and appears to lose to everything else. Many of the gestures on record have no known name, but their function within SCP-4633's altered rules is clear from the context in which they were used. Such is the case with one anomalous gesture, which caused most of the player's hand to withdraw into a siphon-like opening at their wrist before the very same orifice shot out a stream of ink into the opposing player's eyes. While there was no lasting harm done to the opponent by this gesture, the ink did cause temporary blindness, which persisted until they were defeated by way of their rock losing to paper. Another unknown gesture has been seen beating both Izurgov and Ukayag. This gesture makes the player's hand resemble the crest and gas-filled body of a Pacific man-o'-war. These examples are only scraping the surface of the seemingly endless possibilities that SCP-4633 has to offer. As you can see, the anomalous hand gestures can be just as dangerous within the game itself as the permanent changes they invoke in the user. While the Foundation has done its best to contain all information surrounding SCP-4633, there have been clear efforts by several unknown groups to push the game into continued usage. Over the past 3 decades, instances of SCP-4633 have seen increasing popularity in the world of high-stakes gambling. Perhaps it is because of the inherent thrill of watching 2 opponents trying to strategically outwit each other with a countless number of non-standard gestures, but more likely, it is part of the anomalous effect of SCP-4633 that the game would appeal to those desperate to risk everything on the slim chance of victory. This neatly brings us to the SCP-4633 related incident which occurred aboard the private ocean liner known as the SS Fateful Emma. Before the incident, the Fateful Emma would sail into international waters twice a year. Each time it would bring along a new group of passengers, seemingly selected from the underprivileged and downcast sector of society. A great many of these passengers were convicts with repeat violent offenses chosen from supermax facilities the world over. The process by which these inmates were chosen for a voyage aboard the ship was not dissimilar from the methods the Foundation uses to acquire new Class D personnel. Naturally, this was how the research team was able to be tipped off about the Fateful Emma. It became apparent soon after looking into the ship's career that the individuals altered by the effects of SCP-4633 had been seen departing from the ship on multiple occasions in remote island harbors. Most of the time, the individuals would also be, to the best of their ability with their metamorphized forms, carrying briefcases filled with hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. While witnesses tend to write off the strange appearances of those affected as being the result of a deformity or injury, or in more pronounced instances dismissing the encounters as sightings of creatures from the local mythology, it was clear to anyone familiar with SCP-4633 what was truly going on. These passengers were being made to play pitched games of rock, paper, scissors featuring SCP-4633 for massive sums of wealth, and what was worse, the grand prize winners were seemingly being released back into civilization without the knowledge of law enforcement. Of course, what the Foundation was most concerned about was the potential for the large-scale leak of detailed information involving SCP-4633.
It seemed that the Foundation's latest faceless enemy had revealed itself. Whatever wealthy group of individuals was pulling the strings behind the games aboard the SS Fateful Emma, it was very likely that the ship was also well protected by a private army of trained mercenaries. In a display of swift but necessary initiative, the Foundation assembled a brand new mobile task force to be dispatched onto the ocean liner. Mobile Task Force Row 52, with the fitting codename Rochambeau. The Mobile Task Force would board the vessel secretly and use whatever means necessary to prevent the spread of SCP-4633 and any evidence of the associated non-standard hand gestures. Before the Fateful Emma's next voyage, the Foundation isolated the port where it would depart from and made sure that the MTF agents were in position. The operation was co-captained by Agent Dubois and Agent Zhang, both of whom prided themselves on having extraordinarily good luck. Agent Dubois would stealthily move the majority of the agents under his command into the cargo hold below deck and await Agent Zhang's signal. Agent Zhang himself would assume the name and identity of one of the criminal passengers, who was intercepted before boarding by the Mobile Task Force. The would-be participant was subsequently detained and brought into the Foundation as a Class D personnel. As the SS Fateful Emma began to leave the harbor, Agent Zhang joined the other passengers who had been gathered together in an enormous function hall. There was little indication of when the games would begin, and Zhang made an effort to keep a low profile until more information was available. Shortly after the ship had officially arrived in international waters, an eccentric man entered the room on a walkway that overlooked the rest of the passengers. He was flanked by a pair of armed bodyguards. It was plain from the man's style of dress and demeanor that he was both absurdly wealthy and completely out of his mind. He wore a pure white tuxedo and a scarf that seemed to have been made from the fur of a Siberian tiger. A pair of dark shades with sequin rims obscured his eyes from view, but by far the strangest aspect of the rich man was the fact that emerging from the wrist of his right arm was the eyeless head of a moray eel where his hand should be. The man spoke, addressing the entire room. "Welcome, passengers new and old, to the SS Fateful Emma. While you are aboard this ship, your fate is in your own hands. Over the next 24 hours, you will have the rare opportunity to play the greatest game of chance that humanity has ever known. Generations of people from every continent and every walk of life have given their all to the mastery of rock, paper, scissors, across, north, slash, The man proceeded to speak unusual syllables for the next minute straight without even a pause for breath. In his report, Agent Zhang described the man's voice as gaining an increasingly loud hum as his speech continued, and that some of the syllables didn't seem to be the product of human vocal cords. He soon concluded his string of gibberish and resumed speaking intelligible language. As is customary, we will be utilizing the Iljesh-Toi rules. You will begin by selecting a single opponent and challenging them to a best of 2 of 3 match. This is a single elimination tournament, and any competitors who cannot otherwise continue to engage in matches will also be eliminated. By the end of your time here, the luckiest among you will be named the undisputed champion of these games, and will be granted unlimited freedom, along with the cash prize. The rest of you will have to determine your own fates, for you all know what awaits you below. May your hands be ready, your minds be sharp, and remember, winning is everything." With a flourish of his moray eel hand, the wealthy man finished his introductions and promptly exited the room. Agent Zhang looked at the passengers surrounding him and saw that they were already beginning to play rock, paper, scissors with each other. A few had already begun using the anomalous gestures, warping their limbs into hideous subnautical shapes. Agent Zhang gave the signal to Agent Dubois and the rest of the Mobile Task Force to begin the operation. Their target was primarily the moray-handed man, as well as any other close associates that he had on board. They would capture him alive and interrogate him into revealing the mystery behind this illegal gambling ring. Once the mercenaries were dealt with, Agent Dubois' team would further command the ocean liner and navigate it to SCP Foundation Research Site 45 to await further orders. As for Agent Zhang, he knew what he had to do. To buy time, he would participate in the ensuing rock, paper, scissors tournament and eliminate as many of the other players as possible. This, he believed, was the best way to minimize the number of anomalous gestures that would be used aboard the ship. Of course, he himself wouldn't be using any of the anomalous gestures either, opting to limit himself to the standard 3.
This could put him at a severe disadvantage over the course of the competition, but Agent Zhang knew better than to tempt fate. Still, being eliminated seemed like something he may want to avoid. Even though the consequences for elimination were left vague in the strange rich man's speech, he still didn't feel that it would be wise to put himself in a compromised position while aboard the fateful Emma. Bracing himself for the worst, Agent Zhang accepted the challenge of a nearby passenger. He was off to a promising start when he threw a scissors hand against his opponent's paper. Because the matches were best 2 out of 3, all he needed was to win one of the next 2 matches, and he'd survive this round. Then he saw the devious look on his opponent's face, and he knew that this match was about to get weird. Rather than admit defeat, Agent Zhang prepared to throw scissors again. The two challenged their hands, and just as Zhang had feared, his opponent threw an anomalous gesture. Almost instantly, the opponent's hand took on a multi-mouthed Piscine form, which began to spit sharp teeth in Agent Zhang's direction. Fortunately, the agent's bulletproof vest was able to withstand the impact of the teeth. What was even more fortunate was the fact that the opponent seemed to be a good sport. "Scissors beats Azravok, you win," said the other passenger before walking away in search of their next match. Curiously, the passenger's transformed arm continued to fire teeth across the room at random intervals, occasionally hitting and causing injury to one of the other competitors. Agent Zhang was grateful that the body armor he was wearing had been tested to withstand rapid fire from SCP-127. Compared to the raw power of the living gun, the teeth launched from Azravok gestures were practically BB rounds. He had succeeded in not being eliminated, both from the game and generally. Excited about his win, Zhang sought out another opponent to test his luck. Below deck, Agent Dubois and the rest of the mobile task force had just finished facing off against some of the hired mercenaries when they entered a room presumed to be the ocean liner's sickbay. Inside was a grisly sight. A second rock-paper-scissors tournament playing out between players that had been so thoroughly transformed by the anomalous gestures of SCP-4633 that they barely appeared to still be human. It was like a scene from a deep-sea documentary, with strange and unknowable creatures vying for dominance, not within a natural food chain or competition for resources, but within a seemingly never-ending struggle to win a game of chance. It was purgatory. Rock, paper, scissors, purgatory. Agent Dubois was appalled, but he knew better than to attempt to stop these creatures from doing the one thing keeping them all distracted. The moray-handed man was still somewhere in the ship, and capturing him was far more important. The research team would decide what to do with these former humans once the ship was secure within the Foundation's custody. However, what Agent Dubois didn't realize is that some of these creatures were advancing on his team. In nightmarish and unearthly voices, they chanted,
"Rock, rock, paper, scissors."
Suddenly, one of the abominations, who resembled nothing more closely than an enormous mass of coral, produced 4 arms from within its body and began to throw anomalous hand signs towards the agents. One of the arms threw Ukyag, which coated an unsuspecting agent in hot lava, causing him to drop to the floor in pain. Panicked, Dubois ordered the task force to eliminate every living thing in the sickbay, although not in the sense of their tournament standing, of course. Meanwhile, Agent Zhang was on a win streak in the function hall. Through sheer luck and determination, he had managed to avoid elimination while eliminating several other passengers himself. He began to notice that those who were eliminated were quietly escorted away by the bouncers, seeming to have their anomalous changes treated. Now it was only down to 12 remaining passengers. Agent Zhang knew that it was only a matter of time before Dubois and his team took control of the ship, but feeling reckless, he challenged one of the remaining passengers. In that moment, something came over him, as if his determination to see the mission through was also compelling him to win at any cost. His opponent threw Pagakmar, and out of instinct, Zhang threw Vanyajek. The agent went on to win the entire tournament, but sadly, he was unable to collect the prize money, as during the skirmish below deck, the man with the moray hand had escaped with a small fortune in a high-speed submersible. His ultimate goals and the scope of the shadowy group he represented would remain unanswered for the time being. When the SS Fateful Emma finally arrived at Site 45, Agent Zhang came to his senses and realized that he had underestimated the cognitive side effects of SCP-4633. Due to the immediately recognizable anomalous state of both his arms, Agent Zhang was later contained on site with minimal security. It's believed that researchers are still searching for a method to reverse the effects. It just goes to show that winning isn't everything.
The thin, pale humanoid anomaly had just found itself in Minecraft, of all places. The all-too familiar wail of emergency alarms rang out through the corridors of the Foundation facility. It had happened again, another containment breach. Of course, the on-site personnel were more than familiar with the protocols for a situation like this, so well versed in what to do during an emergency that it had become second nature. Whether they were research staff evacuating for their own safety, or security teams moving in to recapture the escaped anomaly and get the situation under control, everyone was moving like they had been programmed, muscle memory taking over. The loose anomaly was none other than SCP-096. All Foundation personnel were alerted and reminded not to look directly at the creature. There was just one problem. They couldn't look even if they'd ignored their order to try. Nobody could, because the shy guy was nowhere to be found. Well, nowhere in the real world, at least. This whole situation, bizarre even by Foundation standards, had all started with an experiment involving a member of the disposable D-class personnel. Yet another dangerous convict serving one of several life sentences, now being used as an expendable human lab rat for the Foundation's often sinister purposes. The experiment in question was an attempt to further test the limitation of SCP-096's abilities. By now, the Foundation had done extensive research into the creature known as the Shy Guy. They knew its particular brand of anomalous qualities were triggered when anyone looked directly at it. Being observed would instantaneously send SCP-096 into an uncontrollable rage state, causing it to pursue its observer until they were no longer standing. SCP-096 was known to be able to travel at speeds so relentless, it was pretty much impossible to stop. One moment it was sobbing and screeching in its cell having just been observed, and minutes later, the wide-jawed, long-limbed monster was standing behind whoever had seen it, making its screaming face the image its victim took to the grave with them. Foundation researchers knew that SCP-096's rage state could be triggered by as little as someone seeing the slightest hint of a creature. Even if the Shy Guy had been captured as a tiny speck in the background of a photograph, it would come after anyone whose eyes so much as glanced over that speck. It also didn't matter how far away the observer was. SCP-096 could not be outrun. It could track down anyone wherever they were in the world. But what if a person who had observed the Shy Guy was no longer in the world? The experiment had taken a lot of trial and error. After all, digitizing a human being and transforming their entire consciousness into code was no easy task. But the Foundation wasn't above breaking more than a few eggs to make an omelet, especially when those eggs were the brains of a few D-class personnel. Actually, the first test subjects turned out more scrambled or fried, certainly overdone, given the amount of smoke coming from their ears. But eventually, the research team had perfected the device they dubbed the Neural Harness, a headset that could translate a person's mind into pure digital code. Their consciousness would be extracted from their body, leaving their physical form an empty shell, while a digital copy of them was able to traverse the local on-site computer network. Of course, the Foundation wasn't about to let a digitized D-class run amok with their systems, so their coding experts wrote a number of specialized parameters into their successful test subject. Now the digital D-class could be programmed to follow the Foundation's directive. From his perspective, it was like he was floating through cyberspace, towards the system that the Foundation had directed him to. A surveillance camera inside SCP-096's cell that usually remained inactive, but not today. The camera blinked to life as soon as the D-class's code-based consciousness reached it, and through it, he was able to observe SCP-096 sitting against the far wall of its containment chamber, gently whimpering and walking back and forth. That is, until the creature felt that same familiar sensation of being watched. It stood up, enraged, wailing uncontrollably as the D-class watched from within the camera. Then, a split second later, SCP-096 appeared to blink out of existence. It hadn't worked. The experiment had failed, and the digital D-class began to panic. Before the Foundation coders could stop him, he frantically scoured the local network for anything, some kind of escape route back into the real world. Maybe, he thought, if he could get back into his body, it wouldn't count. Technically, his digital self was separate from his physical form, so he might get out of SCP-096's clutches on a technicality. But it was impossible. His body was already burned out by the neural harness. There was no way for the D-Class to transfer himself back. There was only one option left: hide. And as it turned out, someone had forgotten to uninstall a certain building game from a computer in one of the Foundation doctor's offices. The D-Class's digitized mind zapped him into Minecraft. From his point of view, it was like he existed within the game itself. He did a computerized equivalent of breathing a sigh of relief, only to take back all those ones and zeros in a horrified gasp as he noticed a tall, wiry framed figure before him. It hadn't worked. SCP-096 had still managed to follow him into Minecraft. Even in a world of computer code, the Shy Guy was able to dispatch its digital observer quite easily, and what had once been a living human mind in the form of binary code was quickly deleted. But that's when SCP-096 started to take notice of its surroundings. With the most recent person to see it gone, it had the chance to actually take in where it was. The bright rays of warm light coming down from a cube-shaped sun reveal a welcoming landscape all around, constructed entirely from cubes. It fascinated SCP-096, instilling a kind of childlike wonder in the Shy Guy, the likes of which it hadn't experienced since it couldn't remember when. Rather than leaving, instantly reappearing in its containment chamber, SCP-096 made the conscious decision to start exploring. There was a mountainous biome surrounding SCP-096, stony spires reaching up towards a clear sky, with a waterfall cascading its way down the nearest of them. At the foot of the mountains was the opening of a cave, which the Shy Guy found itself wandering towards. The light from the sun, while a pleasant and welcoming change to the surroundings it was used to, was a little harsh on SCP-096's sunken eyes. So instead, it began to gravitate towards the shadowy confines of the caves, not unlike the usual darkness of its containment chamber back at the Foundation. Traversing through long, winding corridors of stone, SCP-096 found itself having to bend down to avoid hitting its head on the cave's low ceiling. Obviously, this formation of rocky blocks hadn't formed with someone of the Shy Guy's height in mind. There was a low, warm glow coming from the farthest side of the tunnel, and the thin creature made its way closer and closer, despite the stone walls around it feeling like a tighter confinement than its cell. Approaching the source of the light, SCP-096 was relieved that the cave opened out into a more spacious area, the cramped tunnel giving way to an expansive chamber that lay within the heart of the mountain. The warm, orangey glow that had been coming from a flowing stream of boiling hot lava that seemed to trickle down from somewhere above, creating a deadly, fiery pool directly in the Shy Guy's path. But just before it could turn back and leave the cave through the way he came, SCP-096 sensed that familiar feeling of something observing him. Across the lava pool on the other side was a creature comprised of a green cube for a head, with a long, armless cuboid body and 4 cubed feet. If it had been present in the real world, it might have been made out of leaves like a living shrub. It was staring directly at the Shy Guy from across the lava, only for this strange newcomer to disappear a moment later. The creeper hissed before it realized that SCP-096 had leaped up behind it to land a fatal blow. But little did the infamously anxious anomaly realize that the sentient shrub wasn't done. There was a colossal boom that caused SCP-096 to stagger backwards, whimpering at the sudden loud explosion and the pain that had accompanied it. The creeper had blown itself to pieces, but in doing so, had left a lasting injury that caused SCP-096 considerable discomfort as it began limping towards the cave that led out the opposite side of the mountain. Despite its injury, the Shy Guy was still able to move with relative ease, and the further it went, the more it seemed to gradually heal. However, it was as it stepped out once more into the sunlight that the creature realized just how hungry it was. Back in the real world, it hadn't eaten for several hours, and surprisingly, even while accidentally stuck in digitized form, the hunger mechanics of Minecraft were having an effect on SCP-096. The Shy Guy started searching around for anything that could prove to satiate its hunger. There was a grove of trees not far, so SCP-096 lumbered to take a closer look. It couldn't be certain, but it felt there was at least a slim chance that there were apples growing amongst the leaves. But even at the anomaly's own elongated height, it couldn't simply reach up to pick them. However, it was while swiping its arms up at the tree that the Shy Guy swung its fist and knocked at the tree trunk. To the creature's surprise, it was able to chip away at the wood with its hands, punching at the tree until the trunk had been reduced to a collection of wooden blocks that the Shy Guy was able to collect. And sure enough, some red apples dropped from the leaves above, enough to quell the hunger that SCP-096 was feeling, at least for the time being. Nearby, something was moving through the trees. It was yet to lock eyes on SCP-096, but the second it did, the mob would surely have sealed its own fate. As it moved around, minding its own business, the tall figure overheard the sounds of the Shy Guy eating, and its attention was drawn to where the creature was standing, enjoying an apple. Sensing that it had been seen, SCP-096 turned and locked eyes with the entity. It was perhaps the only other being in Minecraft that was a similar height and stature to the anomaly itself. In fact, the pair were strikingly similar. Before SCP-096 could carry out its usual method of attack, the Enderman suddenly teleported out of view. But it was too late now. Both it and the Shy Guy had looked at the other's face. Both had been provoked and were compelled to react in exactly the same way. Just as SCP-096 entered its rage state, the Enderman too opened its mouth and began to shake, making loud, lengthy sounds not dissimilar to the Shy Guy's own angered screams. But something profoundly strange happened next. SCP-096 and the Enderman kept attempting to pursue one another, appearing in a new location within the Minecraft world. Neither one getting close enough to the other. They'd teleport, only for the other to teleport away the moment they saw each other, each trying to catch one another but always staying one step behind. This rapid chase almost became a strange, ongoing sort of teleporting dance between SCP-096 and the Enderman. At first, the Shy Guy had been compelled to attack the Enderman, like it was with any who looked directly at it. But as they appeared and disappeared from place to place, the creature started to feel an odd kinship with this shadowy fellow. It was so used to being frightened and alone, to its overwhelming feelings of insecurity and self-loathing, that the simplicity of just traversing the open world, with a creature very alike itself in many ways, it had all come as a welcome change. SCP-096 found it therapeutic even, and before long was following the Enderman not out of any intention to do it harm, but just to feel, for a little while, like it had a friend. Just a little bit longer, SCP-096 thought, welcoming the enjoyment it felt playing this game of Minecraft.
The Anomatron 6000. You know what it is and what it does. Not too long ago, we had it simulate a battle between the SCP Foundation and the slimy, sinister superhero Homelander, who terrorizes the world of the boys. And in the comments, we kept seeing one name pop up, Omni-Man, the terrifying, almost unstoppable Viltrumite warrior who scared the hell out of all of us in Invincible. So, we decided to run a simulation to see if the SCP Foundation could find the same success battling this diabolical, corrupted Superman. The video you're about to see is that simulation. Enjoy, and keep an eye on the skies. It was unthinkable. Panic had spread throughout the Foundation as reports came in that several of the most high-profile groups of interest across the globe had suffered unbearably brutal attacks from an unknown assailant. Notable among the groups targeted were GOC, Global Occult Coalition, as well as its opposing organization, the Serpent's Hand. In all incidents, key buildings belonging to the groups were demolished, and the bodies of all leadership personnel were discovered beaten to a pulp. These massacres appeared to send a terrifying message. Whoever was behind these attacks, the Foundation was most likely next on the chopping block. As all containment sites prepared for the worst, it was Site 17 that received subsequent news on the matter in the most unsettling way imaginable. A small flying object was discovered in the site's airspace and retrieved by an MTF-issue helicopter. The object appeared to be an action figure of world-renowned superhero Omni-Man, and it bore the trademark of Dr. Wondertainment Toys. The mobile task force that discovered the action figure had been on such high alert that the appearance of this toy almost seemed comical. There was uneasy laughter within the helicopter, which immediately turned to silence when the toy began to speak. Boys and girls, for the very first time, Dr. Wondertainment presents to you... Run! Run for your lives! Omni-Man is coming for us all! The toy continued what was apparently a pre-recorded voiceover, which became increasingly frightened and desperate as it went along. The contents of the recording confirmed that the one responsible for the devastation of the other groups of interest was none other than Omni-Man himself. His reasons for doing this were unknown. but he seemed adamant on wiping out all groups with significant control over the planet's anomalies. Whoever was in charge at Dr. Wondertainment had uncovered the truth shortly before Omni-Man arrived to do the same to their group, and had deployed the toy in a last-ditch effort to warn the SCP Foundation. It was an uncharacteristically opaque gesture from the terrible toy maker, but the Foundation had little choice but to take it seriously. If Earth's most powerful superhero had really gone rogue and was going after influential organizations in some bid to eliminate competition, the Foundation would have to develop appropriate countermeasures as soon as possible. The first priority was securing the safety of the O5 Council, who would most likely be the intended victims of Omni-Man's rampage. Fortunately, their current location was extremely classified, so rather than shuffle to a new location, the Council chose to stay where they were. A conspicuous relocation process could inadvertently give the game away, especially if the aptly named
redacted.
It just launched us into space procedure was in effect. Omni-Man was known for his spacefaring capabilities, and was fully capable of pursuing and boarding the O5 Council's getaway shuttle if such a thing was attempted. Additionally, there would be no movement of forces to the location of the O5 Council. Mobile task forces that were already in the field would be instructed to immediately cease their current mission and focus on locating Omni-Man. While the superhero was incredibly dangerous, it was paramount that valuable time was bought so that a better attack plan could be formulated. That was one advantage that the Foundation had over most of the other groups of interest: the reserves to prolong a war of attrition, no matter how strong the enemy was. There was also the matter of establishing protections for Site-17, since Wondertainment had sent the action figure there of all places to deliver the message. It was likely that Omni-Man would be headed there first. Site staff requested the immediate transfer of the infamous Mobile Task Force Tal-5 Samsara, a unit of immortal cyborgs with superhuman physiology. While Omni-Man was known to have fought and defeated everything from the spawn of ancient gods to cyborgs to immortals, the 4 members of Samsara were all 3 and had strength in numbers. The request remained pending for several minutes, causing one researcher to blithely remark that the O5 Council had probably called dibs. Fearing that MTF Tal-5 wouldn't arrive to intercept Omni-Man, the researchers assessed which anomalies contained on site would be best suited to holding the superhero back. One Keter-class SCP in particular immediately came to mind: SCP-4051, a male humanoid with the anomalous ability to create extra-dimensional wormholes. These wormholes could be used to produce any object that SCP-4051 desired, including exceedingly unstable cognitohazards. While SCP-4051's powers were certainly formidable, it was the fact that the humanoid, who went by the name Rainier Miller, had previously been acting as a vigilante in the United States. In other words, Rainier Miller was likely to be of special interest to Omni-Man, even if that interest merely amounted to having one more target to wipe out. While it wouldn't be the only humanoid SCP that could be considered similar to a superhero, 4051 was definitely the closest at hand. Not too long after the discussion took place, the site radars began to pick up Omni-Man closing in. His approach was extraordinarily fast, breaking through the sound barrier and landing with great force in the center of Site-17. There was no time to waste, and all available guards and mobile task force personnel were ordered to zero in on Omni-Man's location and open fire. As one might expect, bullets weren't exactly effective against the superhero-turned-serial killer, but they did provide a plausible distraction while the researchers mobilized to find other means of neutralizing Omni-Man. It was a terrifying sight watching the costume man stand there within a hail of bullets, bearing no outward signs of distress aside from a stern facial expression. He moved smoothly through the air towards the nearest soldier and shattered every rib with a single punch. He then grabbed another and used him to bludgeon several other agents. Even with the substantial advantage in raw power, there was a considered tactical reason for each of Omni-Man's movements. He systematically made his way through the site, crushing all within his path with absolute prejudice. There were going to be no survivors if this continued. Fortunately, one of the Site-17 other contingencies was about to come into play. You see, the Foundation had done their research, and with the corroboration of information from other groups including the United States government, had deduced that Omni-Man might have psychological weaknesses that could be exploited. Namely, his teenage son, Mark, otherwise known by his superhero alias Invincible.
While the Foundation was far too cautious to directly contact Invincible, mostly out of fear that the boy could be an accomplice, the next best thing could still stall Omni-Man and give the researchers a chance to get SCP-4051 ready for combat. It certainly took Omni-Man by surprise when he was floating down one of the newly blood-soaked corridors and saw Invincible standing at the end staring him down. "Dad? What's going on? Why are you hurting them?" said what appeared to be Mark. Omni-Man stopped in his place, and his expression changed to a look of concern. For the first time since he arrived at Site-17, Omni-Man spoke. "Mark? Come on, Dad, this is crazy. You should stop this and go back home to Mom." Omni-Man furrowed his brow. Something was off here. For one, this version of Invincible had both feet on the ground, even though he would have all the same powers of his father. Also, the fact that Invincible had an approach suggested that this individual was in such fear of Omni-Man that it refused to approach. Omni-Man had been caught off guard by this at first, worried that his son could be afraid of him to this extent, but it was starting to seem suspicious. Mark was no coward. He had become a superhero like his father because he wanted to protect the world from all manner of threats. Although the difference in combat experience between the two was vast, Omni-Man knew that the Invincible he knew was reckless enough to challenge him, or at least have this conversation at a regular distance. His intuition was right on the money, as this was not Invincible at all, but SCP-953, the polymorphic humanoid, instead. While this Keter-class SCP was known for taking many forms, usually that of beautiful women, the Foundation staff had given it access all available information on Omni-Man and Invincible's father-son relationship, and in doing so, successfully convinced it that taking the form of Omni-Man's son was the best path towards self-preservation during this perilous scenario. SCP-953 continued to make attempts at talking to Omni-Man, doing its best to remain still, not wanting to reveal the vulpine features beneath the Invincible costume it was wearing. But Omni-Man proved to be too clever for this gambit. He chuckled, then suddenly zoomed forward with his fist raised in front of him. SCP-953 flinched in terror, only to find that Omni-Man had pulled his punch. At first, SCP-953 was relieved to still be intact, but this soon dissipated as the humanoid looked at Omni-Man and found none of the compassion that was on his face just moments ago.
"You're not Mark," Omni-Man said. "He's stronger than this."
SCP-953 trembled in fear. The polymorphic humanoid only had one card left to play, and it prayed that it worked. 953 shapeshifted again, this time into Omni-Man's wife, Debbie. Her fox-like features were more pronounced in this form, but it was clear that the sight of his human partner's face made Omni-Man hesitant to attack. This hesitation was all the time that the polymorphic humanoid needed to run away, as several guards and SCP-4051 arrived to take over the duty of stalling Omni-Man. Several wormholes opened up around Omni-Man, deploying sonic grenades which stunned him for several seconds. The guards unleashed all of their ammo and drew Omni-Man's aggression while Rainier prepared his next weapon, a wormhole to a pocket dimension filled with flamethrowers, which he directed at Omni-Man, hoping to at least cause some lasting pain if not proper burns. The flames did temporarily obscure his vision, but that didn't hinder him for long, as Omni-Man moved straight upwards through the ceiling before descending back down into the building, massacring the guards surrounding SCP-4051. He looked on Rainier with disdain, especially as the humanoid opened a wormhole and pulled out an aluminum baseball bat.
"You really think a piece of Earthling sports equipment is going to do anything to me?"
Omni-Man said.
"It doesn't matter if it does or doesn't," Rainier replied. "You're not the hero you once were, and someone has to try to stop you."
Omni-Man paused, reminded of his own son. Though mere sentiment wouldn't be to spare Rainier Miller the fate of the rest of his planet and its people, but Rainier opened a wormhole directly in front of himself, which contained multiple anti-tank rifles that fired in Omni-Man's direction. The impact didn't faze Omni-Man, but it slowed the superhero down just enough for Rainier to tuck and roll behind him. Rainier reached into another wormhole for a gas mask, which he quickly donned as another one of his wormholes unleashed deadly poison gas into the corridor. Omni-Man held his breath and flew towards Rainier, grabbing his aluminum bat mid-swing and bending it into an L shape without any apparent effort. Rainier let go of his weapon, but Omni-Man quickly grabbed him by the wrist and lifted him into the air before slamming him down on the ground. Rainier Miller, SCP-4051, was incapacitated, perhaps fatally. Before Omni-Man could confirm his kill, he was tackled and immediately thrown to the nearest wall by the combined force of 4 individuals in cybernetic armor. Mobile Task Force Tau 5 Samsara had arrived, and together they surrounded Omni-Man and hit him with everything they had. Punches and kicks bombarded him from all angles, offering barely any window for a response. The formation didn't last long, as Omni-Man withstood the hits and maneuvered behind one of the members of Samsara, grabbing and snapping the cyborg's neck in one quick motion. One of its fellow members swung for Omni-Man's face, only for him to catch the blow and severely batter the arm of the attacker, rendering it unusable. Omni-Man grabbed the last two members by the throats and squeezed until he heard the familiar pop and crack. Then he let their bodies fall. Of course, this wasn't enough to neutralize Samsara completely. The cyborgs were down, but not out, as their fast regeneration began to fix their injuries. With detached contempt, Omni-Man stomped forcefully on their heads, shattering the skulls of each member of Samsara one by one.
That should be a lot harder to fix,
Omni-Man thought to himself. He was almost finished here. Then it would be on to the next containment site, and eventually to the O5 Council itself. His planet wouldn't need meddlesome groups like the SCP Foundation, made up of inferior humans playing at civilization. He made sure they knew how powerless they were before the rest of the people of Viltrum arrived to complete the conquest of Earth. He applauded the short-lived bravery of Rainier Miller, and in an uncharacteristic moment of mercy, chose not to go back and check if his previous opponent had truly been killed. Omni-Man rationalized that he had already inflicted a killing blow, but deep down, as he concluded his rampage through Site-17 and departed for the site of his next slaughter, he knew that he had subconsciously gave the boy a chance to live.
That's right. It's time once again to activate the famed Anomatron 6000, our patented machine that definitely wasn't developed in affiliation with Dr. Wondertainment. We swear. After recalibrating, rebooting, and hitting restart, our infamous specialized supercomputer is ready to bring you all manner of improbable scenarios. We'll simulate encounters between the SCP Foundation's various anomalies and any other character from any other universe you could possibly imagine. Here's a question for you. What do you think would happen if SCP-096, the notorious Shy Guy, ran afoul of someone he couldn't just kill for daring to look at it? What if the Scourge of the Underworld, Battler of Demons, and the Devil himself set his sights on SCP-096? Well, we're about to hit the button and discover the outcome of SCP-096 versus the dreaded Doomslayer. So, you've heard the old philosophical debate about a tree falling down in the woods, and whether or not nobody being around to hear it brings into question if it actually happened at all, right? Well, let's reframe that one a little. If an interdimensional rip in the very fabric of the time-space continuum opens up in an SCP Foundation secure facility and nobody is around to witness it, does a 6-foot-tall, 360-pound hulking killing machine still emerge to slaughter everything in his path? It turns out, yes. Yes, he definitely does. Horrified screams and the loud bang of shotgun blasts rang out through the hallway as Foundation researchers ran for their lives. The Doom Marine had just been unceremoniously dropped out of a portal into a strange and unfamiliar environment. Mere minutes earlier, he had been awakened inside a sarcophagus within a facility on Mars in the year 2148. Unfortunately, Doom Guy hadn't had the best start to his day, given that the base he'd woken up in was being overrun by the forces of hell itself, thanks to a rogue scientist opening up portals to the underworld and allowing all manner of demonic abominations to come pouring through. So naturally, when another portal brought the armor-clad Demon Slayer to a site run by the SCP Foundation, the intensity of battle had led to the Doomslayer believing that the unsuspecting staff were actually all demons in disguise. And to him, the only good demon is one he got to send back to hell in the most brutal fashion imaginable. He wasn't going to stop until he'd torn through wave after wave of Foundation personnel, thinking perhaps if he killed enough, he'd be returned to his previous locale for more demon killing. As the Foundation dispatched its security forces and mobile task forces to take down the unstoppable force of carnage decked out in head-to-toe green armor, it seemed nothing they could throw at the Doom Marine was enough to take him down. A hail of bullets rained down on him from the MTF's weapons, ricocheting ineffectually off his protective plating as he continued his assault. remaining tireless thanks to his immense physical conditioning. The SCP Foundation tried and failed to contain Doomguy. They assumed him to either be a new, undocumented anomaly or a violent and unhinged maniac from the Church of the Broken God. Given his armor resembling cybernetic augmentations and machine parts grafted to his body, along with his arsenal of advanced weaponry. But there were no enhancements, no augmentations made to the Doomslayer. He may have once been mortal, but centuries of killing demons had allowed him to transcend ordinary human physiology. He did not tire, never lost strength, never needed to eat or drink, and was near enough immortal. Yet among all the chaos that was unfurling, a solitary researcher had just managed to slip out of the Doomslayer's reach. He ran as fast and far as he was physically able. The mobile task force troops were getting eviscerated, and the Slayer could easily tear through the whole Foundation. Then, fleeing for his life, the researcher had an idea, either a stroke of genius or total idiocy, and a risky move either way. He would send an anomaly on the Doomslayer. He turned to the nearest containment cell, a windowless room with a heavy locked door. Hurriedly inputting his security clearance code, the researcher heaved the door open and covered his eyes with his arm. It wouldn't have been his first choice of SCP to send into battle. SCP-096's cell was the closest. Lumbering out of its containment chamber on its misshapen, elongated legs, SCP-096 scanned the area. Alarms were blaring. It was loud and frightening to the timid, albeit terrifying creature. It reached up to cover its ears in bewilderment. Not that the researcher who had freed it could see what it was doing. For one, his eyes were still covered, and for another, he was already dead, thanks to the Doomslayer barging shoulder first through a nearby wall and raining debris onto the nearby researcher. Beneath the visor of his helmet, the Marine breathed heavily, panting but not tiring, as he looked at the pale, skinny creature in the corridor before him. It was clutching the sides of its head, its huge jaw hung open. As far as the Slayer knew, he was making progress. His attack was working. He'd killed enough of these demonic imposters that they were starting to reveal their true forms. Although in all his years of bloodshed and being a scourge to the denizens of hell, he hadn't quite ever seen a demon that looked like the Shy Guy. Not that it mattered to Doomguy. Before long, it'd be dead like all the rest. The towering, stick-thin creature turned to face the armor-adorned warrior and shrieked, immediately overcome with anguish, having a full-blown breakdown as it often did whenever someone looked at it. As the demon killer stomped down the corridor towards it, the Doomblade, a long, sleek, razor-sharp edge extended from the Slayer's gauntlet where it was mounted on his wrist. He reached down and yanked the ripcord on his chainsaw too. He was long overdue for a glory kill. But before he could strike at SCP-096, the Shy Guy moved with impossible speed, faster than even the Doom Marine himself. It zipped behind the encroaching Marine, moving quicker than he could perceive. 1 second SCP-096 was crying and wailing in front of him, then not even a full second later, the creature was towering over Doomguy from behind. SCP-096 gripped the Doomblade and snapped it with ease, like breaking a twig before reaching its other long arm down and pulling the chainsaw from Doomguy's hand. The motorized blade was still running as it clattered to the ground, cutting a hole through the floor and falling down into the lower level of the facility. Enraged, as he very often was, the Doomslayer reached both arms back behind his head and gripped the elongated torso of SCP-096. The virtually immortal killing machine hurled the creature over his head with ease, thanks of course to his immense strength. Doomguy could lift objects far heavier than most ordinary humans, and carry heavy weapons without tiring. He had even grappled hand-to-hand with demons. Throwing the Shy Guy down the corridor like hurling a basketball was no trouble for the spacefaring slaughterer of Satan's spawn. Screaming and howling in pain, SCP-096 crashed to the ground at the far end of the corridor, tumbling over itself thanks to its long limbs before landing in a confused heap. As the Shy Guy reoriented itself, struggling back onto its feet and standing up at its full height, it was instantly knocked back down as the force of something struck it. Bearing down on SCP-096, the Doom Machine charged, his signature double-barreled sawed-off shotgun drawn. It was hardly leaving a scratch on SCP-096's pale skin, despite the moderate amount of damage the weapon was capable of. 2 shots would ring out, reeling the creature but not harming it. Then, by the time SCP-096 managed to recover from the blast, the Slayer had finished reloading in time to open fire yet again, even as the Doomslayer raced nearer, closing the distance between him and what he thought to be another demon for him to kill. The shotgun seemed to have little effect against the Shy Guy at close range. Stowing the weapon, Doom Guy put all of his focus and energy into his charge, heavy boots stomping against the ground as he raced towards the Shy Guy, still stunned by the latest shotgun blast. Before the creature could steady itself, this time it was struck by another force, a heavy object barreling towards it. The Doomslayer shoulder barged SCP-096, sending the pair of them crashing through the nearest wall. They burst into a neighboring room, with the Doomslayer keeping a single-armed grip around the Shy Guy, while repeatedly delivering vicious punches to its gut with his other hand, not once relenting. SCP-096 screeched in pain, clawing at the Slayer, but unable to tear through his impenetrable armor. As they crashed through yet another wall, SCP-096 did something it rarely ever did. In fact, maybe something it had never ever done before. It ran away from someone that had looked at it. While the creature was deeply insecure and so self-conscious that it would kill anyone who saw so much as a photograph of it didn't often feel afraid. But the Doomslayer, this muscle-bound killing machine that had brutally butchered actual demons, was so imposing, so threatening, and so effective at dispensing painful punishment that he scared the fight out of SCP-096. Sobbing with terror, the creature zipped away using its anomalous speed, trying desperately to put as much distance between it and the Doom Marine as it possibly could. But therein lay the problem. No sooner had SCP-096 gotten away from the Scourge of Hell than the creature immediately felt the familiar pull. Whether it was an inescapable compulsion to kill everyone who looked at it, or the fact of the Shy Guy's biology, it could only distance itself from the Slayer for a few seconds before it reappeared next to him. From the Doom Guy's perspective, it seemed like the creature was intentionally disappearing and reappearing, using its teleportation-like speed to evade a volley of his attacks. SCP-096 came at him again, stuck in a loop of trying to attack the Doomslayer for looking at it, to immediately regretting that course of action and fleeing in fear of its hulking, heavy weapon-toting target. Doom Guy drew every weapon he had in his arsenal, launching a barrage of high-explosive ordnance from his rocket launcher to try and kill SCP-096. The resulting damage practically reduced an entire wing of the Foundation site to rubble, but still couldn't kill the Slayer's opponent. Meanwhile, in the moments that the Shy Guy temporarily forgot his own fear for the Doom Guy, it managed to rush towards him, swiping the Marine's various technologically advanced armaments out of his hands, before instantly remembering why he was so scared of the green armored force of destruction and dashing away. Doom Guy's supply of weapons had all but depleted. Neither he nor SCP-096 were getting tired out by their constant back and forth. They were locked in a stalemate, until the Shy Guy tried to get back to its cell. Zipping away once again, it cowered in the corner, reaching for an old worn-out paper bag that had slipped over its head. It sat down, trembling, rocking back and forth in a fetal position. The Shy Guy was terrified. An overwhelming, debilitating fear gripped it. Fear that became pure dread as the sound of heavy boots began to stomp closer and closer. Kicking the steel door off its hinges, the Doomslayer walked into SCP-096's cell, carrying something huge in his hands. It was one of the most devastating weapons Doom Guy had at his disposal, capable of unleashing untold destruction, the BFG 9000. Without remorse, not caring that the creature seemed to have retreated and was cowering away from him, the Slayer raised the powerful weapon and fired an enormous ball of green energy. The blast engulfed the entire room, tendrils snaking out from the energy projectile, causing additional damage to the surrounding area, until there was nothing left of SCP-096. Here we are again with the Anomatron 6000. Our state-of-the-art simulation computer that helps us create hyper-accurate simulations of some of the world's most bizarre scenarios. Whether it's SCP-096 versus Siren Head, Abel versus Chainsaw Man, or now perhaps our most ridiculous matchup yet, SCP-035, the Diabolical Possessive Mask, versus The Mask, the popular Jim Carrey character based on the hyper-violent comic book
of the same name. So, what the heck are we waiting for? Let's crank up the machine and see what the results are.
Somebody stop me!
Okay, so what have we got on intake today? Researcher Werb asked, a tone of boredom hanging off his every word. Possible anomalous entity? His compatriot Dr. Macney replied, sipping his coffee, sounding equally as unenthused. Caucasian male, early 30s, a team of our agents picked him up in... The Foundation doctor checked his notes. Some place called Edge City? Real appealing tourist spot, he added sarcastically. What's so anomalous about him? Werb questioned. His eyes lazily scanned over a file Macney had handed him. Says here he's just an ordinary bank teller. There's one prior arrest on his record, but the charges were dropped later on. This guy's a nobody. Apparently, he was in possession of an anomalous artifact, came the doctor's reply. He looked through the one-way glass into the interrogation room. Sat at the table wearing a matching pair of hideous pajamas was a wiry, brown-haired man. What was it? Researcher Werb asked, not bothering to check the file. A mask, apparently, Macney replied. This thing can form a symbiotic connection with whoever wears it. This guy's had it for a while. It causes him to undergo a dramatic intensification of his personality when he puts it on, as well as granting him some, unusual abilities. Hold on, aren't you just describing SCP-035? Werb said, looking confused. Nope, the doctor responded by handing him a clear evidence bag. In it was a single wooden mask, a dull, darkish green tint to the object. It looked to be almost Viking in its design, with 3 holes on its surface, 1 for the mouth and 2 for the eyes. It was hard to deny it was completely different from the white porcelain of SCP-035. What's this guy's name again? Werb sighed, looking at the scruffy, pajama-clad man waiting for them. Ipkiss, his colleague replied. Stanley Ipkiss. Meanwhile, locked up tight in a hermetically sealed glass case was another anomalous mask. SCP-035 was kept under lock and key by the Foundation, guarded constantly by a pair of armed security officers. One of them, Officer Riegert, had noticed something strange about the infamous possessive mask today, or stranger than usual anyway. SCP-035 was known to compel people to wear it if they were close enough, often through subtle, psychic whispers, but today it seemed restless, almost agitated, like it found something nearby to be intensely annoying. I already told you everything I know, Stanley Ipkiss sighed exhaustedly. He'd been dragged out of bed at the crack of dawn by strange agents and was now being interrogated about what he knew of the wooden mask he'd come across floating in the river one fateful night. I don't know where it came from, I swear. I didn't even realize I still had it. We threw it back in the river, but my dog must have swum out and fetched it, Stanley explained. You have no idea what this thing is, not even from any first-hand experience, Mr. Ipkiss? Dr. Macney asked, holding the mask up. Look, I did take it to a psychologist who told me it might be Scandinavian, a representation of some Norse night god, Loki, I think, he answered. We're not interested in this mask as a historical art piece, Researcher Werb retorted. Tell us what happens when you put it on. Stanley paused for a moment, clearly aware he was in real trouble, but nervous about coughing up the details to his shady captors. With a sigh, he decided it was best to confess. I don't know how it works, but whenever you put it on, it's like it brings your deepest desires to life. When I wear that mask, I can do anything, be anything, he described, remembering a key detail. But it only works at night. Dr. Macney and Researcher Werb exchanged looks, uncertain if Ipkiss was just a lunatic or if there was truth to what he was telling them. Assemble a security team, Macney sighed. We'll arrange a safe environment for you tonight, Mr. Ipkiss. Elsewhere in the facility, Riegert and his fellow security officer, Duggan, was watching over SCP-035 with growing concern. What do you reckon has this thing so agitated? Dugan wondered aloud. Who knows? Riegert sighed. I've already reported it to command, told them 035's in a mood. They said to proceed as normal. Suddenly, as the words left his mouth, Officer Riegert felt strange. It was like he had been hooked by an overwhelming urge to put the possessive mask on. He barely noticed he had reached to unlock the door sealing the area where SCP-035 was contained in its case, and as he stepped through, Officer Dugan's pleas for him to stop barely registered. The other officer tried in vain to pull Riegert back as he walked towards the possessive mask, only to feel his coworker grip his shirt and swing him face first over and over again into the glass case containing the anomalous object. His body going completely limp after being used to break the glass, Rieger dropped Dugan to the floor, too lost in his trance-like state to realize he'd just killed a fellow Foundation security officer. He was too focused on SCP-035 as he lifted it up and placed it over his face. Meanwhile, Stanley Ipkiss had been brought to a testing area, a team of security officers standing around him. The fact that they were all armed did little to ease Stanley's nerves. Dr. Macney strode up to him, pulling the green wooden mask out of the airtight bag it had been sealed in, and handed it to Stanley. "No funny business, Mr. Ipkiss," the doctor warned. "I really can't promise that," Stanley replied. He looked at the mask in his hands, noticed a green shimmer over the reverse side of it. As much as he had gladly given it up, part of him had missed wearing it. He could already hear the low rumbling of thunder outside as he lifted it towards his face, feeling it almost leap out of his hands and latch itself onto him. The green mask eagerly became attached to Stanley, the surface of it spreading out where it covered his face and wrapped around his entire head. Around him, the guards cautiously stepped back as they watched Stanley convulse and writhe around the place uncontrollably, like a man possessed. Both researcher Word and Dr. Macney looked at each other in wordless disbelief before turning back to the scene unfolding before their eyes. The booming noise of thunder and cracks of lightning rang out, despite this all taking place indoors, as Stanley Ipkiss vanished in the center of a miniature tornado that spun wildly around the testing area before slowing to a halt. In its place stood a maniacal, wide-eyed figure, dressed in a garish yellow zoot suit and wearing an enormous toothed grin on his bright green face.
How do, fellas?
The mask bombastically hooted at the guards. Having been trained to deal with absurd anomalies aplenty, the security team all defensively raised their weapons out of a mix of instinct and confusion.
Eesh, rough crowd,
the green-faced lunatic stated to nobody. It looked like he had turned aside, as if addressing some invisible audience. Outstretching both arms and one leg, the mask instantly zipped off, hurling around the room in a whirlwind of absurdity, in the style of an old Tex Avery cartoon. The spinning, cackling combination of Stanley Ipkiss and the magical mask weaved in between the Foundation guards, all of whom tried in vain to restrain him until he disappeared out of the door.
After him!
Dr. Macney yelled with urgency in his voice. The guards all turned to run after the mask, only for each one of them to trip over and land face first on the floor of the testing area, as if something had tied them all up by their ankles. It was only after the security officers all struggled back up to their feet that they noticed their pants had been yanked down, leaving the Foundation's finest somewhat embarrassed, to say the least. Outside the testing area, Stanley, or rather the mask, had already closed the door behind him. Out of nowhere, he produced a series of wooden planks and began hammering them into the doorframe, boarding it up before speedily adding chains and padlocks to the mix. Sighing and in an over-exaggerated manner wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned around, only to be met with the sight of even more SCP Foundation guards lying in wait, their guns all trained on him. The mask gave a scream of pure terror that briefly sent his skull popping out of his head and his eyes shooting out of his skull, before everything zipped right back into its original place. His eyes darted around at the faces of the Foundation security, wondering how he was going to get out of this one.
"Oh gee, this all seems familiar,"
he said either to himself or his audience.
"Well, if it ain't broken,
hit it!"
In the blink of an eye, the mask's bright yellow outfit had transformed, replaced by a silk blue rumba shirt with ruffled sleeves, white pants, and a wide-brimmed black hat. As they watched him stood at the ready, a few of the guards noticed the sound of music. Not one of them could tell where it was coming from, nor could they help starting to tap their feet or bob their heads to the rhythm of the Cuban Pete rumba. The entire security team quickly erupted into a full-blown dance number that anyone who saw it couldn't resist joining, all led by the mask, wildly waving maracas in the air and singing. Elsewhere in the facility, Officer Riegert was beginning to melt. He still had SCP-035 covering his face, the frown of the possessive mask conveying the entity's sheer discontent. The black ooze secreting from its porcelain surface had the unfortunate effect of corroding and melting down anyone that wore it, dissolving them entirely after a short period of time. Determined, SCP-035 pushed on, plodding its host towards a storage room. If it remembered correctly, the SCP Foundation had stored a number of temporary hosts for it, mannequins that, while not human, had enough of a humanoid shape for the possessive mask to use. Of course, after all of its attempts to escape, the Foundation had rescinded its privilege to be granted new hosts, not that it could stop it from taking them by force. Using the last of Officer Riegert's dwindling strength, SCP-035 barged its way into the storeroom. Sure enough, waiting there for it was a row of discarded mannequins. Lifting Riegert's hands before they had fully melted away, the possessive mask used him to place itself on a new body. Elsewhere, not too far away in the Foundation facility, a conga line of security officers and research personnel was parading through the corridors, all happily dancing and jiving to the music, despite still no one being able to figure out where it was coming from. Dashing away from his spot at the front of the line, the mask zipped around a corner, his clothes having changed back to his signature brightly colored zoot suit.
"Never say no to a party!"
he exclaimed after having danced his way to freedom. The sound of something shuffling closer quickly caught the mask's attention. He turned around to find himself standing green face to porcelain face with SCP-035.
You.
The masked mannequin raised a hollow arm, pointing a finger from its host at Stanley.
You bear the God of Mischief's carving. I could sense its presence since you arrived.
"Stanley, my look, nobody likes a copycat fella," the mask replied. "Although intimidation is the sincerest form of flattery, and that's how Jim Carrey's career started."
he added, exploding with raucous laughter.
Cease your prattling!
SCP-035 hissed with spite.
"Say, perhaps we're related."
The mask ignored it.
"Oh, we could be long-lost family. You know, I always wanted kids of my own. Son of the Mask has a nice ring to it, right?"
He paused, once again turning away to his unseen audience.
"On second thought, maybe not."
The SCP-035-controlled mannequin leapt forward, gripping the mask's arm, causing him to scream in shock at the advance. His eyes bulged out of their sockets, zooming in on the corrosive black secretions oozing from SCP-035. The mannequin's other hand started reaching upwards, gripping his oversized green head, as if it were trying to lift the mask right off of Stanley's face. Zooming away again, he sped down the nearest corridor, his arms stretching behind him, still clamped in SCP-035's grip. Coming to a screeching halt with the comical sound of car brakes, the mask wobbled his outstretched arm. A ripple traveled all the way along the elongated limb, as if it was made of elastic. His wrist still being held by the mannequin sporting the possessive mask, the force of the flailing rubbery arm was so great that it flung SCP-035's host body around, sending it head first into the ceiling, then plummeting back down to the ground. Its grip loosened, allowing the mask to reel back its stretchy arm, although it didn't return to normal length right away. His own hand pinged back and hit him in the face, only to start urgently trying to communicate of its own accord.
"What's that, boy?"
the mask said to his hand as it started performing a series of signals.
"Little Timmy's stuck down a well. You'd like a Friday night off? There's a two-bit chump wearing another mask walking menacingly down the hall towards us."
The hand suddenly turned the mask's head to look in the right direction. Sure enough, SCP-035 was using the mannequin to walk down the hall towards him. His elongated arm quickly returned to its normal size, as the green-faced lunatic took a quick draw stance, facing his oncoming adversary.
Now, you have to ask yourself one question.
He sneered, doing a fairly convincing impression of a green Clint Eastwood.
Do I feel lucky?
With a sweep of his hand, the mask had drawn an enormous weapon. The thing was a gigantic mass of different artillery, clicking and whirring. There were barrels on top of barrels, rockets, and other explosives locked into place.
Do I feel lucky?
The mask continued.
Well, do you, punk?
SCP-035 did nothing to slow its advance, so the mask pulled the trigger. Every one of his weapon's various components spat out a tiny flag with the word BANG written on it.
"Ah, performance issue,"
he said, doing his aside once again. "Not that I'm overcompensating for anything." Clearly growing agitated, piloting its host, SCP-035 started charging towards the mask. Immediately, he spun around, becoming a tornado of hyperactivity and whooping noises as he sped down the adjacent corridor. The possessive mask staggered after him. The ooze leaking from the porcelain anomaly was dripping onto the mannequin wearing it, causing the plastic to be melted away, exposing the flimsy metal skeleton beneath. It knew it had to merge with a new host, find something else to corrupt. SCP-035 chased after the cartoonish troublemaker, knowing that if it could catch him, he'd be able to survive merging with it. His body, while wearing the other mask, barely obeyed the laws of physics, making him invulnerable to damage, and possibly even the corrosive substance oozing from the possessive mask. As if those weren't enough reasons, his powers seemed virtually limitless. Combined with the green-headed lunatic, SCP-035 could do anything. Reaching a stop at the end of another corridor, the mask spun around, wearing a comically undersized baseball uniform. He reached into his pocket and produced an oversized baseball bat, then proceeded to start hurling baseballs into the air and swatting them as hard as he could. As the mask increased the speed of his swings, a volley of hard-corked baseballs were fired down the corridor like a barrage of bullets, ricocheting off the walls and hitting the oncoming SCP-035. Each one struck its target, reeling the mannequin, but doing little much else to stop it getting closer and closer until, with an almighty swing, the mask brought his bat crashing into SCP-035 with enough force to send the possessive mask and its hosts careening down the corridor. It sailed through the air, bursting through a wall, then flew into a research lab, tearing a huge hole in the next wall as it kept going. Finally, it came crashing out of the last wall, the outer wall of the facility, and dropped multiple stories to the ground outside. Changing costumes back to his classic suit and dashing after SCP-035, the mask passed through all the holes his adversary had left in the multiple walls it had crashed into. He screeched to a halt again and paused after getting through the outer wall, only to realize after a moment that he was hovering in mid-air, not standing on anything. Reaching into his suit pocket, the mask pulled out a sign on a stick with a single word written on it. Yikes. He plummeted down to ground level, landing with such an immense crash that his body cracked into the asphalt below. It left a perfect outline of him imprinted in the ground, causing the mask to go completely pancake flat head to toe. Suddenly, before he could peel himself up off the ground and go back to being three-dimensional, SCP-035 staggered to its host's feet and pinned the mask down.
Finally,
It growled.
I've caught you. I've won. Your power is mine. Once I've combined with you, I will be able to ravage this world. I'm going to fuse to your face. Then I'll start with decimating those wretches that imprison me. The Foundation will fall, and then so will the rest of their precious world.
Forcefully, the mannequin's hand wrenched the mask off the ground, but as SCP-035 turned to look at what it had hoped to be its next host, well, let's just say the tragedy frown carved into its porcelain face had never been more appropriate. It wasn't holding the mask, it was holding a life-size cardboard cutout of a photo of the mask, grinning out from one side. Enraged, the possessive mask tore the decoy in half with its mannequin's hands.
Hey, Pachuco,
Said a cartoonish voice from right behind it.
did you miss me?
The mask had reappeared for real this time, grinning with his huge teeth, clearly getting a kick out of having someone to torment. SCP-035, on the other hand, had been getting increasingly irritated by all the wacky cartoon antics. With all the aggression it could channel through its mannequin host, it gripped the mask by the throat, his eyes bulging out of his head again.
See, you don't need to get all choked up over it.
He gagged.
You are so tiresome.
The possessive mask yelled, having finally run out of patience.
You know what? I won't merge with you. I should just kill you and put an end to your buffoonery. Let me take this thing off you first, though.
Its mannequin fingers started to hook into the mask's seam at the back of his bald green head.
Wait!
The mask begged, putting up both his hands in surrender. At least give me a final request, huh? Master Mask! Before the possessive mask could respond, the mask had swept it off its dissolving mannequin feet. He started to spin it around in a wild, over-the-top dance number, bopping and swinging to a tune that seemed to be coming from nowhere. The longer it went on for, the more and more of SCP-035's host's body started to dissolve away, until the mannequin finally wasted away. All that was left was a bubbling pile of black goo on the ground with the possessive mask laying in the middle. The mask chuckled, noticing the fumes trailing upwards into the air as the corrosive substance melted away the last of SCP-035's host.
Talk about smoking!
What's up, gamers? Hello there, everyone. My name's SCP Explained. A lot of SCP fans have played the free survival horror game SCP Containment Breach. The game's story places the player in the shoes of a D-class at one of the Foundation's containment sites, as they try their best to survive a massive, catastrophic containment breach. Many players, including some of our viewers, feel as if the simulated experience has given them the tools they would need to survive a real-life containment breach.
But can playing a video game really be sufficient training for encountering some of the deadliest SCPs in containment and escaping with your life? In order to answer this question, we're going to speculate based on one of the game's most prolific players, famous YouTuber and gamer, Markiplier. If playing this game counts as training, then Markiplier has enough hours logged to be a bona fide expert in facing off against the many dangerous anomalies at the SCP Foundation. So kick back, crack open some G Fuel, and let's see if Markiplier lives to gain another day. To set the scene, let's all imagine that somehow, through a hiccup in time and space, or by some sort of wish on a cursed monkey's paw, Markiplier found himself inside of an SCP Foundation containment site. That would be bad enough, but the blaring alarms and sounds of chaos signal that he arrived at the worst possible time, during a containment breach. The security systems are down, the cells are open, and danger lurks around every corner. Armed with nothing but his wits and winning personality, the only thing he can do is try to navigate the facility as carefully as possible, remember everything he's learned from his time streaming the video game version of this place, and hope he can escape with his life. Let's start with one we know he'd be well equipped to face, SCP-173. The neck-snapping sculpture is the main antagonist of SCP Containment Breach, so Markiplier would be familiar with the necessary precautions to avoid winding up as its next victim. If he happened to walk into a room and spot the figure, frozen in his gaze, he would know to keep his eyes on the sculpture no matter what, and slowly back out of the room without blinking. Plus, with all of the time he spends looking at screens, he's definitely used to keeping his eyes on one thing for a long period of time. Congratulations, Mark. You survived that one. He's managed to get away from SCP-173 with his neck still intact. Hooray! But as he sneaks through the hall trying not to draw any unwanted attention, a French accented voice breaks the silence behind him. Good evening, my fine fellow. Are you feeling quite well? There, behind him, is SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, in all of his beak-masked, black-robed glory. You look feverish. Please, allow me to administer some simple tests. In this scenario, Mark would have to think fast and use some of that patented Markiplier charm to get himself out of a potentially sticky situation before one of those gloved hands can touch him. He would need to politely excuse himself, insist that he just saw his doctor earlier that day, and then, before the Plague Doctor can take another step closer, run as fast as he possibly could in the opposite direction. As Markiplier stops to catch his breath, having thrown the Plague Doctor off of his trail, the sound of sobbing in the corner signals that he might have just escaped the proverbial frying pan, only to wind up in the fire. A quick cursory glance up, and the sight of a long-limbed pale humanoid form would confirm his suspicions. Yes indeed. He's found himself alone with SCP-096, the Shy Guy. Remembering the details of this particular anomaly from the game, he would look back down at the ground immediately, making sure not to glimpse the creature's face. As long as he avoided looking at its face, it would stay in the corner of the room, scarcely even acknowledging him. Then he would be free to make a mad dash for the exit. All the while, SCP-096 would stay hunched over, crying and completely aware it was briefly in the presence of a beloved YouTube personality. Things might be going pretty well for Markiplier so far, but oh, what's that sound? The slither of tentacles on tile, the thumping of a large heart, and the murmuring voice of an elderly Englishman? Poor Markiplier. Video games definitely wouldn't have prepared him for the arrival of SCP-058, the Heart of Darkness. It's come out of its cage and it's doing just fine. But the same can't be said for any living thing that this creepy, animate, and highly hostile creature encounters.
Endless suffering is the woe of ignorant men who never lack to see the depth of their own hearts and only see the wealth of a poor world's suffering of silver and brutal gladness.
The heart whispers as it scuttles towards the hapless YouTuber. Without much prior knowledge of the anomaly, Mark would be thoroughly unprepared for any encounter with it. He would likely fall victim to its spiked tentacles or the sharp stinger, and any attempt to physically fight it off would be ineffective due to the anomaly's resilience to physical attacks. We don't need to get into the details of how that specifically might end. It would be a bit tasteless. But there are friendly anomalies that Markiplier might stumble upon too.
Suppose, instead of suffering an untimely end at the tentacles of a heart monster that speaks in creepy atmospheric gibberish, he found himself face to face with SCP-073, Kane. It would be a nice reprieve, to be sure, as Kane is generally pleasant and congenial to any humans he meets. You never know, he might even be a fan of Mark's work. The same can't be said for Kane's counterpart, SCP-076, however. It's nothing personal. Abel feels murderous rage towards any and all human beings. But it's hard not to take it personally when you see Abel running at you at full speed, brandishing a massive sword that's poised to take your head off with one swing. If Markiplier faced Abel on his own, he would unfortunately not stand much of a chance. Again, it's nothing personal. He's a super powerful ancient warrior with a taste for bloodshed. If Kane was in the vicinity, however, then he might just be able to escape unscathed. Kane is one of the few anomalies that can easily oppose Abel, as any damage Abel manages to do to him will only affect Abel. So the best case scenario for Mark would be to let the two immortals go at it while he sneaks away quietly. After all the stress of navigating the containment site, Markiplier would probably really need some cheering up. After all, his entire sense of reality is crumbling around him at a rapid pace. Good news, because SCP-999 can always sense when someone nearby needs that frown turned upside down. The tickle monster doesn't appear in the containment breach game, so Mark might not know what to expect when he sees a large mass of bright orange slime oozing toward him at a rapid pace. But once SCP-999 wrapped him in a big hug and its natural mood-boosting properties kicked in, he would know that this particular creature is friend, not foe. He would give the slimy visitor some affectionate pats, and the tickle monster would coo happily in return. SCP-999 might try to follow Markiplier down the hall, but he would insist it stay where it is needed, helping the various humans and anomalies of the Foundation when they need a little bit of sweetness and light in their lives. Then the two would part ways, each with their spirits lifted, and with fond memories of their new friend that would last a lifetime. But you can never let your guard down at the SCP Foundation, not even for a second as you're enjoying a hug from everyone's favorite happy slime creature. If you relax and forget to keep your wits about you, you might not notice the wall behind you starting to warp and melt as something horrible reaches through it from a dark place outside space and time. If Markiplier turned around to find himself face to face with the cold dead eyes of SCP-106, the Old Man, what would happen next? The rotten old man appears in containment breach, so Mark would know exactly how bad things can get if this ominous octogenarian gets his decaying hands on him. He would also know that doors, walls, and other solid objects are not enough to deter this entity once he sets his sights on taking you. It is possible that Mark could run, could stay out of the old man's sight until the creature gets bored or find some other more convenient prey to snatch up. But it's more than likely that SCP-106 would be excited by the chase and would delight in the fear and pain that he is causing. Unlike in Containment Breach, where SCP-106's movements can be predicted, the real thing is far more crafty and malicious, and there's no starting over if the old man catches up to you in the real world. Unfortunately, Markiplier would likely find himself pulled through the wall and into the entity's lair, where only doom would be waiting. How might Markiplier fare against another prominent character in Containment Breach, though? Say, one very tricky, possessive mask. Thankfully, his experience with the game would have taught Mark in advance that SCP-035 cannot be trusted under any circumstances. However, the mask in the game is at least a little bit helpful, offering valuable information about navigating the containment site, and even providing insight into other threats to the player's safety. The real thing is nowhere near as generous. It has no desire to help humans or anyone but itself, really. If it wound up in the same room as Markiplier, it would only have one goal and one goal only: get him to take it out of its case and put it over his face. Hopefully Markiplier would know better than to wear the wicked porcelain mask, but its psychic influence is strong. We couldn't blame him if he wound up succumbing to it, putting it on and becoming the mask's newest human host. It would be thrilled to have found such a famous body to take over too, who would pilot Markiplier out of the containment site, take him back home, and become the first SCP with over 1 million YouTube subscribers. Aside from this channel, of course. I shudder to think what SCP-035 would do with such a massive platform. It definitely wouldn't be anything good. Now, there aren't just anomalies at the Foundation. There are lots of staff members working to keep the well-oiled machine running smoothly. Of course, some are better at this than others, and some staff are just agents of chaos all on their own, but that makes life more fun. Imagine a team-up between the most fun-loving, memeable researcher at the SCP Foundation and Markiplier. That's right, Dr. Jack Bright himself. Now, many people don't know this, but Dr. Bright is a big fan of gaming YouTubers and has wanted to start a channel of his own for quite some time. The Foundation won't allow him to run any of his own social media, concerned about the potential for secure information leaking to the public. But a chance encounter with one of his favorite YouTube creators would be just the kind of opportunity Dr. Bright has been waiting for. Sure, Markiplier might be caught a bit off guard by a strange man in an amulet asking him to collab, but Dr. Bright's big personality, sense of humor, and high energy would make him a great guest to have on the channel. At least until he finds something else to distract him from his own existential dread and abandons his streaming dreams for that. He'd definitely get Markiplier to autograph the amulet first though, that's for sure. Lots of people love Markiplier. He's a congenial guy with a passion for making enjoyable content, but there's one anomaly at the Foundation that wouldn't like him at all. In fact, it would find him, frankly,
disgusting.
But that's not his fault. SCP-682 hates all living things. That's kind of its whole deal. Well, that and being impossible to kill. The massive rage-filled reptile is incredibly dangerous to anything and anyone it encounters, and sadly, Markiplier would be no exception. This creature doesn't care about likability or how much a person has contributed to contemporary internet culture. It only cares about destruction, about snapping the poor YouTuber up in its jaws or knocking him into the wall with one swash of its enormous tail. Unless Markiplier happened to have a spare nuclear warhead on him, it's not likely that he would make it out of meeting with SCP-682 in one piece. Oh, no, not his head. Wait, is that the bite of 87? Sorry, I had to do it for the meme. Speaking of 87, however, how would Markiplier fare if he stumbled upon SCP-087, the stairwell? It's not the likeliest of events, seeing as the doorway leading to it is constructed of reinforced steel with an electro-release lock and is disguised as the entrance to a janitor's closet in an undisclosed building, but in this world, stranger things have happened. Markiplier has played more than enough horror games to know that finding yourself in a dark staircase that seems to go on forever where you can hear the distant cries of a distressed child isn't something anyone would ever want. He could try and descend the staircase, looking for a way out, but if he did, all that would await him is creeping dread and paranoia, and an encounter with the frightening face of SCP-087-1. His best hope in this scenario would be to take a seat at the top of the stairs and wait for his loyal fanbase to notice he hasn't been online for a while. The internet is a powerful thing, and it's possible they could track him down and rescue him before things got too dire. Otherwise, well, best not to think about that. Over the span of their careers, many online personalities and digital content creators have found themselves in need of a rebrand. Maybe they decide to make a new type of creative work. Maybe they wind up at the center of a scandal. Or maybe they just got bored of doing the same thing over and over again. If Markiplier ever decided to change things up, there are dozens of ways he could go about it. But there's one that he would need to visit the SCP Foundation for. It wouldn't be necessarily advisable, but what if Markiplier decided to engage in some anomalous self-improvement using SCP-914, the Clockworks? Using live test subjects with this machine is always a bit dicey, and he would need to be extremely careful about what setting he used. The very fine setting could produce some really exciting results. Maybe it would improve his eyesight, or give him the ability to work long hours without experiencing creator burnout. Maybe it would give him the ability to fly, or to spontaneously generate a Wi-Fi hotspot no matter where he was, or how little phone signal he had. Maybe it would make him the greatest gamer in the world. There's really only one reason to find out. Just make sure to hit the right button, or several million people would be very, very sad. Speaking of self-improvement, what would happen if Markiplier got his hands on an anomalous computer program? Not one of the dangerous ones, but an educational one intended to help children learn new skills. SCP-5094, Miss J's WizKid Schoolhouse, would be a perfect fit. He'd have to find a way to play it on his computer, but once he did, Markiplier could livestream his experience with the software. It's uncertain how the anomalous effect of SCP-5094 would translate into a massive audience, but but it would be amazing to see if thousands of people could learn a new skill at once. It would be potentially life-changing for everyone involved. Speaking of helpful anomalies, Markiplier would greatly benefit from an introduction to SCP-662, the Butler's Handbell. Running a YouTube channel takes a ton of work, and having an eager supernatural assistant on call 24 hours a day would probably really improve the quality of life for everyone involved. Mr. Deeds would be happy to assist with whatever day-to-day tasks might come up, and could even become a beloved background character on the channel. Whether it's bringing Mark a bag of Takis or helping edit video footage, there's very little this helpful British butler can't do. When you get famous and successful, and when you become a public figure online, it seems like everyone out there wants a piece of you. People want money, attention, to ride someone's coattails to fame. But what about an anomaly that quite literally wants a piece of Markiplier? Or any person, really. SCP-082 Ferdinand the Cannibal would love to meet Markiplier, and would love to make Markiplier his meat. He would probably use his habit for lying and spinning elaborate stories to attempt to entice Mark into a dangerous situation.
Hello, Markiplier, it's me, your friend Jacksepticeye, he would say while very visibly not being who he claims to be. It's time to film a new video challenge. See how long you can stay in the soup pot. Just hop in the pot of boiling water, don't mind me cutting up carrots and onions into it.
As long as Mark keeps his wits about him and doesn't fall for the extremely obvious lies, he would likely escape this confrontation without ending up in a YouTuber's stew. Markiplier is somewhat familiar with the layout of the SCP Foundation containment site, thanks to the gameplay of Containment Breach. But what if, after freeing himself from one anomalous nightmare, he stumbled into another one altogether? What if months after his inexplicable teleportation into the containment site, after life was starting to get back to normal, he was in the market for a brand new gaming chair? And what if he decided to prioritize convenience and Scandinavian furniture engineering in his selection process? And what if, on top of all of that, he had a craving for some Swedish meatballs consumed in a public food court? Why, all of those factors might just lead him to Ikea. And while there are hundreds of Ikeas around the country, it's not impossible that he might just pick the wrong one and find himself lost inside of SCP-3008. Markiplier is a fairly observant guy, so it likely wouldn't take him long to notice that something is a bit off inside of this particular retail store. There wouldn't be any other shoppers around him, the aisles would go on forever, and the employees inside wouldn't have faces. That last one would probably be the biggest giveaway. Unfortunately, once someone is inside the infinite Ikea, it's pretty unlikely that they will ever leave. He would give it a noble effort to be sure, exploring his surroundings and finding the best places to hide from the Ikea staff when the lights go out. If his phone is fully charged, he might even be the first person to live stream from the depths of this anomalous furniture outlet and spread the word to his fans about the existence of SCP-3008. But sadly, that stream would probably wind up being his last, unless he somehow figured out a way to recreate his YouTube setup inside of his strange new home. If he did though, that would be pretty cool, almost cool enough to make up for the fact that he would never see any of his friends or family ever again. Fortunately for everyone involved, it's highly unlikely that Markiplier will end up interacting with any SCP anomalies without the safe barrier of a computer monitor in between them. But just in case reality ever bends in on itself and worlds begin to collide, hopefully Mark will remember everything he's learned. And to anyone who's ever told you otherwise, see, playing video games can help you in the real world. It might even save your life.
Good grief,
said Jotaro Kujo, as he, his grandfather Joseph Joestar, and the rest of their allied group of Stan users hid from the light of day in the shadows of a ruined building. Outside, amorphous semi-humanoid monstrosities roam free in search of life. How could this have happened? Jotaro's family had been on some bizarre adventures, but this one was proving to be the most bizarre of all. The sun, now designated SCP-001, was burning with intense bright red light and an anomalous level of heat. It beat down on the world below like an evil and sadistic god of the desert. The entire world was at the mercy of these oppressive solar rays, and high temperatures were just the beginning. From the looks of it, any living thing exposed to the rays of SCP-001 would quickly dissolve into a horrible gooey substance that would ooze towards other organisms in an attempt to absorb them into its biomass. Basically, it was like a zombie apocalypse straight out of an easy-bake oven. The Stardust Crusaders had been passing through this city on their globe-trotting adventure, only to find that morning had brought with it a disaster the likes of which had never been seen before. By mid-afternoon, when the sun was highest in the sky, most of the people had already been converted into slime monsters, and those who fled into the shadows found themselves relentlessly hunted down and absorbed. Only the stand users of Jotaro's group, who were already on the lookout for strange happenings, had been clever enough to pick up on the situation immediately. They had been the subject of many unusual supernatural attacks over the course of their journey, so the initial anomalous effects of SCP-001 seemed to be another routine brush with an enemy.
Hey, Jotaro! This has to be the effect of an enemy stand, right?
Joseph said. What? Are you stupid or something, old man? Spat Jean-Pierre Polnareff. The Frenchman was ever the impulsive one, and he always found something to complain about when a woman wasn't present. He was selectively polite, one might say. It was fitting given the fact that his stand, Silver Chariot, took the form of a sword-wielding knight, and its reaction speed was the fastest of any of the Stardust Crusaders. You think one stand could do all this? Polnareff was adamant about making his point. Jotaro's fellow high school classmate, Noriaki Kakyoin, was the next to speak. Polnareff, keep your voice down. We can't be sure it's not a stand, but either way, those flesh monsters are looking for us. Kakyoin was younger than Polnareff, but tended to carry himself with more composure. This likely had something to do with the fact that Hierophant Green was the group's most technical stand, and often used for reconnaissance. What do you think, Avdol? Kakyoin continued. You're the expert here. Muhammad Avdol, a fortune teller who possessed a stand that controls fire, Magician's Red, was often knowledgeable about the supernatural.
A stand this powerful would have to be limited in the range it could affect, Avdol said. What we have to do is get further away from this area. Then we'll see if this strange sunlight fades. But what if the user is following us? Joseph interjected. How will we know we aren't putting more people at risk? Mr. Joestar, we can't win this battle without more information, Avdol replied. Kakyoin, your Hierophant Green has the longest range. Send it to scout for a place outside of the stand's reach. Our stand shouldn't be visible to those transformed humans, and the heat from the sunlight won't affect something without mass. Friendly reminder to those of you at home unfamiliar with the properties of stands. Stands are spectral entities formed from the soul of the user, and are essentially superpowered ghosts without physical presence. As such, they won't be affected by SCP-001 the way a living thing would. Now back to this bizarre adventure. Right, Kakyoin nodded. Hierophant Green! Kakyoin summoned his stand and began threading Hierophant Green's long, stretchy body throughout the ruins as far as it could go. The young man concentrated, looking through the eyes of his stand. As Kakyoin and his stand searched for the end of the anomalous effects of SCP-001, Polnareff continued to complain as usual. So, we're still not sure what's going on, but from what I've heard, you're already calling it a stand? Did I get that right, Avdol? Polnareff grumbled. Do you have any better ideas, Polnareff? Avdol said sternly. Iggy! Barked Iggy, the last member of the Stardust Crusaders. He was a Boston Terrier who commanded a sand-manipulating stand known as the Fool. Iggy didn't really have much to add to the conversation, but he liked to be heard. Listen, said Joseph Joestar. When I was a younger man, I actually did go head-to-head with some terrifying beings who might be able to turn people into monsters like these. But every single time, the sun was the enemy of those guys. Nobody is interested in hearing your stories right now, old man, Jotaro chided his grandfather. Meanwhile, far from where the Stardust Crusaders were hiding out, Hierophant Green was reaching the limits of its effective range and seeing no sign of an end to the anomalous effects. Kakyoin was baffled. Could it be true that the entire world had been affected by the frightening ability of the sun, now that it was SCP-001? If that was true, then the apocalyptic wasteland was more than just the work of an enemy stand user. This would mean that the sun itself had become the enemy of all life. Kakyoin wondered about his family back in Japan. Would they manage to survive this terrible catastrophe? He couldn't help but hope that there was some way out of this utter devastation, even though the information gathered by his stand told him otherwise. Kakyoin withdrew Hierophant Green and brought his companions up to speed. However hard it was to accept, the world as they knew it was gone with the daybreak. Polnareff was beside himself in sadness, while Avdol and Joseph exchanged a meaningful glance. For once, Iggy's bad attitude subsided, and the dog simply whispered,
Only Jotaro remained determined to carry on. "Good grief, would you all get a hold of yourselves?" Jotaro said. "We'll remain human as long as we aren't caught in that light, so I'll use Star Platinum to tunnel our way underground." Jotaro's Star Platinum was a short-range stand, but in terms of raw power, it was off the charts. Its punches could easily tunnel through solid rock and create a subterranean passageway for the Crusaders to retreat to a safer area. "Attaboy, Jotaro!" Joseph exclaimed. "We'll make our daring escape mole style!" Jotaro nodded and called Star Platinum, shouting its signature battle cry of "Ora Ora!" Star Platinum smashed through the earth below, instantly creating the entrance to a tunnel. At that exact moment, every flesh monster in the nearby vicinity turned its attention towards the sound. The stand users had to move quickly, because they would soon be completely surrounded. "Oh my god!" shouted Joseph in his usual way, as a couple of flesh monsters began to enter the ruined building. Luckily, Polnareff and Avdol sprung into action and summoned Silver Chariot and Magician's Red to fend off the flesh zombies. Silver Chariot delivered an inescapably fast fury of sword strikes to one of the monsters, while Magician's Red burned them away with its supernatural flames. The two men high-fived at a job well done. Just then, the wall next to them burst open, revealing a new monster and caused the sun's rays to enter into the building's interior. With split-second intuition, Avdol pushed Polnareff further into the shadows. The Frenchman tumbled backwards into the hole Jotaro made, and before he could get his bearings, he caught a glimpse of Avdol being absorbed into the monster's mass. "Avdol!" he cried out, but it was too late. Avdol was already starting to show signs of transformation into an ooze-like zombie himself. The fortune teller breathed in deep and called the name of his stand with determined fervor. "Magician's Red!" Before Avdol could be fully taken by the slime, he unleashed the totality of his firepower on every zombified lifeform within range, its destructive heat enhanced by the dryness of the atmosphere. Avdol turned back to his friends and gave them a heartfelt thumbs up before he disappeared into the flames. Polnareff cried out for his friend again with tears in his eyes, but Kaioken and Joseph grabbed him and made their way deeper into the tunnel. As badass and heroic as it was, Avdol's sacrifice wouldn't keep those hordes of monsters at bay for long. While Kaioken and Joseph dragged a crying Polnareff through the underground escape route, Jotaro and Iggy were already at the front of the group, using a combination of Star Platinum's digging ability and Iggy's sand manipulation to stabilize the tunnel. The Stardust Crusaders were deep beneath the surface of the earth now, so a cave-in could be a real problem. "We have to go back!" Polnareff shrieked. "Avdol needs our help!" "It's too late, Polnareff," Joseph said with grim conviction. "Avdol is gone." We don't know that for sure," Polnareff carried on. "Let me go!" But Kaioken and Joseph held on to Polnareff tightly and continued to drag him down the passageway, hoping not to lose him to this daytime nightmare as well. On the inside, Jotaro was shaken by the loss of one of his companions, but nobody would have been able to tell by looking at his stoic exterior. He was solely focused on keeping the tunnel expanding, so that he and the remaining Crusaders could survive this ordeal together. Suddenly, a noise from the opposite end of the passageway put the group on high alert. Like a flood of liquefied horror, the flesh monsters had begun pouring themselves into the pit and were now moving towards the group, inch by inch. "Oh no!" Joseph shouted. He loosened his grip on Polnareff, and both of them immediately booked it towards Jotaro and Iggy. Kaioken, however, stood in place and braced himself. He didn't like it, but he knew what he had to do. Right now, his stand had the ability to stop these things, but first he had to slow them down. "Emerald Splash!" Kaioken shouted, prompting Hierophant Green to launch a stream of concussive green gemstones from its hands. As planned, the attack slowed the slime monsters down. Kaioken was then able to put the second part of his plan into effect. He identified what appeared to be a face on the monster in front and sent Hierophant Green to make its way inside the creature's body. This was his stand's most terrifying ability, and one Kaioken seldom used. Hierophant Green had the power to control the bodies of other physical entities from within. Once his stand had established control, Kaioken forced the massive ooze to stop in place, instantly plugging the tunnel and preventing the rest of the monsters from getting any closer. How long could he keep this up? He didn't know. But because of Hierophant Green's properties as a remote stand, Kaioken was able to run and rejoin Jotaro and the others at the front of the tunnel. The tether between himself and his stand was stretching farther by the minute, but he dared not let his control of the oozing entity slip, lest he and his companions suffer the same fate as Avdol. Before long, Jotaro felt a different sort of surface at the front of the tunnel. Rather than earth, it was brick. With one punch from Star Platinum, he smashed through and into what appeared to be an abandoned subway station. The power was still on, though most of the lights had faded. It was fortunate that there was no natural sunlight in this place. As everyone's eyes adjusted to the light, the stand users crossed the tracks and made their way onto the somewhat safer area. Polnareff drifted over to the magazine kiosk, searching for signs of anyone behind the counter. There was nobody here, and Iggy soon helped himself to some of the coffee-flavored chewing gum at the concession stand. The dog couldn't resist his favorite snack after all. Jotaro stood by the tracks as if waiting for a train, while Kakin did his best to maintain his hold on the monsters further behind them in the tunnel. With a bit of searching, Joseph found a large portable music player designed for CDs, also known as a boombox. With the use of his divination-focused stand, Hermit Purple, Joseph created purple thorny vines which weaved their way into the wires of the device and generated a psychic message. Hermit Purple could usually be counted on to provide more detail about a situation, but its powers were limited by the device used to gain the information. In this case, the CD within the boombox had a copy of the Beatles' famous 1969 album Abbey Road, so Hermit Purple's message to Joseph came out as a garbled but oddly appropriate rearrangement of the lyrics to Here Comes the Sun. Little darling, I see their faces slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been alright. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, and I say, I feel I've been slowly melting. Sun, 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 here it comes.
Oh my God,
Joseph said to himself quietly. Just then, Kakin felt the body that Hierophant Green was controlling give way. Apparently the pressure of so many other ooze monsters had been too much for it to hold back, and now these things were barreling down the tunnel towards the Crusaders. Rather than pulling Hierophant Green back completely, Kakin unleashed his Emerald Splash over and over again in an attempt to force a cave-in, but the creatures were too resilient, and their ooze-like structures meant they could squeeze past mere rocks in their path. Kakin told the rest of the group that it was time to leave, and as if on cue, a train began to pull into the station. Unfortunately, the crazy train pulled into the station with several cars full of ooze zombies ready to grab the poor team and drag them into the sun. There was no way out but up the stairs, back into the sunlight they had done everything possible to escape from. As Polnareff, Jotaro, Joseph, and Iggy did their best to fend off the attacking creatures using their stands, Kakin made one last-ditch attempt to contain the monsters. He stretched Hierophant Green down to its most basic form, a series of long, green, fibrous strings, and created a net to ensnare the creatures. While the oozes could still seep its way through its wiry form, Kakin rigged his stand to set off an emerald splash on every bit of anomalous goo that made it past the net's defenses. It was a sustainable and effective wall against the monsters, using both the tensile strength of the stand and its energy attacks to effectively stymie their progress. There was only one problem. In order to maintain this perfect defense, Kakin would have to stay behind.
I'll hold them! Go on without me!
Kakin said.
Kagiowen!
Joseph shouted, as the rest of them ran as fast as they could out of the subway. Having effectively lost 2 members of the group, the Stardust Crusaders were low in spirits. Looking up through the subway exit, they could see that they would soon be in contact with the sunlight, meaning that even their survival would become unlikely. But Jotaro wasn't about to give in. He grabbed Iggy and held the dog out in front of him.
All right, Iggy, it's now or never. Either show us you can be a team player or be the first to turn into one of those blob monsters.
Iggy struggled in Jotaro's grip, but to no avail. The dog knew that Jotaro was serious, so in an act of self-preservation that was unusually generous of him, Iggy used the Fool to stir up the sand on the ground above into a gigantic shady sand dome. Moments later, he compressed it into a compact fortress of sand, Iggy's moving castle, as it were. No light could enter this fortress, but because of the granular nature of sand,
Oxygen was flowing freely. The Stardust Crusaders now had a method of travel in this world torn apart by SCP-001. Of course, there was still the matter of dealing with the flesh creatures outside. Even if the Fortress of Sand could move across the surface without sunlight getting in, the surrounding oozes could still impede its progress. With the help of all three of Jotaro, Joseph, and Polnareff's stands, a solution soon became clear. Joseph would use Hermit Purple on the sand to divine the location of any approaching threats, while Jotaro and Polnareff would patrol the outside of the miniaturized fortress with Star Platinum and Silver Chariot, respectively. That way, whenever a flesh creature got too close, the two attack-type stands could unleash full-force barrages to knock them away. The next thing to do was for Iggy to increase the speed of the sand construct by adding wheels to it. It was like a gigantic sand monster truck zooming through the ruins, with a platinum brawler and a silver knight repelling anything that came too near. Once Iggy gained enough velocity with the Fool, Joseph used Hermit Purple to discern the location of a bit of rubble shaped conveniently like a ramp. The sandcastle vaulted off the ramp and into the air, while Iggy augmented his creation once again with a pair of gigantic gliding wings. Now, they were soaring. Out of the reach of the flesh monsters, Joseph and Polnareff shared sympathies over the loss of their two important friends. Avdol and Kaukin had both bravely given themselves to protect the team, and none of the Crusaders would be here if it wasn't for them. Jotaro focused on helping Iggy pilot the sand glider, using Star Platinum to kick the ground whenever the vehicle got too low. Nobody was sure what they would encounter next in the daybreak, or what bizarre adventures were yet to unfold, but they had each other, and for now, that was enough. Everyone in the sleepy mountain town had heard stories about the abandoned mall and the malevolent creature that lurked in the wreckage there. There had been enough missing persons cases, lost children, teenagers sneaking out to explore and never returning home, urban explorers who stumbled out of the darkness disheveled and traumatized. With an eyewitness account, no one wanted to believe. There wasn't anyone left in the surrounding area willing to set foot in that cursed place. But that didn't stop opportunistic out-of-towners from paying the occasional visit, especially if they felt like there was money to be made in those crumbling corporate walls. Grant and Jason, the hosts of up-and-coming investigative reality show Ghostly Happenings, were two such visitors. When they heard the rumors about an abandoned mall haunted by some sort of dark presence, blamed for the disappearance of local children, they packed up their van, picked up their underpaid cameraman Derek, and headed straight for the infamous building. Are you sure we're allowed to be here? Derek asked shakily as he began filming. Nope, Grant answered cheerfully. That's part of the fun, Jason laughed. Look man, this place has been left to rot by the city. No one cares if we're shooting some footage. Besides, worry less about the cops and more about the ghost of the mall. Grant grinned. Ooh, not funny, Derek grumbled. Come on, serious faces, we're rolling. Jason nudged his co-host, and the two snapped into their on-camera personalities. Once a bustling center of suburban American life, this shopping mall has transformed into a den of terror. Grant's voice dropped into a lower register, his expression intense. Locals swap stories of something inhuman that calls this place home, something that doesn't take kindly to trespassers, Jason added. A ghost? A demon? Just an urban legend? That's what we're here to find out. Grant pulled out an EMF reader, which began beeping as he turned it on. There seems to be a lot of activity in here already. I'm picking up something. Don't know if you folks at home can see this, but the meter's going crazy, Jason exclaimed. It was a fake meter, of course. One that they rigged up to beep and react when Grant pressed certain hidden buttons. But the audience didn't need to know that. They were tuning in for story, for spectacle, not for the truth. If they wanted that, they could flip over to the Nature Channel and watch some lions chasing a gazelle. On this show, they were chasing pure entertainment. They continued deeper into the building, taking in the massive echoey space, the dusty storefronts, the beams of rotten wood strewn across the ground, the rats that skittered across the floor. It was the perfect creepy atmosphere. Maybe a little too perfect, a little too creepy. What was that? Derek practically jumped out of his skin, spinning around to look at something behind him. Hey, stay on us, Grant snapped. I saw something moving back there, Derek insisted. It was a rat, Jason rolled his eyes. There are tons of them in here, Derek shook his head.
No, it wasn't a rat. It was way too big. Okay, a raccoon then. Come on, get it together. We've been in way worse locations than this. Remember that old tuberculosis hospital? Grant shuddered. God, no, that was scary. This is nothing. Well, not nothing. Jason elbowed his partner. I did a good job scouting this place, right? Grant was about to answer when his foot bumped something on the ground. He looked down and saw a Polaroid camera next to a long, empty water bottle and a small backpack. Oh man, get a shot of this! Derek obliged while Jason took a closer look. This must have belonged to one of the urban explorer types who came in here. He unzipped the backpack, rummaging around. Hey, look, photos! Tons of them! He dumped the pictures out onto the ground. Think he got some spirit photography done before he bit the dust? Well, might as well see. Grant joined Jason on the ground, sifting through the photos as Derek watched anxiously. Boring, deer, dog, sunset. Oh, wait a minute. He stopped, holding up one specific Polaroid. This is the money shot right here. Derek, zoom in on this. All three men looked at the picture, illuminated by the camera's light. It showed a tall, long-limbed, pale creature, vaguely humanoid in shape, but at the same time distinctly not quite human. Its mouth was stretched wide in a wordless screech, its eyes bloodshot and wild. Its long, tapered fingers were reaching towards the camera. Damn, that's spooky. Jason laughed, a bit of nervousness creeping into his voice. How do you think he set this up? Grant asked. What if it's real? Derek swallowed the lump in his throat. Don't be an idiot, Grant scoffed. But then, from the outside, not 100 feet away, they heard a scream, ear-splittingly loud, filled with rage, pain, and animalistic instinct. It was like nothing any of them had ever heard before. The scream was followed by the sound of splitting wood, branches crashing to the ground, and horrifyingly, the sound of something breaking down a nearby wall. What did you do? Jason backed away from the sound. Me? You opened the backpack? Grant shot back. Guys, I think we need to get out of here. Derek watched in wide-eyed terror as two pale hands ripped a hole in the wall in front of them, making an opening for that pale, hairless head from the photograph to poke through. All three men prepared to make a break for it and run for their lives, but as soon as the creature saw them, it was already too late. With another scream, SCP-096 sprinted toward them, grabbing each man and throwing them to the ground. The camera shattered into pieces from the impact, and Derek skidded painfully across the ground. As he rolled onto his side to try and push back up to his feet, he caught a glimpse of the monster opening its mouth impossibly wide and descending on his bosses. He really didn't want to focus on what happened next, but suffice to say there was nothing of them left afterwards. Derek tried his best to escape, but he was no match for the brute strength and speed of SCP-096. From the moment he saw its face, his fate was sealed. There was no escape. Soon the beeping EMF meter, the scattered photographs, and the broken pieces of the camera were the only thing left of the crew from ghostly happenings. Their devoted fans would never get another episode, but at least one being in the abandoned mall could rest easy now. SCP-096 was safe again. No one was living who had seen its face. It slowly crawled back to the hole it had made in the wall, ready to return to the forest and climb back up the mountain. There it could curl up beneath a tree and stay there for as long as it wanted. But as SCP-096 reached the hole in the wall, where it had once been able to see night sky, stars, and the trees in the distance, there was only blackness. It was as if something dark was stretching over the opening, blocking the outside world from view. 096 reached out a hand to push the blockage out of the way, but whatever it was, slithered away from the touch faster than the pale hand could move. The wriggling darkness crept back into the building, weaving in and out of the shadows as SCP-096 watched it curiously. Whatever it was, it hadn't looked at the creature's face yet. It wasn't sure if this thing even had eyes. But then, stretching out of the darkness and into view, was a garish face with wide, white eyes with massive pupils, a round nose, and a wide, wide mouth stretched into a toothy grimace that might have once looked like a smile. This was the creature that had made the mall its home, the apex predator of this biosphere, and it was staring directly at SCP-096's face. Its face. With a shriek, 096 flew into a primal rage, clawing at the cat-like creature, but before 096 could reach it, the thing was gone. Where was it? Where did it go? 096 roared, tearing at the floor, ripping up the tile and gouging long, deep scratches in the concrete beneath. A sound in the distance drew 096's attention, and it bolted in the direction of the noise, swinging at any obstacle in its path as it went. It ripped down a banner advertising free frozen yogurt samples, crushed an empty cell phone kiosk, and threw a gumball machine to the floor with a crash. It would rip the entire mall apart if it had to, if that was what it took to destroy the being that had caught a glimpse of its face and disappeared. Then, 096 could see it. That face. That wide-eyed, grinning face. It sprinted toward the face as fast as it could. The cartoon cat was looking at 096, not from a place in the room, but from behind the screen of a television in the electronics store window. Somehow defying the laws of physics and reality, it had made its way into the TV. 096 didn't pause to ponder the logic of this. There was no room for critical thought. There was only the need to shred, to consume, to destroy. It burst through the window, sending shards of glass in every direction, and reared back to attack the screen. It was so focused on its singular task that it didn't notice the long black arms snaking across the floor, winding around its feet. All of a sudden, 096 lost its balance as its legs were pulled right out from under it, those stretchy arms dragging it into the TV screen itself. When 096 regained consciousness, it was in a place it did not recognize. Gone was the inside of the mall or the familiar forest and mountains outside. Instead, SCP-096 was in some sort of hand-drawn world. A massive house with a hallway that seemed to go on forever, lined with infinite doors leading to who knew where. The floor tipped and tilted at odd angles, and the geometry made no three-dimensional sense. It was dizzying and deeply off-putting. SCP-096 had no frame of reference to compare it to, but a human witness might have noticed that this place looked like something out of an old cartoon, from the days of Steamboat Willie and the like. SCP-096 did not think such a thing. It only knew that it was in an unfamiliar place, one that felt threatening, though there were no visible threats, and it knew that it still hadn't gotten its hands on the creature that had seen its face. All along the walls between each door, there were clocks in the shape of that horrible cat, eyes ticking back and forth with each second, wide smile mocking SCP-096 as if to say, "Try and find me." SCP-096 would not be discouraged. There was no room in its mind for that sort of thing. There was only the singular goal of finding the cartoon cat and tearing it limb from rubber hose limb. Psychological warfare would have no effect. Still, Cartoon Cat would give it his best shot. This was his world, and he could do whatever he wanted here. Cartoon Cat poked his head out through a random doorway, waving to 096 with one of his puffy, white-gloved hands. As 096 wailed and began to give chase, Cartoon Cat slammed the door shut, only to open another door down the hall and poke his head out of that one. He did the same trick over and over, jerking SCP-096 around from end to end of the ever-expanding animated hallway. After some time passed, however, it appeared SCP-096 was not going to get tired, and was not going to give up hope of catching its prey. It was time to end this. Cartoon Cat wrapped one long arm around SCP-096's neck, restraining it against the wall, and began to squeeze tighter and tighter. But nothing happened. SCP-096 did not collapse, did not react at all except to tear at the arm around its neck until it broke free. Then it returned to the relentless pursuit, tearing door frames apart, pulling up floorboards, punching through walls. Every time it dealt damage to the environment, the space filled itself back in, an unseen pen scribbling in the gaps in the floorboards, sealing up the holes in the walls. Two powerful beings going back and forth, locked in a seemingly equal-matched battle. Cartoon Cat tried to destroy SCP-096 in a myriad of ways. He tried to rip the beast apart, to snap its neck, to do any manner of unspeakable violent acts it had done before with great sadistic glee. But this pale abomination would not fold, would not break. This wasn't going to be any fun if there was no ending, and if 096 kept destroying one of Cartoon Cat's favorite pocket worlds, that was quite enough. Cartoon Cat grabbed hold of 096's arms and legs, the creature thrashing viciously as he did so, and threw it into the blank space just beyond the illustrated world. Back in the mall, SCP-096 crashed back to Earth. It was about to resume its search for Cartoon Cat when suddenly a bright light illuminated its face. A police officer stood a few feet away, holding a flashlight.
"Excuse me, you can't be in here. You're trespassing,"
the officer started to warn, but his words were interrupted when 096 began to scream. Soon, he would be screaming too.
The aftershock shuddered through the Foundation. Emergency alarms wailed as injured staff and security helped each other out from underneath rubble that had fallen on them as the building was shaken by the quake. It had only lasted a few short seconds, but still managed to leave a trail of destruction in its wake. While the wounded were bandaged up, anyone and everyone who was still able to started frantically checking the containment of every anomaly on the site. The Foundation could worry about the origin of the quake later. First and foremost, they needed to assess the damage. Luckily, multiple rapid sweeps of the facility revealed that there weren't all that many high-level threat anomalies whose containment had been breached. A few of the safer ones were found cowering under tables or buried under fallen rubble in their quarters. But for the most part, every anomaly was accounted for, and none had been provided with an opportunity to escape and cause further havoc. At least, that's how things seemed at first. It was only when the chaos started to die down and repair efforts were underway that personnel noticed an odd change. Something was missing, but nobody could quite put their finger on exactly what. As a matter of fact, most could pinpoint exactly when they noticed this odd feeling. It had only begun after the emergency alarms had been shut off. There was a sound that everyone working at the Foundation had gotten so used to that they practically stopped hearing it, or at least, they'd stopped noticing it. It was only now that the noise was gone, its absence no longer drowned out by blaring alarms, that staff realized it had always been there. Everyone had just learned to subconsciously tune it out. Crying. The low, soft whimpering that could be heard emanating from SCP-096's containment chamber. It had stopped. The cell within had fallen silent, and once someone at the Foundation made the right connection and investigated, they happened upon a startling discovery. SCP-096 had vanished. Panic immediately engulfed the facility yet again. The Shy Guy could be anywhere, and a search effort to find it would only end in deaths. After all, in order to find something, you have to look at it, and that was a fatal thing to do when SCP-096 was involved. Closer examination showed no trace of the missing creature. There had been no reported incidents of incursions with it anywhere in the world. Every known photograph, video recording, or other visual depiction of SCP-096 was either securely stashed away or destroyed completely by the Foundation. There was no way it could have possibly escaped, and it was seemingly nowhere at all. But still, the question remained, where in the world had the Shy Guy gone to? If it was still even in this world. From SCP-096's perspective, one moment all had been normal. The next, it was lost somewhere strange, unfamiliar, and above all unsettling, even to the Shy Guy. Before the sudden quake had hit, it had spent the day the same way it usually occupied its time, alternating between aimlessly pacing the far wall of its containment chamber and sitting in a fetal position in the corner, sobbing all the while. But then the room had started shaking, and in the blink of a deeply sunken eye, the Shy Guy found itself, well, it had no idea where. Around it was a large carpeted room, open and sparse, with little occupying all the space. The wallpaper was a nauseating, sickly shade of yellow, made all the more garish by the rows of fluorescent lighting from the ceiling above. The entire place seemed to resemble an office space, although seemingly one that was in a total state of disuse. There was no furniture, not even one solitary inanimate object to make the place seem at least the tiniest bit closer to normal. Little was SCP-096 aware. It had somehow been transported to a strange and terrible place, the Backrooms. Unless someone remains wary and ever vigilant, they can unknowingly slip their way out of reality. It can happen anywhere. All that a person needs to do is be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they will no-clip into the Backrooms. All around SCP-096 was the stench of old, wet carpet, and a labyrinth of uninhabited rooms with the same drab yellow walls, the endless buzz of the fluorescent lights stretching out for who knows how many square miles of empty rooms. In short, the Shy Guy was trapped in a purgatory-like nightmare. However, there was at least one small mercy for SCP-096 as it wandered around its new surroundings. There was nobody else around, no other signs of life, no SCP Foundation, no ordinary human beings, no one who could see it. Here in the solitary confinement of the backrooms, SCP-096 could not be perceived, and yet this brought the self-conscious creature very little in the way of comfort. Despite being completely alone, there was an awful lingering feeling that hung in the air like the smell of the old carpet underfoot. SCP-096 still felt like it was being watched, and yet if someone or something really was watching, it wasn't triggering the Shy Guy's usual rage state. As it lurked through the various rooms and corridors, the creature kept expecting to find someone, to look them in the eye directly and get the same inescapable urge to race towards its observer and kill them. But it never came, because there was nobody else around, at least for a little while. Adam Jenkins had been out riding his bike when it happened. Pushing one pedal around, then the other, he gradually climbed higher up the slope of a hill. His house was down at the bottom of the other side, and Adam knew once he reached the peak, he could slip nice and easily down the rest of the way. As long as he was careful not to let the extra momentum carry his bike too far and too fast, he just had to keep in control and gently compress the brake if he needed to. He made the same journey every day. Nothing could go wrong. Sure enough, Adam reached the top of the hill and allowed the bike to slowly tip ever so slightly over the other side. Gravity started to do the rest, the wheels starting to spin rapidly, the pedals pistoning his legs as he plummeted downwards. It was one of the few childlike joys left in Adam's life, those few brief seconds of the day where he got to speed down the hill back home with reckless abandon. He was blissfully unaware that he wouldn't have enough time to miss how much he enjoyed it. Without warning, a car came speeding out from around a corner on the way down the hill. It was dark, and the driver had carelessly decided to leave their headlights off. So when Adam saw the vehicle, he only had a split second to react. He was still going too fast. So if he applied the brakes now, his front wheel would stop too suddenly and send him flying forward over the handlebars. Instead, seconds before colliding with the car's hood, Adam wrenched his bike's handlebars and swerved around the car. But the added speed of going downhill caused the entire bike to topple as it turned so violently, launching Adam off and sending him hurtling towards a nearby wall. Adam could tell in the split second after coming off his bike that he was about to collide with the wall. His brain and body anticipated the impact, bracing him for the painful crash, but it never came. Instead of hitting the wall, Adam passed through it. That may well have spared him a devastating injury, but now a whole new problem now faced him. Just like no clipping through a virtual environment in a video game, Adam had passed directly out of reality, right into the backrooms. The first few hours were the worst, shouting as loud as he could for someone, anyone, to come and find him. Each yell rapidly growing more and more frantic as Adam rushed around his haunting new surroundings. The whole place was unsettling just to be in. It gave off a hostile, unwelcoming energy that was impossible to ignore. It was only after an hour of trying to find a way out that Adam realized he was well and truly lost. He'd strayed too far away from his original point of entry, and just as he had the idea of trying to make his way back to the world from the same place he came in, it was already too late. The backrooms, at least on this first level, all looked the same. No two rooms were distinct enough for him to figure out if this was somewhere he'd been before, or an entirely new area. It didn't take long for an overwhelming sense of hopelessness to set in. Adam had quickly given up calling for help. There was no sign of anyone around that would be able to help him, until the shuffling of footsteps came from nearby. It was such a noticeable break in the dull, unsettling quiet of the backrooms that it made Adam's ears prick up. The yellow-hued maze had been so void of life since he had arrived, so unnaturally empty, that he wasn't entirely sure he had made the sound himself by his jacket brushing up against the wall. But no, there was definitely something here with him. He could hear it wandering nearby, and it had certainly heard him too. Calling out yet again with more caution in his tone, Adam Jenkins turned the next corner, met with yet another dingy yellow corridor,
Although, unlike the others, this one had a key difference. SCP-096 stood right in the middle of it. The split second that Adam's eyes fell over the shy guy, it was already too late. He barely had time to process the sight of the creature, its tall, humanoid shape, wiry, thin, and pale skin, jaw hanging unnaturally wide. In fact, SCP-096 dashed towards Adam so quickly that he couldn't even finish his startled scream. Meanwhile, back at the SCP Foundation, efforts were still underway to retrieve the shy guy. Researchers were baffled that there was not a single trace anywhere on the globe of SCP-096's presence. They had quickly rolled out their usual method for recalling the creature to containment. Requisitioning one of D-Class personnel, this individual was instructed to stand in SCP-096's cell and then was given a photograph of the monster to look at. Knowing that the shy guy would track down anyone that saw its face, even as a single tiny pixel in a picture, the Foundation expected the creature to simply reappear in its containment chamber to kill the D-Class they had used as bait. But nothing happened. The D-Class was able to look at the photo of SCP-096 and survive. It was almost as if the creature's link to reality was weakened. Wherever it was, it might still be aware someone had looked at it, but the shy guy was somehow being blocked from traveling to its most recent observer. Having drawn a blank on trying to determine SCP-096's whereabouts, the Foundation eventually turned to SCP-343 for his input. Naturally, the powerful reality bender was reluctant as ever to get involved. The Foundation insisted, knowing that SCP-343's omniscience meant he would already be aware of where they could find the missing shy guy. He refused multiple times, admitting he did have the answer they were looking for, but not wishing to divulge that information.
Fine.
SCP-343 sighed, coming to a compromise.
I can't tell you exactly where 096 is, but when I tell you where to look for answers, you'll know. Async.
The researchers were stunned into silence. Nobody in the Foundation had heard that name used in a long time, but SCP-343 was right. They knew exactly what it meant. Back in the 1980s, Async was another shadowy organization that had been investigating the existence of a liminal space connected to reality, a place they had called the BACKROOMS. Gathering up a mobile task force, the SCP Foundation dispatched its agents to a site that had long since been abandoned. They'd kept a watchful eye over the disused lab, keeping the public away, making sure nobody stumbled in by accident and got trapped. As the MTF commander gave the word, the outdated 80s technology was fired up, and Async's great achievement was reactivated. They had constructed a portal into the backrooms. Moving information, the MTF operatives filed into the empty yellow space, unsure if they'd find SCP-096 alive, or if it would even want to come back. Meanwhile, in the backrooms level 0, only the shy guy remained. Having completely annihilated poor, unfortunate Adam, he was enjoying the solitude once again, knowing that now nobody was here to see him, until one wrong step changed everything. He no-clipped from level 0 to level 1, where he would have a lot more company.
Man, it's even better on the 15th read.
Oh, hello, I didn't see you there, dear viewers of SCP Explained. I'm on break between supervising SCP-682 termination attempts and inspecting the mops we use on SCP-173's leavings, so I decided to do what all the cool people are doing in their spare time right now. Rereading Chainsaw Man, the hit manga by Japanese author and artist Tatsuki Fujimoto. For the uninitiated, it's the story of Denji, a poor young man from Japan who makes his living hunting devils, dangerous creatures that are embodiments of mankind's greatest fears. But when that living leads to him dying at the hands of a gang of zombie yakuza, believe me, it makes sense in context, he bonds with the legendary Chainsaw Devil and is reborn as Chainsaw Man, an unconventional superhero who chainsaws first and asks questions later. Naturally, I was eager to see how one of our own bloodthirsty killers would fare against Denji's chainsaws of fury, so I selected the most violent, battle-hardened, and carnage-hungry anomaly out there, SCP-076-2, the immortal warrior known as Abel. The two of them have a surprising amount of things in common. Both are effectively immortal and can revive after sustaining massive physical injuries. Both absolutely love to fight with their array of deadly weapons and anomalous strength. Both have been part of experimental operations groups, with Denji being a member of Japan's Public Safety Devil Hunters Division 4, and Abel being an ex-member of the SCP Foundation's disastrous Pandora's Box Mobile Task Force, most of which he later massacred out of boredom. You can probably see why these two really did feel like the perfect matchup. So after forcing the trusty Anomatron 6000 to read every currently available volume of Chainsaw Man, and compute years of Abel's gruesome battle data, I've set up the perfect simulation for your viewing pleasure. And hey, fellow fans of the manga, isn't it horrifying that even we beat MAPPA to the punch of animating this thing? Ah, God, that joke will age poorly if that anime comes out before this. Anyway, let's crank this machine into action and let her rip. Japan, 1997. Everything is roasting in the July heat. Men in Black, Harrison Ford's Air Force One, and Air Bud are hitting theaters for the first time. Everything is right with the world. That's why over in the headquarters of the Public Safety Devil Hunting Department, Denji, our chainsaw-loving hero, is being praised by his kind boss and mentor figure, Makima, a lovable, supportive woman who will never do anything wrong. She even loves dogs. How could a person who loves dogs ever be evil? That very morning, Denji and his Chainsaw Man form managed to defeat the accidentally making a mistake on your tax forms and now you're going to prison devil, who had been terrorizing downtown Tokyo. It was a challenging battle, but in the end, he'd managed to turn the tables and defeat the creature by setting it on fire. Needless to say, Makima was extremely pleased with Denji's work here, but now she had considerably more graver news to impart. She'd gotten word from an envoy of another organization that hunts down dangerous and anomalous creatures, the SCP Foundation, that an extremely lethal entity had breached their containment and was now somewhere in Japan. The entity in question was not a devil, and thereby would be working on a different rule set. Makima opened a file faxed to her by the Foundation. Yes, remember, this is set in 1997, and gave Denji the crucial lowdown. Several hours ago, the entity known as Abel had resurrected from his huge black sarcophagus in the underwater chamber of the classified facility Containment Area 25B. After waking up, Abel had slaughtered his way through the entire base, killing every SCP Foundation operative in his path, and then swimming out into the Pacific Ocean. Sometime after that, he infiltrated a Japanese cargo ship and murdered all the workers on board before steering the ship back towards the land of the rising sun, where he hoped to claim even more victims. Makima told Denji that it would fall to him and his associates to stop this Abel, with a little help from the SCP Foundation's intelligence. But be warned, Abel is an incredible combatant with extreme physical strength and durability, as well as surprising tactical intelligence. It wouldn't be an easy fight, but Makima promised that if Denji won, she'd hug him and go to a nearby karaoke bar with him. Denji replied, "Consider him dead already, Miss Makima." Meanwhile, Abel was walking through the slums of Tokyo, marveling at the neon signs for bars and clubs. His journey to Japan hadn't been an accident. Abel had been to Japan once before, in the year 1605. He'd faced the legendary Japanese philosopher and swordsman Miyato Musashi, considered by many to be one of the greatest warriors in human history. Abel had dueled Musashi, who famously wielded 2 katanas at once, in the hills of the Harima province, where after a tense battle, Musashi cut him down. Abel would not resurrect again during Musashi's lifetime, but the battle gave him a deep and abiding respect for the legendary warrior. Abel knew that if the opportunity ever rose again, he would return to Japan in hopes of experiencing such a brilliant battle yet again. But the industrial and technological boom had changed so much. It was no longer the quiet and pastoral Japan he'd experienced, but a booming epicenter of trade and commerce. He found it all strange and perplexing. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a group of Japanese street thugs, many of them wielding switchblades. They laughed at his strange outfit, which to them looked like an old, worn bedsheet. One of the smarter members of the group had already decided to go home when the others made up their mind to mug Abel. The warrior's extensive tattoos made him look like a Middle Eastern Yakuza Don. The rest, however, were happy to take their chances with him. "Empty your pockets if that goofy toga even has pockets," the leader said, holding up his switchblade, "unless you want to get cut." Abel just smirked and drew a pair of long, obsidian daggers. In the following moment, the alley was filled with screams, then was silent yet again. Abel walked on, breathing a sigh of disappointment at how incredibly mediocre this first fight had been, his blades dripping with fresh blood. Musashi is rolling in his grave, Abel thought to himself. Meanwhile, across town, Denji and the rest of Division 4 were mobilizing. It was him, the serious sword-wielding Aki, and the adorable, pathologically lying blood fiend, Power. They'd been told over the phone by a man named Dr. Bright that Abel would be relatively easy to track down. He's not known for his subtlety. All you need to do is follow the trail of carnage he causes wherever he goes. From the way he talks about him, it seems almost as though Dr. Bright bears a personal grudge against Abel. How strange. Power didn't seem intimidated. She proudly proclaimed,
"I don't think this battle will be difficult at all. In fact, I've faced this Abel before and defeated him handily."
Aki sighed and asked, "When did this happen?"
"Last Tuesday, of course,"
she replied. Power had only heard about Abel this morning, but Denji and Aki had learned better than to dispute her at this point. Suddenly, a large television screen that had been previously relaying an ad for a cutting-edge stereo system cut to an emergency news report. There had been a horrific incident in downtown Tokyo, where a bar had been attacked and most of its patrons murdered by a deranged tattooed man carrying a pair of huge swords. Aki immediately recognized this place. The bar was Yakuza-owned. If this Abel was on the hunt for worthy opponents, it makes all the sense in the world that Japan's iconic crime syndicates would be his first target. Denji, Aki, and Power knew exactly where they needed to go. Over at the bar, Abel was having a whale of a time. Innocent patrons were running and screaming, while the Yakuza engaged in an all-out war with a terrifying inhuman warrior. Several of them had already been cut down. 2 Yakuza soldiers behind the bar were reloading illegal Uzis and preparing to return fire. Both were sweating, terrified by the sudden, random attack. When they'd shot him before, he'd managed to dodge most of the bullets and expertly blocked the rest with his swords. Who the hell had sent this monster? Was he with the Triads, the Russian mob, or some devil summoned by the Japanese government to crack down on them? Whatever the case, he seemed almost impossible to kill. The 2 men stood back up and opened fire. Abel held his 2 swords and spun like a propeller, blocking all the bullets almost effortlessly. He then produced another dagger, seemingly from thin air, and threw it directly into the heart of one of the 2 remaining Yakuza behind the bar. He dropped to the ground dead instantly, leaving only his friend alive in a bar full of corpses. That's when Abel noticed a decorative katana behind the bar. He smiled and ordered the surviving Yakuza soldier to pick up the sword and give him a real fight. The hapless mobster realized in that moment that this guy was truly crazy, whoever he was. But what choice did he have now? With terror in his heart, the last surviving Yakuza grabbed the katana and unsheathed it.
Good,
Abel said, his voice deep and menacing.
Now, come fight me. Let's see if you last a few seconds longer than your worthless friends, shall we?
He did not. The second the Yakuza ran towards Abel, and the ancient swordsman swiped at him with one of his blades, cutting through the katana and the opponent holding it. A puny gangster never stood a chance against a deadly immortal warrior, and Abel was furious. The last time he was here, he faced a truly expert killer, who even managed to end Abel's life in a single combat. And now he was slaying insects in a karaoke bar. Pathetic. Suddenly, his ears pricked up. He turned to see a red axe flying at his head at incredible speeds. With his superhuman reflexes, he managed to dodge just in time, but the axe still cleaved off a chunk of his hair as it passed. Abel could see the one who threw it standing at the entrance to the bar. It was the blood fiend, Power, who'd made the axe out of her own blood. Standing next to her were Denji and Aki, Denji wielding an axe and Aki stoically observing.
"Damn, Miss Makima promised we do karaoke at this bar if I beat you," Denji said. "You're going down for this."
Abel smiled and pulled out another pair of blades.
Finally, he roared. Warriors who fight the old-fashioned way. I feared the years had stolen you all from me.
Power stepped forward, producing another blood axe from nowhere. She yelled,
"Tremble in fear, Abel. 'Tis I, your arch-nemesis, the mighty power!
Abel had literally never seen her before in his thousands of years of life, but he appreciated that these warriors were at least able to match his level of drama. As far as he was concerned, the fight was on. But even Abel didn't know the level of fighting he was getting in for here. As he charged forward, the trio split, immediately surrounding him. Good tactics, Abel thought to himself. Already, this was promising. Aki, who had remained quiet up to this point, attacked first. He drew a Tatano knife from his suit jacket and slashed at Abel with impressive speed. But unlike 3 of the other combatants in this situation, Aki was only human, which gave him a serious disadvantage. Abel decided it would be best to put him out of commission first. With a quick and brutal kick to the chest, Aki was thrown against the wall with the majority of his ribs broken. Revved up by his own bloodlust, Abel turned to Denji in power and grinned like a maniac. This was already the most fun he'd had in a long time.
Who are these people? Doesn't matter, he thought. They'll be dead soon anyway.
While Abel was still locked in thought, Power pulled out a comically large hammer made out of her own blood and brought it down towards Abel. He was surprised by the sudden attack. Did this girl have the same weapon-producing powers as him? This just keeps getting more interesting.
"'Tis the end, Abel!"
Power screamed as the hammer came down.
"You have once again been defeated by the mighty power!"
Again, just to clarify, these two had never met each other. But it was already too late. Abel punched upwards, his clenched fist colliding with the hammer. He hit it with such terrifying force that Power's blood hammer shattered against his knuckles. In that same instant, Abel noticed Denji running at him with an axe from behind. Abel produced another obsidian dagger and threw it into Denji's forehead, dropping him to the ground immediately. Pathetic. Power tried to produce another weapon, but she used up too much blood already. Before she had a chance to make anything substantial, Abel sprung forwards with terrifying speed, trying to land a killing blow. But even weakened, Power was freakishly fast. She was able to dodge his blow and kick him in the ribs, momentarily stunning him. Of course, she took the time to gloat, putting her hands on her hips and laughing victoriously.
"Need a second to catch your breath, Abel? It is to be expected. None can keep up with me,"
she grandiosely announced.
"Perhaps you should just give up and agree to become my servant. I might even teach you a thing or two about fighting."
Suddenly, Abel was standing right in front of her, squeezing her throat with his iron grip. He smiled, flashing teeth, and said,
"If you want to kill, kill. Don't talk."
With a surprisingly minimal amount of strength, he squeezed and heard a crunch from Power's neck. He dropped her limp body to the ground. Lucky for Power, Abel wasn't aware that a fiend like Power can survive an injury like this as long as she's fed some more blood. Instead, he just sighed in disappointment.
"Is that all you weaklings have to offer?"
he bellowed. Aki, barely conscious after being kicked against the wall, remained just conscious enough to activate his contract with a powerful beast known as the Fox Devil. He twists his hands into a strange gesture and whispers the word, "Come," before falling unconscious, but that's still enough. Suddenly, a gigantic demonic fox claw burst through the wall of the bar, spraying dust and rubble everywhere. Abel was definitely not expecting that. He dodged several times as the claw swiped for him, often barely missing him. For its last strike, it lunged forward and raked 4 claw marks across his chest. Abel was shocked by the sudden pain. It felt fantastic. He pulled a long obsidian spear out of one of his pocket dimensions and forced it down through the fox devil's paw and into the ground, pinning it in place. After a moment of thrashing, the claw dissipated into smoke, lending Abel another victory, though even he would admit this was a more exciting fight than the other ones had been. Was that it? Had he gained total victory once more, just like he so often did these days? He was about to take pity on himself when Denji rose up behind him. "How about a rematch?" Denji asked. Abel grinned. He liked this kid.
"Challenge me, child,"
Abel said. "Well, since you asked," Denji smirked. Denji reached into his shirt and grabbed the ripcord emerging from his chest. It was time to go into overdrive on this thing. He gave it a mighty yank, and like the rev of a chainsaw, the madness began. Denji transformed, giant blades emerging from his arms, and his head transformed into a toothy saw blade nightmare. He gave a mechanical roar that spewed smoke. This wasn't just Denji anymore. This was Chainsaw Man. Now this, Abel thought, feeling his adrenaline spike.
is more like it. Following Denji's lead, Abel reached into one of his pocket dimensions and pulled out one of his favorite weapons, one he'd only previously used against the mighty hard-to-destroy reptile SCP-682, the Chainsaw Claymore. A huge two-handed sword with the eternally twisting, shredding teeth of a chainsaw ever circulating around it. It was time for Chainsaw versus Chainsaw. "What the hell are you waiting for?" Chainsaw Man roared. "Are we gonna stand around all day or are we gonna fight?" Abel couldn't have said it better himself. The two charged at one another at lightning speeds, chainsaw clashing against chain sword. The sheer force of the contact was enough to send a shockwave blasting through the bar. It rapidly became a power struggle, each of them trying hard to force their chainsaws out of the stalemate. Realizing that this time he perhaps couldn't win with raw strength, Abel backflipped away to reassess his options. But Chainsaw Man had no intention of giving Abel time to think about it. He darted towards Abel with the weight and momentum of a runaway freight train. If Abel hadn't raised his claymore to parry, he would have been shredded to pieces by the devil's saws in an instant. Instead, the two of them rocketed out of the nearby wall in a cascade of debris, causing everyone on the outside street to run for their lives. The two quickly stood from the stumble. The two quickly stood up, catching their breath. "Impressive," Abel said. "You're much better than the others." Instead of replying, Denji briefly retracted his armed chainsaws and grabbed a nearby parked car, throwing it directly at Abel. Abel reacted quickly, cleaving the car in half with his claymore and charging for Chainsaw Man again. Just before Abel could land a lethal strike, Chainsaw Man deployed his chainsaws again, blocking the blow. Abel sped around him trying to strike again and again, but Chainsaw Man blocked every strike with stunning efficacy. Abel was astonished. Few had ever been able to go toe-to-toe with him like this before. He could feel his heart pounding gloriously in his chest. He would give Denji a warrior's death. With a furious yell, Abel brought down the Chainsaw Claymore for a devastating vertical strike, but Chainsaw Man was ready. He arranged his armed chainsaws in a cross formation like a giant pair of scissors and caught Abel's chain sword between them. Chainsaw Man pulled his arms in opposite directions, slicing Abel's mighty sword in half. The immortal swordsman skidded backwards to avoid the fallout, producing two smaller blades immediately. This Chainsaw Man just kept exceeding expectations, didn't he? Abel would need to change tactics if he wanted to win this one. Chainsaw Man was impressed by the speed and tenacity of his foe. For someone who apparently wasn't even a devil, Abel sure packed a hell of a punch. Did he ever run out of those damned weapons? As though attempting to answer Chainsaw Man's question for him, Abel began running around his flank, rapidly producing and throwing blades and axes in a startling volley. Chainsaw Man was able to use his chainsaw arms and face to block most of them, but not all of them. Several daggers and small throwing axes splattered into the tender flesh of Chainsaw Man's chest. Abel had successfully wounded him, and he wasn't done. Feeling a little more confident now, Abel decided to take a different tactic. He produced a large spiked mace from thin air and ran at Chainsaw Man while the devil was still recovering from his projectile attack. With one brutal whack, he sent Denji flying down the street, carving a rut into the concrete beneath him. But Abel wasn't done. While Chainsaw Man was still trying to recover, Abel leaped onto him and began beating him into the ground with his mace. The strikes were so brutal, they shook the earth and sent cracks across the surrounding ground. Then, Abel stopped. He realized, for a moment, that he was letting his bloodlust get the better of him. This was dishonorable. Where would be the fun in beating this boy to death while he lay on the ground and depriving himself of one of the greatest opponents he's had in quite some time? No, that would not do at all. He'd give him one more chance. "On your feet, boy," Abel said. "You fight well. Get up and carry on. I won't let a beast as rare as you die like a common dog. Rise and fight me." And Chainsaw Man did as he was told. Abel was shocked to see the very ground shatter underneath him as Chainsaw Man burst up through it, all his swords at the ready. The mace was thrown from Abel's hands as Chainsaw Man launched up towards him, all metal teeth and fury. Luckily for Abel, he pulled out a battle axe just in time to block the flurry of brutal strikes from the patron saint of chainsaws. Now this was a fight even Musashi would be proud of. "Yes, boy, yes!" Abel yelled. "This is true combat." Chainsaw Man replied with the swing of his blades, which Abel was narrowly able to dodge. The two finally landed back down on the ground. and Abel was fast enough to bury his battle axe in Chainsaw Man's shoulder. Before the devil could return a blow to Abel, the anomalous swordsman pulled out a pair of his favorite swords and locked Chainsaw Man's arms in place. Chainsaw Man was undeniably incredibly powerful, but it looked like Abel's superior experience and tactics might save him this time. "What the hell are you?" Chainsaw Man roared. "You've been a worthy opponent, boy. Those are few and far between," Abel said. "I'll remember you for this." But before Abel could execute a killing blow, he felt a blood-red throwing axe stick into his back. Abel winced in pain to see Power and Aki about 30 feet behind him. Power was propping Aki up. He donated some of his blood to bring her back to life, and she was just as delusionally cocky as ever. Abel was about to say something, but he already made a fatal mistake, letting his guard down. Before another word could pass the cursed warrior's lips, one of Chainsaw Man's armed chainsaws passed directly through his heart, tearing it apart within Abel's chest. It was a sudden and decisive killing blow. Chainsaw Man pulled his saw back out of Abel's chest, stained with the deadly anomaly's blood. Abel collapsed to the ground, wheezing and bleeding profusely from the hole in his chest. But strangely, as Power, Aki, and Chainsaw Man converged around him, they realized he was smiling.
Thank you,
Abel said, and died yet again. With the battle won, like an incredible Hulk made of metal, Chainsaw Man transformed back into Denji. The trio stood around Abel's corpse, deeply confused as to what had just happened. If this was the kind of thing the SCP Foundation normally dealt with, they all silently agreed that perhaps it would be better not to get involved with them in the future. Except Power, of course, who said,
"You two should be thanking me for defeating him. You both owe me drinks for this."
Hundreds of miles away in a black sarcophagus deep underwater, surrounded by professional SCP Foundation divers, Abel's body once again returned. Who knows how long he'd remain sleeping in there. But what we do know is that his deathless sleep was suffused with the sweet dreams, knowing that this world still held worthy opponents, and for Abel, that was everything. Reality warpers. Real pieces of work, aren't they? It's one thing when an anomaly is all claws and fangs like SCP-682, or if their attack of choice is snapping necks like SCP-173. But it is an entirely different story if an anomaly can turn the air you breathe into chocolate pudding, or shove you into a pocket dimension that looks almost like our own reality, except everyone is just a walking, talking pile of spiders. See what I mean? Reality warpers, real handfuls. Though, of course, not all reality warpers are created equal. Some are relatively weak, only affecting the world around them in a mild, ambient fashion. Others can rattle whole dimensions with their tremendous power. The same also goes for morality. Some reality warpers are loving and benevolent, such as SCP-343, the kindly, old, all-powerful being known to some as God. And some are pure evil beings who want nothing more than to use their immense power to sow chaos and misery among everyone else. And personally, we can't think of a better example of the latter than Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls. This demonic Dorito wants nothing more than to take over our dimension and rebuild it in his image of absolute insanity. So naturally, we started wondering, if these two reality warping titans, SCP-343 and Bill Cipher, ever came to blows, who would win? We were so curious, in fact, that we fired up the Anomatron 6000, our state-of-the-art simulation supercomputer, to see how exactly the two might meet and how their epic battle would play out. Who do you think would take the coveted W on this one? Let us know down in the comments, along with any other out-of-universe what-if situations you'd love to see. But in the meantime, let's fire up the machine. Be warned, folks, it's gonna get weird. The date was July 12th, 2013. For SCP-343, it had started out as a relatively normal day. He'd spent the night playing solitaire on the astral plane before warping back into his humanoid containment cell by morning, leaving the Foundation none the wiser. After all, he was really here voluntarily. If the Foundation had truly wanted to try to confine him here, they were welcome to give it a go, but it would be about as effective as trying to catch a whisper in a butterfly net. While God had come to this place to experience the joyful illusion of giving up control,
It truly was little more than an illusion to him. If he wanted to, he could exterminate the SCP Foundation in less than an afternoon, then retire to Burger King for a Whopper. So really, they're all just lucky he is a benevolent being, more interested in hanging out than dispensing wrath on those he perceived as insolent. That was Old Testament him. He'd done a lot of soul-searching and growth since then. It'd been at least a millennium since he'd smote anyone for that matter, and the last guy really had it coming. However, today was going to be a little different. God knew that something was going to happen today. He sensed a great source of energy emerging, something dark and malevolent. He sighed and he closed his eyes for a moment, focusing himself. He knew whatever the nature of this threat, it would fall upon him to face and destroy it. How irritating. He was hoping to finally binge Stranger Things today. Elsewhere in Site-19, things seemed to be inordinately peaceful. There hadn't been any containment breaches or new anomalies brought in. There hadn't been any attacks from rival groups of interest. Dr. Bright hadn't even done anything stupid or started any fires. To borrow an old cliché, it was quiet, too quiet. Perhaps the only person who wasn't having a relatively mellow day was Security Officer Frederick Simmons, a mid-level guard who'd been stationed at Site-19 for 4 years now. He just wasn't really feeling himself today. The work didn't bother Simmons, emotionally at least. Typically, even after seeing rather traumatic things or being in near-death situations while in containment breaches, it hadn't left any lingering effects. But lately, he'd been having the strangest dreams. It always played out the same way. Shortly after going to sleep, he'd open his eyes in a strange multicolored void surrounded by bizarre, seemingly random floating objects, none of which seemed to have any real relevance to him or his life. And just when he'd begin to question it, the other recurring element of the dream would occur. Out of the shimmering oil-slick rainbow of mind-boggling colors, a strange being would suddenly emerge. A glowing golden triangle, almost like a drawing of a pyramid, the Eye of Providence, with a stovepipe hat, a little bow tie, thin black arms and legs, and most notable of all, a single large eye with a slit pupil staring out from the center. The eye almost seemed to have a strange hypnotic quality to it. Simmons felt bewitched whenever he looked into it. He wasn't afraid, quite the opposite actually. For reasons he couldn't understand, this strange creature from the world of dreams seemed like a good friend of his. He said,
Well, if it isn't my number one guy, the Fredmeister, in the house. I've missed you. Have you missed me? Put her there, good buddy.
The entity extended his hand and Simmons shook it. The Foundation guard could feel a strange tingling sensation jolting down his arm. The first time Simmons had encountered the entity, he'd told him his name, Bill Cipher, and he told him how incredibly important it was that Simmons kept their little nighttime meetings a secret. In exchange, Bill was here to listen. Simmons would spend his time in the mindscape pouring out his worries and frustrations with his daily work, as Bill paid impeccable attention. The strange little dream entities seemed fascinated by the work Simmons did, all the peculiar and wondrous anomalies he guarded at Site-19. But to Simmons, it was all just boring work. Zombie creating supernatural plague doctors and immortal men with metal limbs lose their shine after you see them day in, day out for years on end. Frankly, Simmons needed a day off, but he'd already used up all his PTO when he'd gotten the flu earlier that year. He just didn't know what to do. Luckily for him, Bill had a solution. Bill, as it turned out, had a fancy little ability. He could occupy the body of a human being and operate it for them. Bill could take the wheel while Simmons took a load off in the mindscape. How hard could standing around pretending to look busy at the SCP Foundation really be? As Bill explained the offer to him, Simmons couldn't really see any flaws in his reasoning. After all, Bill was a friend. Why would he have any ill will towards him? With that, he shook hands with the bizarre supernatural triangle and felt the sudden rough sensation of having his consciousness ripped from his body, only for Bill to slither in and take his place. The new Simmons, the Bill-occupied Simmons, opened up his demonic yellow eyes and grinned. He gave a demented laugh to Simmons' floated, disembodied soul.
Oh, man!
He said, wiping away a tear of laughter with Simmons' finger.
With your body, I can use the SCP Foundation's technology to take over the multiverse. See ya, sucker!
And with one last demented chuckle, Bill left for work at the SCP Foundation, with Simmons being the latest in his long line of meat puppets. After arriving at Site-19, he sneaked through the facility, knowing exactly where he needed to be. You see, Bill is a native entity of the second dimension, the world of flat shapes, but he's able to access the minds of beings in the third dimension, like us, through the medium of the mindscape, rather than the physical realm. Bill's life goal has always been to find a way to permeate and take over the third dimension, turning it into his personal playground. All he needed was the right anomaly to bring him forth into our world. In this case, a little anomalous device favored by Dr. Kane Pathos Crow, SCP-158, also known as the Soul Extractor. While Dr. Crow left to the courtyard for his evening walkies, the being that most people assumed was Fred Simmons secreted himself into SCP-158's containment chamber and locked the door behind him. He didn't have much time. He'd need to do this perfectly if he wanted a real chance at taking over the universe. He was amused by the irony, at the least. The fact that in order to take over, he needed to sneak into the midst of the people most likely to destroy him. Still, where's the fun in life with no risk? At SCP-158's control console, he inputted the data to soul extraction and set a timer. However, there was one difference between this and the usual procedures performed with the soul extractor. There was no containment receptacle on the other end. Whatever was extracted would just be released into the world. And this was exactly what Bill was counting on. He laid Simmons' body down on the gurney and watched with glee as the robotic arm lowered towards him. It reached into his chest and pulled out the essence of one three-sided threat to reality: Bill Cipher. One quick journey through the bowels of the machine later, the nightmare scenario had come to pass. Bill floated around the room, dragged into physical reality. He let out a long, conceited cackle and spun his cane around. This was going to be fun. Elsewhere in the facility, alarms were going off and guards were deploying. Nobody was meant to be in Containment Chamber 158, so how was the Soul Extractor currently operating? This couldn't possibly end well. Bill, on the other end, was having a wonderful time. He was pondering all the different ways he could make the drab clinical corridors of the SCP Foundation into his vision of perfect weirdness. Maybe he'd turn all the researchers into mice, and turn Site-19 into a giant maze to run them through. Maybe he'd turn the air into farts and release winged beasts from the Hell Dimension to ravage humanity. Maybe he'd go out into the parking lot and key everyone's cars. Oh, the diabolical possibilities were endless. As he floated out into the hall, his fantasizing was interrupted by a group of Foundation security operatives wielding assault rifles. They entered an attack formation and trained their rifles on him before opening fire. Bill just found himself laughing again. The gunfire just tickled.
Wow, you guys are hilarious!
Bill said between fits of laughter.
But wait, I can think of a better way to make you even funnier.
He snapped his fingers and suddenly the guards were transformed. Instead of the serious first line of defense for the SCP Foundation, they were now a gang of literal clowns straight from the circus, holding balloon animals molded into the shapes of assault rifles. They giggled and threw pies at each other. Bill was right. This did make them even funnier. And he was just getting started, turning this Foundation snooze fest into a party of cosmic proportions. Bill began running a rampage of weirdness across the site. Essentially being the ultimate cosmic troll, he decided he'd simply bother every single anomaly he could with his demonic antics. First, he appeared in SCP-096's chamber and pulled a brown paper bag over his head, with the words "Ugliness lies within" written on the front. And just for fun, he then teleported the temperamental beast to a nearby Amish community. It quickly became enraged when a gust of wind blew the bag off its head, and a man named Jebediah saw its face. It then killed several others, also named Jebediah, during the rampage. Bill thought it was hilarious. He then released SCP-682 into Site-19, and just to annoy the creature into further violence, he stuck an indestructible party hat on the monster's head. No matter how hard 682 tried, it couldn't remove the party hat. This caused it great frustration, which it took out on any Foundation staff it happened to find in the area. It had fulfilled Bill's expectations wonderfully, but his quest for amusing carnage didn't end there.
Next, he went to bother SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, who was in the process of doing surgery on a Foundation-provided dead goat. With a snap of his fingers, Bill transformed the Plague Doctor's surgical tools into colorful Play-Doh cutting tools. Needless to say, the supernatural surgeon was less than pleased. He was about as annoyed as Dr. Clef was when Bill turned his favorite shotgun into a bouquet of flowers, then sealed his feet into the floor. Or how vexed Dr. Gears was when Bill turned his plain beige necktie into a considerably more loud and colorful tie. People there at the time reported hearing Dr. Gears say, "I just don't think that was necessary." Oh, and he also did some more minor acts of malice. He filled the break room with an army of flesh-eating zombies. He made a moat filled with molten lava around the site that prevented anyone from escaping from his reign of terror. And he even covered all the walls in cognito-hazardous doodles that instantly drove any weak-minded human who saw them into complete gibbering madness. It was clear this reality-warping nightmare needed to be stopped before he got bored of playing with his new Foundation toys and decided to go remodel the universe in his own image. Thankfully, there was one anomaly on site who was up to the task. Bill was treating himself to another evil laugh in the Site 19 canteen when something peculiar happened. He looked down to see a man in what looked like a tunic with graying hair and a beard. He walked with a peculiar kind of calmness, his face blank. Why wasn't this guy panicking? Was he stupid? Bill would seemingly need to teach this guy a thing or two about fear.
Hey, Gramps! Don't know if it's escaped your attention, but I've been giving this place an extreme makeover. Did you forget to put on your glasses this morning, or are you just that senile?
The stranger remained calm as could be. He replied with a voice that was measured as it was deep.
Now, Bill, let's not resort to name-calling. That's just childish, don't you think?
Bill's single eye widened at this.
Wait, hold up. How did you know my name?
Bill asked, irritated.
Are you a friend of the Time Baby or something?
He floated over and began circling the stranger, hoping to intimidate him. Much to Bill's frustration, it didn't appear to be working.
I know lots of things, Bill. Lots of things.
The stranger replied.
That's my line!
Bill screeched, turning red.
Who do you think you are?
The stranger gave a quiet, reserved chuckle that infuriated Bill.
Oh, personally, I just like to think of myself as a humble craftsman, watching his beautiful creation play out,
he said.
But I suppose some of the people around here like to call me God.
Bill didn't like this. This whole universe was going to be his, and he certainly didn't appreciate some insolent old man acting like he ran the roost around here. Bill would give him an education in who was really holding the reins, and it would be the kind of education that left scars, if it left anything at all. He extended his spindly black arms and released bolts of lightning against the stranger, who simply continued to smile as the electricity rippled around him, seemingly causing no effect.
Are you done?
The stranger asked. Bill laughed, hoping to hide his irritation.
I'm just getting started,
he bellowed. With a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of Site 19, Bill began to grow and shift. No longer a silly little triangle, he became a huge red pyramid of pure nightmares, covered in glowing golden arms and teeth, with long black tongues drooping out of each level. It was the most terrifying and demonic form in his entire arsenal, and yet he was astonished to find that the stranger still didn't seem to show any kind of fear.
Very impressive, Bill,
the stranger said, sounding almost bored.
But I think you might be trying a little too hard.
Oh, that does it. Bill would simply have to destroy him. It was a matter of pride now. He raised several of his huge golden fists and began pounding down on the comparatively tiny humanoid stranger. It was an assault so powerful that the ground began cracking around their feet, and yet it seemed that with almost no effort, the stranger was able to intercept and block every single blow. Naturally, Bill was infuriated. It was time to finally unleash the full breadth of his power on this beardy wise guy. He launched thunderbolts, fireballs, legions of giant mutant wasps, hailstorms, maelstroms, bubbles of pure madness, snakes made out of barbed wire, and even incredible coarse language. But despite it all, this man, the one who claimed people called him God, was utterly unfazed.
You can dish it out,
he said.
But let's see if you can take it.
Bill began to laugh.
What the heck's that supposed to mean? You can't.
God snapped his fingers, and Bill was gone, vanished. And with a flick of his wrist, all the damage and transformations that Bill had performed had disappeared. It was as though the demonic triangle had never even been there in the first place. Though Dr. Bright, who was acting site director at the time, had some Scranton reality anchors turned on around the perimeter just to be safe. You can never be too careful with reality warping demons after all. Later that day, Dr. Bright approached God and asked him what he'd actually done with Bill. God chuckled and replied,
For a being of such immense power, he really had a rather childish mindset. So I sealed him away inside a children's cartoon where he couldn't do any further damage.
What was the cartoon? Dr. Bright asked.
A charming little Disney show called Gravity Falls,
God replied.
Well, hello there, SCP fans. Let's get this out of the way first. You've seen the title and thumbnail, and you're probably wondering, wait, is Siren Head an SCP? And the answer is no. Siren Head is not an SCP. It's a freaky internet monster created by renowned Canadian horror artist Trevor Henderson. Your next question is probably, what's with this crazy-looking server bank behind me? Allow me to introduce you to the Anomatron 6000, the latest advancement of supercomputing owned and operated exclusively by the SCP Foundation. It's capable of a whole bunch of interesting features, calculating ideal containment methods, running state-of-the-art Foundation web crawler software, making and editing fun SCP YouTube videos. But the most interesting feature that the Anomatron has to offer is running hyper-advanced simulations regarding all things anomalous, with data fed into it by thousands of real-life experiments conducted by the SCP Foundation. It's going to save countless dollars and lives for Foundation researchers, but way more importantly, it's going to let us explore all kinds of weird and wacky what-if scenarios that would never happen organically. Could SCP-343 beat Goku or Superman? Who's a deadlier supernatural killer? SCP-106 or Freddy Krueger? Would the world simply explode from adorableness if SCP-999 and Baby Yoda ever crossed those multiversal barriers and met? We can explore all of these questions, along with any others you may have down in the comments. Seriously, comment it, we dare you. But to get things started, we figured we'd make the Anomatron pit the Foundation's lankiest nightmare monster, SCP-096, against the internet's, Trevor Henderson's, Siren Head. Sorry, Slenderman, you're just not cool anymore. So without further ado, let's kick the Anomatron into gear and see how this wild battle plays out. It's time for SCP-096 vs. Siren Head. Ricky and Elliot, a pair of aspiring travel YouTubers from California, were taking a vacation to the Pacific Northwest to spend some time in the area's beautiful lush forests. However, while the duo were both big fans of travel for its own sake, they weren't just here for the trees and fresh air. You see, despite their jet-setting lifestyle, Ricky and Elliot's subscribers and views hadn't exactly been phenomenal lately. Turns out hiking vlogs and GoPro footage of the two of them jumping into absurdly blue water in Bali weren't exactly that interesting to people who weren't actually there. But Ricky had formulated an ingenious plan to pull the two of them out of obscurity. They would hunt down and film real footage of the legendary Siren Head, a supernatural monster said to haunt forests and isolated graveyards. There were plenty of fakers out there on YouTube, but if the two of them could get real footage of Siren Head, and also preferably survive the experience, they'd be framing their golden play buttons in no time. But they were already encountering certain issues. For starters, the two Californians had severely underestimated just how cold it was in the Pacific Northwest, and as such, were already shivering from bone-deep cold. The second issue was food. While the two of them had thought ahead and brought a selection of tasty protein bars, they'd also gotten hungry during the early hours of their walk and eaten all of them, leaving them feeling severely out of luck by the time dinner rolled around. And the third and perhaps most problematic issue of all was the fact that Ricky and Elliot didn't exactly have a great sense of direction. During all of their previous trips, they'd been on guided tours with local experts. In this instance, wanting to take all the Siren Head glory and clout for themselves, they decided to come in alone, with the incredibly janky Google Maps app to guide them. As such, as the night was creeping in, the two aspiring YouTube celebrities had no idea where they were. Needless to say, it wasn't exactly an ideal situation. And to make matters worse, Ricky and Elliot had been experiencing some strange feelings for the last couple of hours when they'd gotten particularly deep into the forest. That dread-inducing sensation of being watched by something lurking just out of sight, a gaze with some unknowable and darkly malicious intent boiling behind it. These two poor saps had no idea what was in store for them tonight. And wouldn't you know it, the one watching them right now wouldn't even be the only monster after them. After an expectable amount of bumbling and buffoonery, Ricky and Elliot managed to gather up enough tinder to make a semi-respectable campfire. They could sleep out here tonight, then set off in search of Siren Head or civilization, whichever came first, in the daylight the next day. The duo did what they could to remain chipper in spite of the ominous circumstances. Sure, they were trapped in the depths of the woods alone, but think of the amazing vlog footage they'd get. They'd be like the next Blair Witch crew, except they'd live, hopefully. But as the duo sat next to their campfire, they felt that ominous sensation again. The hairs on the back of their necks started standing up. They felt shivers that didn't just come from the cold. More and more they started to feel certain that something in this forest was watching them. Something ancient and powerful and evil. That's when they heard the telltale crackle of radio static, and their skeletons almost jumped out of their skin. Could it be him? The patron saint of gone missing without a trace, of creeping dread, of bad things coming. Siren Head himself. Both men fell silent. All they could hear was the crackling of their own fire. Had the sound before just been an illusion? A product of a pair of paranoid minds also predisposed to sense siren-headed monsters lurking amongst the trees. They'd been reading about a higher rate of disappearances in this area, along with a number of frightening sightings of tall, thin beings and radio static that seemed perfectly consistent with siren head activity. That's why they'd come here in the first place. But had they come here to their deaths? The two needed to distract themselves, or they'd go mad from the paranoia. They decided to share a few fun little anecdotes of the travels they'd had before meeting one another, showing the photos they'd saved on their smartphones. Ricky had been to Hawaii, Tahiti, Bora Bora, Fiji, St. Lucia, and the Maldives. Clearly, he liked his vacations warm and sandy. Elliot, on the other hand, tended to like his trips to be a little more adventurous. He'd seen volcanoes, waterfalls, deep and treacherous cave systems, and, of course, a little guided mountaineering. One photo that Elliot showed Ricky was particularly breathtaking. He was standing in the foreground of a snowy landscape, with an incredible mountain range behind him. When Ricky asked Elliot where exactly he'd taken this picture, strangely enough, he drew a complete blank. Maybe somewhere in Canada or Siberia or something like that. But it was a hell of a trip, whatever the case. He remembered having a great time. It was such a tiny detail, but when looking at the photo, Ricky couldn't help but notice something in the background, a speck of white. Sure, not exactly newsworthy in the snowy mountain range, but this wasn't snow. It was a speck of white that seemed to be a slightly different shade than the rest of the mountain. Strange. Perhaps it was just some tiny particle stuck on the lens whenever the photo was taken. The two continued to chat and warmed their hands against the fire, having no idea of the horror they'd just awoken in doing so. Over 100 miles away, at an SCP Foundation containment site, researchers and guards walked around the perimeter of a huge airtight metal cube, reading off diagnostics and audio recordings. For reasons that should be obvious to everyone who's a fan of this channel, there were no camera feeds coming from the inside of the great metal cube, only a faint whimpering sound, like a sad, wounded animal, and the clanking of pacing feet moving back and forth over the metal, dragging forlorn knuckles. It turned every head in the room when the crying started to get louder. Soon it wasn't just quiet weeping, it was a series of horrendous, slobbering sobs, wails of pure pain and despair. Someone in the room screamed, "Close your eyes and hit the deck!" Knowing exactly what had happened. They learned well enough from the infamous Incident 096-1-A containment breach that there was no way of stopping this thing until it run its course. The best they could do was minimize their own fatalities in the process. Everyone in the room did as they were told, hitting the ground, closing their eyes, and covering them with their hands just to be safe. That's when the solid steel of the cube was torn open like crepe paper, and the howling, raging SCP-096 broke free. galloping on all fours through the nearest wall, shattering it, and spraying debris everywhere. As mobile task forces were dispatched to track the rampaging abomination and try their best to clear the path ahead as it sought out its target, one thought was going through the minds of everyone in the room. Woe betide the poor fools who saw that monster's face. Back in the deep dark forests of the Pacific Northwest, the presence of some unnerving force was becoming far harder to deny for Ricky and Elliot. They heard the sounds of garbled voices out in the woods, the squeals and crackles of radio static. They saw shapes moving amongst the trees, tall and thin, like long, spindly limbs. While neither wanted to voice their fear, they were both thinking similar things. If there really was a monster out here, why hadn't it killed them? It had all the time in the world to do it. But that was just it, wasn't it? It had all the time in the world, so why rush? It had every advantage. It could take its time and do this exactly how it wanted to. Ricky and Elliot had made themselves the perfect prey, and as they saw a huge, lithe figure suddenly separate itself from the trees, they began to wonder if it was really worth it to risk both of their lives for YouTube clout. Either way, it was now probably too late for regrets. Ricky and Elliot's jaws fell in horror as the monster emerged from the darkness before them. They recognized the awful, mottled skin stretched over the monster's 40-foot frame. They saw the grasping hands, and up above, the nightmarish faceless head split into a pair of sirens pointing in different directions, each one filled with gnashing teeth and slithering tongues. It was even more terrifying than they could possibly have imagined. Siren head speakers crackled into life and hissed out,
9, 18, 1, child, 17, remove, vile.
Ricky and Elliot stumbled backwards as Siren Head advanced, its speakers still bleeding hateful static. Neither could move or speak, only watch as its long, gnarled fingers reached from the dark to grasp them. There was a terrible pained wail in the woods after that, but it wasn't coming from Ricky, Elliot, or Siren Head. It was distant at first, but soon became louder and louder as the force's point of origin came barreling towards them. Even Siren Head couldn't help but turn to see SCP-096, a flash of terrible white fury, come charging towards them in the dark, knocking down all the trees in its path. Leaves and pine needles scattered, trunks exploded into splinters. Nothing would stop the Shy Guy from claiming its prey. Nothing would stop it from destroying Ricky. And now as it approached, Elliot made the fatal mistake of looking at its face, too. 096 lunged, ready to go in for the kill when Siren Head's hands closed around the Shy Guy's slender torso. In one fluid motion with surprising strength for its scrawny build, it hurled the Shy Guy into the distance, smashing another several trees in its path. The words,
My prey, mine,
hissed out of its speakers. But 096 was only down for mere moments. It sprung back up on its hind and forelegs and started galloping towards Ricky and Elliot again, who were still frozen in place. This time, just before the Shy Guy's terrible claws could close around the two hapless wannabe YouTubers, down came Siren Head's clenched fist, pounding 096's head into the dirt. Overhead, Mobile Task Force helicopters circled, wearing their scramble goggles and trying to get a visual on the situation unfolding below. They could hardly believe what they were seeing down there. Was some other unclassified anomaly managing to intercept 096 in its rage state? Only a handful of anomalies on record have ever been shown of being capable of such a feat. It seemed that they were dealing with something serious here. Down below, the battle continued. Siren Head had a unique advantage over most other combatants facing SCP-096. It was an extra-dimensional being with no eyes, merely an innate psychic awareness of its victims around it. Not unlike how SCP-096 detect people seeing its face in photographs or videos, without need for any kind of direct contact. As such, it was impossible for Siren Head to see the Shy Guy's face, and thus impossible for the Shy Guy to ever actually direct its aggression against it. Whether or not 096 would kill steal Siren Head's intended prey was another matter entirely. In the night's first minor miracle, Ricky and Elliot remembered that they'd been born with working legs and decided that right now would be an excellent time to use them. They turned and began to run while Siren Head continued beating the Shy Guy into the dirt, sprinting with all their might. However, the growing distance between them only aggravated the Shy Guy further. It sprang out from the dirt with unstoppable force and broke away from Siren Head's grip. The Shy Guy never wasted time, ever. It always made a beeline for its intended victim with one directive in mind: total annihilation. Tonight is no different. Ricky and Elliot screamed as they heard its pounding gallop on the ground behind them. Closer, closer, closer. Then suddenly, defying all spatial reasoning, Siren Head emerged out from the darkness between Ricky, Elliot, and 096. Being 40 feet tall, Siren Head dwarfed even the Shy Guy. It lunged and grabbed the wailing white monstrosity, holding it as one would a particularly vicious cat, and trying to keep it in place. Siren Head wanted to crush the monster's bones and carry on stalking its feeble human prey, who were currently in the process of getting away, but somehow that was impossible. It was almost like the monster had an indestructible skeleton. Up above, the mobile task forces continued observing this clash of the Titans from their 2 helicopters. Seeing how Siren Head was somehow doing a serviceable job of subduing the Shy Guy, one of the task force members joked, "Maybe we should hire this guy." Another chimed in, "I don't think we have any ballistic vests in his size." The laughter soon turned to screams when Siren Head hurled 096's flailing body up at one of the helicopters with incredible force, knocking it out of the sky. It careened down to the ground, a ball of fear and violence before exploding. Anyone who survived the initial blast was unlucky enough to have seen the Shy Guy's face. Their screams rang out briefly before being abruptly silenced by the monster. Helicopter Alpha had no survivors. Meanwhile, Ricky and Elliot had kept running until their lungs burned and their muscles pumped thumbtacks. Seeing that the chaos was so far behind them now, they took a moment to stop and breathe, recomposing themselves. In the second minor miracle of the night, it looked like the 2 of them had actually survived this ordeal. Those 2 horrific monsters had canceled each other out, but Ricky and Elliot were about to learn a harsh lesson. They really weren't that lucky. The last thing the 2 of them ever saw was Siren Head emerging from the darkness once more. The last thing they ever felt was the monster's terrible gnarled fingers curling around their bodies, too fast for them to escape. And the last thing they ever heard was each other's screams, followed by a sickeningly meaty crunch. Elsewhere in the forest, SCP-096's wails died down to its usual maudlin sob. The rage state had ended. All of its targets had been destroyed. It just hadn't been the one to do all of the destroying, per se. Not long after that, Helicopter Bravo descended safely, and the remaining MTF members closed around the blubbering beast. Someone blackbagged it, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that was at least one monster taken care of tonight. "What about the other one?" the MTF lieutenant asked. The team's commander shook his head and said, "Let's worry about that freak later and get 096 back to containment. This place gives me the creeps."
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the Anomatron 6000, our patented device for projecting any seemingly improbable scenario for your viewing indulgence. And today, we decided to do something slightly different with it. Here at SCP Explained, we usually activate the Anomatron to bring you encounters between the anomalous denizens of the SCP universe and other fictional characters, like Dr. Strange fighting the Scarlet King, or Abel crossing paths with Batman. But this Anomatron experiment is one of our more unusual, to say the least. If you've been subscribed to us for a while, some of you might remember our video, What if SCP-096 was put inside SCP-914? In it, the Shy Guy was tricked into entering the input booth of the anomalous refinement machine during a containment breach. What emerged was maybe the handsomest man to ever live, beautiful both on the outside and within. A lot of our comments pointed out that this refined version of 096 felt akin to a Giga Chad, and that got us thinking, what if SCP-096 was to encounter the real Giga Chad? Well, the Anomatron 6000 has a few different answers for us. Scenario 1, or as we like to call it, the obvious outcome, pits the thin humanoid anomaly against the man behind the meme. Ernest Kalimov is a Russian fitness trainer and model, forever immortalized in the annals of internet history by a series of black and white photoshopped pictures that garnered him the nickname of Giga Chad. Thanks to his practically perfect 90-degree jawline and muscular physique, Kalimov seemingly unknowingly became the archetype for the ultra-masculine, handsome man. However, the man behind the Giga Chad meme is still just a man. The infamous photos of him were heavily edited for an art project known as Sleek in Tears, and while Ernest does sport some impressive muscles from all his time at the gym,
that strength isn't enough to save him from the Shy Guy. After all, he is still just a man. According to the Anomatron's predictions, the most likely outcome if the two were ever to meet would end pretty similarly to the grim fate of many others who have gazed upon the face of SCP-096. The moment Ernest looks at the creature, he would, in all likelihood, activate 096's rage state. His physique and above-average level of fitness might give him a slight advantage, allowing him to perhaps outrun the Shy Guy for longer than most, but ultimately, Ernest Kalimov would be able to run, but not hide, from SCP-096. The creature would track him down and hone in on him with anomalous speed, dispatching him before returning to its usual docile sobbing state. The result? An SCP-096 victory. Now we know what you're thinking, is that really it? We had the same reaction too. But hold on for a minute. After giving the machine an additional set of variables, we were able to get a few more interesting outcomes out of the Anomatron. Which brings us to the result that we've given the title of Scenario 2, Shy Harder. Of course, Ernest Kalimov might be the face of an internet meme and ultimately just a very strong Russian man in comparison to the anomalous traits of SCP-096. But the GIGA Chad? The GIGA Chad is more than a man. So much more than the sum of his parts. Existing within the online zeitgeist since as early as 2017, the GIGA Chad is far more powerful than a mere mortal. He doesn't just represent idealized standards of over-exaggerated masculinity like the action movie heroes of the 1980s. The GIGA Chad embodies those ideas. He is the very notion of a physically perfected human specimen given form. You may not like it, but peak performance doesn't even come close to the GIGA Chad, and neither does SCP-096. Even at the top of its game, the creature quite literally pales in comparison to its imposing opponent. In Scenario 2, Shy Harder, the Anomatron 6000 predicted that if the two were to meet, the scales would tip in the complete opposite direction from the first outcome. For that was SCP-096 against the man, but against the meme himself. Well, this fight is no contest. As a matter of fact, it's hardly even a fight, certainly not a fair one, and instead is more of an execution. From the moment the unstoppable tower of muscle and perfect angular jawline that is the GIGA Chad clasps eyes on SCP-096, it's practically the beginning of the end. The Shy Guy doesn't even lift, bro. But GIGA Chad can bench 1 million times his own body weight in his sleep. So when SCP-096 comes racing towards him, intent on killing him just for looking at its screeching wide-jawed face, the GIGA Chad does what the GIGA Chad does best. He lifts. Grabbing SCP-096 with ease as it comes to him screeching, GIGA Chad casually hoists the creature off the ground. Although he's only using the tiniest portion of his immense and infinite strength, it's more than enough force to send the Shy Guy soaring upwards, crashing through multiple ceilings as it's sent hurtling up the numerous floors of the Foundation facility above. Of course, being lifted is hardly going to kill the Shy Guy outright. The creature is known to be invulnerable after all. But it's not like GIGA Chad can go down easily either. Don't forget, this is no mere mortal, but an internet meme incarnate. And on the internet, nothing ever dies. His perpetual existence as part of online history aside, the GIGA Chad is so strong that no doubt his abs could withstand the firepower of any conventional weapon. Realizing that even if it could reach him, it couldn't even scratch the GIGA Chad, SCP-096 would undoubtedly begin a downward spiral. The Shy Guy is a creature so insecure in itself and its appearance that it kills anyone who so much as glances at its face in photos. So being presented with the living embodiment of an idea it could never even hope to attain, the biceps, the perfect right-angled jawline, it's all too much. Sending SCP-096 into a complete meltdown, the creature would be neutralized once and for all by the very existence of the GIGA Chad, resulting in his victory. Okay, so we're 1 point to SCP-096 and 1 to GIGA Chad, and most people would maybe consider leaving it there. But not us. We wanted more than that. You see, we quickly realized that the Anomatron's second scenario was based on a lot of earlier iterations of the GIGA Chad meme. Don't get us wrong, that version of the Ultimate Man could still easily destroy the Shy Guy. But around March of 2021, the infamous photoshopped images of Ernst Kalimov started to be used in slightly different formats. That's the thing about memes. They're not only immortal, forever logged in the ancient texts of the Wayback Machine and compilation videos here on YouTube, but memes are also adaptable. They can evolve and change, finding new variations as time goes on. As such, the average fan versus average enjoyer meme saw a new use of the Giga Chad. Before the Giga Chad, this notion of the ideal ultra-masculine specimen was based on, let's be honest, some pretty outdated ideas about what it means to be a man. After all, it takes more than muscle to be a man. Not every man or masculine-presenting person has to work out until they're built like a brick wall. Perhaps the real measure of a man is how sincere, sensitive, and supportive you can be, as well as standing by your interests rather than caving to old societal standards of masculinity. And after we updated our data, the Anomatron 6000 was able to give us a new revised outcome, or what we like to call Scenario 3, the average SCP-096 enjoyer. In this projection, the Giga Chad's true strength isn't just his masculine physique and his unattainable standards. Instead, it's, in part, the inherent adaptability of his status as a meme, but also his compassion. Just like before, he's more than able to resist SCP-096's attacks, and the creature's insecurity comes out, put on full display when presented with Giga Chad's sharp jawline. But rather than overcome his anomalous adversary by fighting him, this scenario sees the Giga Chad comforting the Shy Guy. Through calm empathy and words of affirmation, he reminds SCP-096 that true acceptance of oneself comes from within, and that message strikes a chord with the creature. In a turn of events none of us saw coming, the Giga Chad offers to help SCP-096 overcome his crippling and deadly sense of insecurity. The pair start using the on-site gym together, after hours when there aren't any innocent Foundation personnel around. There, Giga Chad not only offers to introduce SCP-096 to an exercise regimen, if that's what the creature wants, but also helps the Shy Guy work on his confidence. They form a friendship, with SCP-096 taking a liking to working out, not because it wants to be buff like its new friend, the Giga Chad, but more so because doing so makes it feel more comfortable in its own skin. SCP-096 gradually starts to like itself more, even eating healthier thanks to Giga Chad's advice. Eventually, the Shy Guy begins looking far more content and even starts to develop self-confidence. It's not often that a story involving SCP-096 exists with the creature getting to achieve some semblance of happiness. Well, there is one that comes to mind. The very same Shy Guy story that sent us on this particular streak of pitting it against the Giga Chad in the first place. But what if we put them together? Would coming across a refined SCP-096 spell the end for the Giga Chad? Or would the muscular, masculine meme undo the Shy Guy's previous happy ending? Well, according to the Anomatron 6000, neither. When we last left him, after being turned into a handsome 9-foot-tall man, SCP-096 had just started going by the name David. SCP-978, the desired camera, had been used to photograph the refined Shy Guy. It showed him holding hands with the Foundation scientist responsible for his transformation, who had studied the new and improved SCP-096 in great detail. She had quite the understanding of him, but perhaps the photograph from the desired camera was more of a metaphor, and what SCP-096, or David, really desired wasn't specifically the researcher who'd studied him, but a partner who understood him, someone to call an equal. Enter the Giga Chad. According to the calculations made by the Anomatron, the embodiment of ultimate masculinity, both strong and sensitive, came bursting into the Foundation facility. There, the moment he and David saw each other was like the meeting of an unstoppable force and an immovable object. Neither one rushed to solve the encounter with violence. Both the Giga Chad and SCP-096 appreciated each other's aesthetic appeal. Both were remarkably handsome, and one couldn't bear the thought of ridding the world of the other. Instead, it was love at first sight. Both David, formerly known as SCP-096, and the Giga Chad fell head over heels in love with each other, and looking at both, it was not hard to see why. They were a pair of fine, perfectly chiseled fellas, and they instantly hit it off. The newly established couple enjoyed each other's company, spending time in deep conversations, SCP-096 introducing his new partner to his friends at the Foundation, while GigaChad was comfortable with his own masculinity to express his feelings towards David without fear or judgment. No relationship is perfect, of course. For a short time, a sliver of David's old self re-emerged. The shy guy in him worried that perhaps his relationship with the GigaChad was based purely on both of their extreme good looks, and was nothing more than superficial. But by being an embodiment of healthy, idealized masculinity, the GigaChad was able to sense something was wrong with David, and rather do the insecure thing of letting it fester, he addressed it directly, and they discussed the issue in a healthy, mature, and constructive way. Not just so they could put SCP-096's worry to rest, but so that both of them could further strengthen their relationship and grow as people. And of course, GigaChad wasn't just attracted to SCP-096's refined good looks. Far from being superficial, he recognized that David was a complete person, beautiful both inside and out, and loved him as a whole, not just because they were both conventionally attractive on the surface. SCP-096 and the GigaChad stayed together for the rest of their lives, or as we decided to name this fourth scenario from the Anomatron, happily ever after.
Somehow, most likely through some nefarious means, a fateful postcard has been sent to one of the residents of the murky, mysterious Aranirum Island. Living on this particular island was already a strange and scary enough existence, given the horrors the inhabitants of Anarirum share their home with. But perhaps the only thing just as horrible as life on that island was being sent a postcard. Sure, that doesn't sound all that horrible. Postcards are usually used to show a corner of the world far away and extend well wishes from friends or relatives on vacations. But ordinarily, postcards don't depict a photo of SCP-096 with the words, "Wish he was there," scrawled on the other side. From its containment cell at the SCP Foundation, the shy guy instantly sensed that somebody, somewhere, had seen a picture of its face. Breaking down into an enraged fit of homicidal insecurity, SCP-096 immediately broke from its containment chamber and made a cross-country beeline, heading straight for Aranirum at anomalously accelerated speeds. Little did the creature or the Foundation know that the shy guy was being led straight into a trap, and the poor island resident who had received the chilling postcard, well, they were unlucky enough to be the bait. While the SCP Foundation started frantically trying to track down where it had gone, the shy guy had already made its way to a wooden cabin belonging to the unfortunate postcard recipient. Emerging from the now emptied home once the owner was no more, SCP-096 would have returned to his cell just as quickly as he left. That is, if he wasn't the only monstrous creature on the island. A loud and sudden noise caught the creature's attention, the sound of an old steam train whistle. It rang out once more, from somewhere off in the distance, but there was so much thick fog hanging in the air around Aranirum that it was almost impossible to see anything, especially with how dark it was. The second time the whistle sounded, it was closer, but there was another sound too, and not the loud chugging of a steam engine that you would expect. It was an erratic, heavy thudding, the noise of lots of somethings drumming against the ground, causing the earth itself to shudder. Legs. They were the steps of multiple huge legs, crawling across the surface of the island, heading straight towards SCP-096. A third piercing whistle rang out, even closer still. This time, the orange glow of a light could be seen, dulled by the surrounding fog, but getting brighter and clearer as it came closer. The light was casting shadows against the dark fog, long, spindly shapes of spidery appendages, until before the shy guy's eyes, a creature of pure nightmares came bursting out of the fog. It was a monstrous sight, even to SCP-096. Its body was the red front engine of an old-fashioned steam train, hoisted off the ground by 4 pairs of enormous black, spindly, spider-like legs that propelled the beast forwards at a terrifying speed. Able to move without the limitations of needing to follow a railroad track, the monster was barreling towards SCP-096 with a twisted smile on its grotesque face. At the front of the locomotive was its circular face, with its unnaturally white eyes and a mouth that sported rows of razor-sharp teeth, all covered in blood. This hellish abomination, a being that was part steam engine and part giant spider, was the terror of Aranirum himself, the carnivorous CHOO Charles. Seeing Charles racing towards them on its 8 spider legs would be enough to make anyone freeze up and stop in their tracks out of sheer terror, and SCP-096 was compelled to do the same. Except the terrifying train creature's pale eyes were looking directly at the Shy Guy. As Charles sized the anomaly up as its next meal, he was looking at it, and that meant SCP-096 had to kill him. The question was, how could it? How could the skinny, spindly humanoid hope to even fight something like CHOO Charles? He was much bigger, even more fearsome. But as quick as Charles could move on his spidery legs, he was not faster than SCP-096. In the blink of an eye, the Shy Guy raced off shrieking and sobbing in despair, leaving Charles to continue roaming his island territory in search of other human inhabitants to terrorize. SCP-096 had retreated to some nearby woods, quick enough to move out of Charles's path somewhere it could hide, for now. But the Shy Guy could feel a familiar, painful feeling, almost pulling him back towards CHOO Charles, right back into harm's way. SCP-096 possessed an inescapable compulsion to kill anyone who looked at its face, and that seemed to include horrifying part train, part spider hybrids. It was a fact of the Shy Guy's very existence. He had to go after whoever looked at him and make them pay. In fact, it took all the creature's own strength not to instantly rush back over to Charles to try. SCP-096 knew that if it did, then there was little chance it would survive coming face to face with the terror of Aranirum. However, while it was watching CHOO Charles from a safe distance, seeing him crawl across the landscape on his multiple legs, that SCP-096 noticed something. It was another light obscured by the fog, but this one was much higher up. One could almost mistake it for the moon, if it wasn't getting closer, all the while accompanied by the sound of whirring rotors. While the Shy Guy had been evading CHOO Charles, the SCP Foundation had been tirelessly trying to track down its location, and now they'd found their runaway anomaly here on Aranirum Island. As the chopper carrying the mobile task force drew nearer, the tyrannical train turned and took notice. To SCP-096, the Foundation's arrival could have meant a way home and away from the spidery steam engine. But to Charles, the approaching chopper meant only one thing: a new source of food.
Captain!
One of the MTF troops aboard the chopper called over his headset.
What is it? Do we have eyes on SCP-096?
The captain replied before realizing what he'd said.
Well, not eyes on, because then they would have jumped up onto the chopper and killed us all. I mean, is there any sign of SCP-096 on the island? Negative, sir, although you should probably see this,
the soldier replied. Begrudgingly, the captain unbuckled himself from his seat and snatched the Foundation operative's binoculars, using them to look down at Aranirum below. It didn't take him long to spot the massive, multi-legged monstrosity that was CHOO Charles, who had fallen still, waiting for the chopper to descend low enough for him to reach.
Good gravy, what on earth is that thing?
The captain exclaimed, before taking another look through the binoculars.
Is that? Wait, what is an instance of SCP-2086 doing out here?
SCP-2086 was an infamous anomalous species the Foundation had encountered before. Much like Charles, they were anthropod-like creatures with multiple long legs that protruded from a body resembling a man-made mode of transport. However, SCP-2086s usually took on the appearance of buses while in vehicle form.
Sir, I don't think that's an SCP-2086,
the lookout replied.
To me, it looks more like an instance of SCP-3023. Impossible, all the way out here?
The captain retorted.
We're nowhere near the region where the anomaly occurs. It could have scurried its way from Germany and taken nest here, sir,
the trooper responded. Yet another anomaly that CHOO Charles bore a striking resemblance to. SCP-3023 was a rare phenomenon that was known to occur at random, but was limited to a specific area of central Germany. The effect of this phenomenon caused ordinary, everyday, inanimate objects of any shape or size to suddenly turn into aggressive spiders, sporting 8 legs that grew from whatever was affected by SCP-3023. Perhaps CHOO Charles was indeed an instance of SCP-3023, or some distant evolutionary offshoot of SCP-2086. It was hard to say for sure. The only thing for sure was that Charles was a man-eating beast, more so than an insidious villain. And being so highly territorial, he considered the entire island of Aranirum to be his natural habitat and his hunting ground. Anything that arrived in his vicinity was prey to the terrifying train, and his ravenous craving for human flesh meant he was ready to attack the descending SCP Foundation chopper.
All right, let's go, go, go!
The MTF captain called to his troops, signaling them to start rappelling out of the helicopter and down to the island.
Keep your scramble goggles on max, we still need to recapture 096. But first priority is taking down this big ugly beast.
Wearing goggles specifically designed to distort the Shy Guy from their view, the team began abseiling out of the aircraft. But CHOO Charles was already waiting for them. Rearing back on its 4 back legs, the nightmarish train spider swiped at the descending MTF operatives. What first seemed like an instinctive, uncoordinated assault quickly became precise and relentless strikes as Charles sliced through some of the cables the MTF troops were using to rappel down. Their lifeline cut, the unlucky Foundation operatives plummeted from mid-air, right down towards where the terror of Aranirum was waiting for them to fall. A few of the MTFs made it to the ground alive, and immediately began retaliating against CHOO Charles. The gunfire from their weapons flickered all around the carnivorous creature, but their bullets could barely chip the red paintwork on his steam-train body. Dashing towards his helpless human prey on his many legs, Charles began to feast. Then suddenly, something started pulling at one of his huge spider legs, pulling Charles back moments before he had a chance to claim his latest victim, the captain of the Foundation's MTF. It was SCP-096, having zipped out of hiding and shrieking wildly as it used all of its strength to wrench one of CHOO Charles's multiple limbs. Angered that it couldn't reach the MTF captain, the part spider, part train hybrid stomped the leg that was being pulled in a successful attempt to free itself from the Shy Guy's grip. But in the same instant, SCP-096 used its anomalous speed to reappear in front of the already angered locomotive monster. With his railroad rage about to reach its breaking point, Charles entered into a relentless rampage, making quick work of the leftover MTF troops before setting his sights squarely on SCP-096. But doing that was his biggest mistake. Now CHOO Charles had seen the Shy Guy twice, and to the insecure anomaly, that meant Charles had to go. Traveling faster than even the multi-legged monstrosity could perceive, SCP-096 began racing towards CHOO Charles's many legs. The Shy Guy had realized that it didn't stand a chance of dealing with the terror of Aranirum the same way it handled all the others that had seen its face. So instead, it had settled on a new approach, specifically tailored to taking down the spider-legged steam engine. One by one, SCP-096 started knocking Charles's many legs out from underneath him, effectively tripping him up over and over again. The Shy Guy moved so quick that the cumbersome Charles could barely react in time, having one leg after the other knocked out from beneath him, causing him to tumble to the ground. Normally, CHOO Charles was smart enough to retreat if he encountered something that could fight back. If he was injured badly enough, the spider-like creature would scuttle out of harm's way in order to heal his wounds. But the rage at being constantly tripped up by SCP-096 was distracting Charles from the Shy Guy's true ploy. With every leg it knocked out from underneath the spidery steam train, SCP-096 had been gradually directing Charles towards a nearby gorge. With a terrifying burst of anomalous speed, the Shy Guy caused CHOO Charles to topple over sideways, rolling over himself until he landed upside down in the bottom of the rocky gorge. The multi-legged locomotive monster's spindly legs flailed desperately as he tried to reposition himself, but with no luck. SCP-096 had managed what first seemed to be impossible and beaten the terror of Aranirum, CHOO Charles. Or, for now, at least. Silently passing through the inky void of space, a vessel was hurriedly making its way towards its destination. The craft was sleek, designed and built by hands not of this world. Aboard, one of the occupants knelt before its elders. It was time. It gathered its arsenal in a methodical, almost ceremonial fashion. Its spear latched onto its back with its survival gear, a medikit containing surgical equipment and specialized serums. It donned its gauntlets, then reached for the final piece, its mask that had slipped over its face. Ready for its task, the creature boarded a smaller scout ship, which was jettisoned and began to descend toward the planet below, a world known as Earth. On the surface of the planet itself, a technician was sitting at his desk, bored, staring at readouts from satellites and the endless sweeping of a radar scanning the skies above for any signs of disturbance. For a moment, as the scout craft passed through the atmosphere, something happened that broke the technician out of his boredom. There was a blip on the radar, the tiny detection of an unknown signal, that of an object traveling on a direct course through the sky. Just as the technician started to take notice, the approaching ship activated a stealth mechanism, reflecting all light away from it in order to render it almost invisible, while simultaneously becoming undetectable to radar. The blip vanished from the screen and didn't reappear. The technician shrugged, thinking it was probably nothing but an equipment glitch. Besides, the SCP Foundation didn't pay him enough to follow up on every tiny blip. A few hours later, and several continents away, a mobile task force was on an assignment. The oppressive heat and humidity of the Lakandan jungle was bearing down on them, especially in their combat gear. The operatives were all feeling unbearably hot. The Foundation researchers overseeing the MTF's mission via satellite didn't have to contend with the elements in the comfort of their air-conditioned command center. But little did they or their boots on the ground know, there was something else visiting the rainforest too. It had been stalking the squad for a few miles now, and not one of them had noticed, just as the creature planned. A trio of red laser beams cast 3 distinct dots over one of the MTF operatives' chest. Suddenly, a streak of energy shot through the air, crackling as it struck the agent, tearing through his chest and killing him on the spot. Instinctively, the remaining troops turned and opened fire at the treetop where the blast had come from, spraying a volley of bullets, enough to start shredding the wood of the tree, splinters and bark raining down. They hit nothing. There was no sign of whoever or whatever had fired that shot and killed their teammate. From behind them, a pair of discs with a row of long fan-like blades around their edge flew through the air. There was so much force behind the arm that threw them that the pair of shuriken lifted 2 of the remaining MTF soldiers off their feet and impaled them to the trunks of nearby trees. The last remaining Foundation operative looked at the bodies of his dead squad mates in horror before turning and fleeing. But just as he ran for his life, something caught him. It was transparent, cloaked, and near impossible to see, but it had plunged a pair of blades into the MTF trooper's chest, lifting him off his feet with ease as he screamed in pain. An invisible, leathery-skinned hand reached for his throat and twisted, and in an instant, with a sickening crack, the man was silent and dropped limply to the floor. From the command center, watching in awe as this imperceptible monster tore through 4 of their finest operatives with ease, a pair of researchers turned to look at each other. The expressions they both wore were faces of sheer disbelief. They both had heard stories, instantly recognizing the destructive behavior, but never thought they'd see, or not see, it carried out for real. "We still don't have a name for them, do we?" Researcher Hall asked as the pair of them walked briskly down the corridor. Negative," replied his counterpart, Researcher D. Ligirio. "But the files we acquired from military intelligence suggests they've been coming to Earth for decades, centuries even. The earliest known encounter took place in the 1700s. Can we negotiate with this one at all?" Hall asked, fully expecting the answer. "I don't think they respond well to that kind of engagement," De Ligirio said. "They seem to come to Earth with one singular purpose, to hunt. For sport? Well, it seems so." What about their capabilities?" the senior researcher pressed. "Their technology is pretty advanced, even compared to some of the things we've seen," the other explained. "On top of that, they're fast, strong, and completely ruthless, pretty much an apex predator. According to intel, the instances of these creatures that have previously visited Earth have displayed a sort of tribal nature. Care to elaborate?" Hal probed. Based on the files, their hunts seem partially recreational, but also like some kind of ritual to prove themselves as capable or to challenge themselves." "That gives me an idea," the researcher replied. "Contact Containment Area 25B. If we play this right, we can bag one of these creatures and bring it in for testing." Time seemed to race by as Hall and DeLigerio were bundled aboard a transport and taken directly to Containment Area 25B, a facility built by the Foundation specifically to house a particularly dangerous anomaly. Within the hour, the two researchers were standing facing a huge stone cube, its dark surface sporting a number of symbols engraved into it. Growing impatient, knowing their window of opportunity was rapidly closing, Hall turned to one of the Foundation personnel stationed within the primary containment zone around SCP-076. "Play it again," he instructed. "Wake him up." Hitting a button, a recorded message began to play over the facility's loudspeakers. It had been translated into an ancient Sumerian dialect that the entity within the stone cube had historically shown a preference for. "Come on out," the message stated. "We know you don't think any of us are worth your time, but we remember Omega-7. You agreed to work with us before, even though you don't think we present enough of a challenge to you. But we may have found something that will. An adversary that you could have the privilege of besting in combat." There was a brief moment of silence before the stone began to rumble. The security personnel on site tensed up, gripping their weapons shakily, nervous hands. Slowly, the circular lock on the side of the cube began twisting, the door it kept sealed beginning to open.
"Are you sure we can do this, Hal?"
asked DeLigerio.
"If SCP-076 isn't willing to cooperate, this could go south real quickly. And God forbid, what if somebody found out what we're having him do?"
Hall didn't answer, instead watching as the door to the cube finally opened, and a lean man in his late 20s stepped out. His gray eyes stared out of a mess of jet black hair, his body adorned with tattoos of arcane runes and occult imagery, the sneering faces of demons over his olive skin. As the guards around him nervously raised their weapons at the ready, SCP-076-2 casually strode up to Researcher Hall until the two were inches away from each other.
Where?
Abel asked. Fitting him with a communications earpiece and having him board a transport, Abel was sent directly towards the last known coordinates of the now deceased MTF, deep in the heart of the Lakandan jungle. Sat atop a tree as the aircraft made its approach, the creature had lowered its cloaking device, certain it was alone as it polished a skull it had collected from one of the ill-fated operatives. The Predator was a member of a species known as the Yutja, one of the few details about its race that DeLigerio's files hadn't mentioned. Everything else was accurate, though. It was indeed a hunter, here to claim trophies as proof of its skill. These trophies happened to be the skulls and spines of whatever it killed. Hearing the sound of an incoming vehicle, the Predator instinctively reached for a control on its left wrist gauntlet. Its cloaking device reactivated, bending the light away from itself to render the alien hunter nearly invisible. Through the lenses of its biomask, the Predator watched the craft pass overhead, and the shape of a single humanoid heat signature dropping from it and landing in the rainforest. Trekking through the lush vegetation, Abel walked towards the location he had been given. It always irked the immortal barbarian when the Foundation attempted to use him to perform their menial dirty work. To Abel, such tasks were beneath him, but he had been promised a fight with a worthy adversary, and that was the only reason he had agreed to undertake this mission. Looking around as he reached a clearing, there was no sign of the MTF agents, until, that is, Abel craned his neck upwards and found them. Something had meticulously gathered up the bodies and hung them from the branches by their legs. It felt distinctly like a warning, as well as a taunting gloat. Every indicator pointed to this being the action of a creature that was marking its newfound territory. With a wave of his hand, Abel pulled a black-edged sword out of a pocket dimension holding his weapons, and held the blade at the ready. Looking down, he saw 3 points of red light had appeared on his bare chest. Just as Abel caught sight of the treetops where the lasers were coming from, a bolt of high-energy plasma was fired towards him. Within the same split second, he hurled his sword in the direction of his invisible enemy. The blast struck him and knocked him down, searing his flesh. Not that Abel could feel pain. At the same time, his sword spun through the air and cleaved through the branch where the Predator had been perched, causing the creature to drop to the jungle floor with a thud. As the Yautja stood up, it noticed its gauntlet was sparking, having sustained damage in the fall. Now its cloaking device was flickering on and off. The Predator knew it would need to repair its equipment, but first and foremost needed to collect a trophy from its latest kill. The creature strode towards where Abel was laying. A scorch mark left by the plasma caster burned into his flesh. Its cloaking device still malfunctioning, the hunter reached down to claim its prize. Abel's eyes suddenly snapped open and caught the creature by surprise. Reeling his leg back, he delivered a sharp kick that sent the Predator hurling backwards, despite it being well over 7 feet tall and 520 pounds of armor and alien muscle. Abel hurriedly stood back up, facing off against the alien warrior as it too drew itself to full height. The gauntlet on its left wrist continued to spit sparks until the Predator reached a clawed digit over and pressed to control. With an electronic beep, its cloak deactivated fully, and the hunter was revealed. It was tall, standing on 2 legs like a man. It seemed lithe and agile, but clearly almost as strong as Abel himself, judging by how muscular it was. Long appendages resembling locks of hair protruded from its head. Behind a metal faceplate, a mask covered the true face of the creature below. A clicking, chittering noise emanated from beneath the Predator's biomask as it reached for a sash that went across its front and produced a pair of small metal circles. Abel flexed his shoulders and ran at the creature. The Predator hurled both its discs at Abel, curved blades extending from both of them as they spun through the air. Abel ducked out of the path of one shuriken, narrowly dodging the second as he charged the alien hunter. Reaching for its back, the Predator produced the long, ornate handle of its combi stick. Both ends of its telescopic spear extended, and the hunter began racing forward to clash head-on with its newfound prey. It plunged the spear right through Abel with all its strength, lifting the barbarian off his feet on the end of its weapon. Out of nowhere, SCP-076 produced another of his swords, the Predator turning to look in confusion at the weapon that had seemingly just appeared in the hand of what it had taken for an ordinary human. Catching the off-world game hunter by surprise, Abel swept the sword through the air, cleaving the creature's spear in 2, causing him to drop back to the ground, landing on his feet. Following it with a second swift swing of his blade, Abel brought the weapon down on a slash that cut across the creature's chest. It sliced through the thick reptilian hide of the Predator, leaving a streak of fluorescent green blood oozing from its torso. The creature roared in pain. It sounded like a call of a lion echoing through the trees. In retaliation, the Predator extended a pair of blades contained in its right gauntlet and swiped them at Abel. The wrist blades narrowly missed his face as he dodged an incoming attack, only to be caught by the creature's other hand. It gripped his head and plunged downwards, knocking Abel over and sending him face first into the rainforest floor. Reaching for his cloaking device control, the Predator disappeared, retreating into the jungle to tend to its heavily bleeding wound.
What manner of devil is this creature, Hall?
Abel yelled at the researcher over his earpiece, hacking branches out of his path with his sword as he followed the trail of luminous green left by the wounded hunter. It's a warrior from another world, Hall replied. A hunter that tracks its prey by their body heat. Considers itself honorable, but often likes to go after more dangerous targets to challenge itself. Not unlike you, Abel.
I am nothing like this demon,
the barbarian shouted in fury.
This gutless monster has no honor. If it did, it would not give itself such an unfair advantage, nor would it run away when wounded. A true warrior would be happy to die a warrior's death in single combat, and would not rely on all its fancy weaponry.
Well, from what we can tell, these things have their own codes of sorts, DeLagirio's voice said over the comms. You might not think of this hunter as honorable, but it definitely thinks of itself that way. Maybe use that to your advantage?
I do not need to be lectured by the likes of you,
Abel interrupted.
You have not known the heat of battle. None of you at the Foundation have. I will follow the trail of this cowardly beast's blood and cleave its foul head from its shoulders.
Unbeknownst to Abel, high above a branch, the Predator was watching him. Its biomask had been zoomed in on him, the hunter listening to the barbarian's outrage. It turned to the task at hand, opening up its medikit and producing the surgical tools within as it tended to the deep green cut across its chest. Stifling roars of pain beneath its mask, the Predator stapled the injury closed and applied a solvent to cauterize it. Night was beginning to fall, and Abel had long since lost the trail of green blood. Frustrated, he thought back to what the puny researchers at the Foundation had told him of his alien adversary. If it believed itself to be honorable, to have a code, then perhaps using that to lure it out to face him might work. With the sun rapidly disappearing beyond the tree line, Abel gathered a number of branches, hacking them off trees with his sword and fashioning them into burning torches. He placed them in a circle around the circumference of a clearing, creating a makeshift gladiatorial arena. He could feel his blood boiling, the urge to defeat this monster making him seethe. Throwing his head back and beating a fist against his chest, Abel roared up at the dark sky.
Come out, hunter,
he howled.
Show yourself! Come on, do it! I'm right here.
Watching him from afar, hidden by its cloak,
the Predator recognized what was happening. This was a challenge, a direct call to engage in single combat. Refusing this challenge and shooting its prey dead would be quicker, easier. But the hunter knew it was being watched, and therefore judged. With a growl, it dropped to the ground and paced towards the circle. Abel turned as the Predator revealed itself, appearing almost from thin air. As it did, he drew one of his weapons and stood ready to fight. The hunter shrugged off the technology it carried on its back, dropping the plasma caster and its medikit before reaching up and pulling off its mask. Its face was grotesque. 4 hooked mandibles surrounding its mouth flared in anger.
You are one ugly,
Abel said, only to be interrupted by the Predator extending the blades from its gauntlet and letting out another bestial roar. Holding his sword aloft, Abel gave a goading beckon to his opponent as the pair of them circled one another. Finally, the creature gave in and lunged at him, swiping its pair of razor-sharp serrated blades at Abel. He swung his sword and at the last second, deflected the oncoming blow with a clang of metal. Reaching into his pocket dimension, Abel pulled a second weapon out in his other hand and swiped at the Predator, slicing through the creature's hide and leaving another gaping wound at its thigh. Roaring in fury, the Predator launched another strike. Abel blocked the attack yet again, this time by crossing his swords, but the Predator barged forward, driving its blades into the prey's chest and pinning his 2 weapons against him. The monstrous alien viciously headbutted Abel, the hooks of its mandibles scratching his face as it did, before reaching up to the back of his neck with its free hand. Abel could feel the sheer strength of the hunter lifting him off his feet, ready to twist his neck and pull his head off to claim it as a trophy. Kicking the Predator in the chest, Abel used the force of the impact to push himself free from the creature's grip, backflipping through the air and landing a few feet away. His swords clattered together as they dropped to the ground, the immortal barbarian summoning another and immediately charging at the Predator. It had been winded by the kick and barely recovered in time to defend itself as the blade swung for its neck. The Predator staggered back, green blood oozing from its hide and pouring from its mouth. That blow had mortally wounded it. It was bleeding heavily and knew it might not survive this hunt, but it refused to be bested by a human, even one as seemingly invulnerable as Abel. Hunching over, listening to him slowly approaching to deliver the killing blow, the Predator tapped a series of controls on its gauntlet. A gradually accelerating beeping began emanating from the device. Turning around at the last second, the alien hunter impaled Abel before he was upon it, skewering SCP-076-2 on its wrist blades. His sword had been raised above his head to plunge through the creature, and even while impaled, Abel was able to deliver the final blow. Stabbing the Predator while it too had stabbed him, the pair were locked in a stalemate, angrily roaring each other until an explosion of energy burst from the hunter's gauntlets, reducing both Abel and the Predator to atoms. Watching from their satellite feed, Hal and Deligirio sighed. They wouldn't have their specimen for testing, but at least they knew that Abel would eventually resurrect within the stone cube of SCP-076-1. But even higher up than their satellite, someone else was watching. A group of predators growled and chittered amongst themselves, having witnessed from their ship as one of their own had died in a battle with Abel. Although there was no way of knowing, the noises the hunting party were making could have been expressions of disappointment at their fallen brother or a declaration of war.
When you work for the SCP Foundation, you need to be ready for anything. That's why, as part of the Elite Foundation training regimen, senior researchers and guards are always running tests, even against things that aren't recorded anomalies under the auspices of the Foundation. That's why today, for a real change of pace here at SCP Explained, we're not talking about the SCP Foundation. We're talking about made-up monster stories crowdsourced over the internet. We're seeing how the Foundation might fare against iconic creepypasta monsters and maniacs like Herobrine, Jeff the Killer, the Slenderman, Eyeless Jack, Smile Dog, and many, many more. We've even created all new mobile task forces to take each one down. So could any of them best the Foundation's best and brightest? Let's take a look and find out. And be sure to tell us which is your favorite creepypasta entity down in the comments below. Let's get creepy. Jeff the Killer. First up, we've got everyone's favorite disfigured, knife-wielding, homicidal teenager. Whether it's his terrifying visage or the iconic go-to-sleep catchphrase that's forever carved into your mind, there are probably a lot of people out there who have lost nights of sleep worrying that this pale-faced monster could be crawling through their window. But we know what you're probably wondering.
Isn't Jeff just a serial killer? Why would the SCP Foundation use up its time chasing down any old regular human murderer? We'd ask for you to think again. Jeff has displayed feats that clearly mark him as anomalous. Despite suffering debilitating burns to his face and body, he still shows superhuman strength, agility, and durability. He's also able to see without eyelids, suggesting some supernatural element is at play. Victims have also reported him dodging shotgun blasts while stalking prey. So, how would the Foundation catch him? Seeing as Jeff's modus operandi is breaking into the homes of his victims while they sleep, the best method would be staking out a neighborhood where he's been shown to be active, keeping close observations on houses, and even setting up personnel from Mobile Task Force Sigma-9, my name is Jeff, in vacant houses as honey traps. Jeff is undeniably strong, fast, and tough, but if attacked and surrounded by operatives with superior tactics, he could be subdued without casualties. Then it would just be a matter of transferring him to a standard high-security humanoid containment cell. Speaking of horrifying creatures that come to you in the dead of night, the Rake. This supernatural entity has been around for almost 1,000 years, as far as scattered reports are aware. It's also been reported across 4 continents and a huge number of locations within those continents, though most recently it's been reported in rural New York State and Idaho in the early 2000s. The Rake is an inhuman beast, most often known for its large, frightening eyes and its long, rake-like claws. Not only does the monster feed on human beings, but it also produces a traumatic level of fear in its victims. Thankfully, an entity like this is far more familiar territory for the SCP Foundation. Using their state-of-the-art web crawler software, they could catalog reported sightings as they happen, and use clusters of these sightings to triangulate the location of the Rake and dispatch field agents to perform reconnaissance missions. From there, it would just be a matter of waiting to strike and sending in Mobile Task Force Zeta-13 Rake Steppers, fitted with Dr. Dan's scramble goggles to prevent them from being affected by the seemingly cognito-hazardous effects of viewing the Rake. When the creature is placed in containment and kept in a state of perpetual bright light, it would simply be a matter of applying a Scranton reality anchor to prevent the creature from somehow phasing out of containment. Just make sure you avoid its big, staring eyes in the meantime. Though that won't be a problem with the next creepypasta monster, Eyeless Jack. This stealthy creature has its no eyes on one thing and one thing only: your kidneys. And unless you want to die or spend the rest of your life on a dialysis machine, we recommend you keep your distance from him. He's discreet, devious, and diabolical. And if you wake up in the middle of the night to see him staring down at you, it may be the last time your body is able to filter toxins out of its blood naturally. Thankfully, we have a way to make the Foundation put a stop to his organ harvesting ways. Sometimes to catch a Jack, you need to use a Jack. There's no way to catch Eyeless Jack without delicious live kidney bait, so we'd recommend sending in someone who has kidneys to spare. Dr. Jack Bright. Bright could be the perfect bait without losing his life, luring Eyeless Jack into a decoy house while Mobile Task Force Gamma 391, Hit the Road Jack, prepares to spring their cunning trap and plunge this unpleasant kidney muncher into a humanoid containment cell forever. But our next creepypasta entity doesn't want your kidneys, it wants your life. Smile Dog. Our next entity seems like a harmless little JPEG to the untrained eye. A little freaky, sure, but nothing to lose your mind over. But we know that there's far more to this grinning husky than meets the eye. If some reports are to be believed, this image may even be connected to the devil himself. If you're unlucky enough to see this image in the world, it may already be too late for you. Those who see it, typically as an email attachment from a mysterious address, spend the last week of their life in a hell of the mind before eventually succumbing to a bleak and mysterious death. It's a classic cognito-hazardous image, and the most frightening part is that it's self-propagating, with one of the only ways to even mildly alleviate the effects seeming to be spreading the word by subjecting another person to this nightmare. That's when we bring in Mobile Task Force Row 19 Naughty Dog. an elite group of hardened military programmers handpicked from the CIA's cyber warfare unit. They use their very particular set of skills to design web crawler software that roots out and takes down SmileDog images across the web. And hopefully, one day find the origin of this whole thing. The next creature, on the other hand, we've given up on finding the origin of that. The Expressionless. This entity kind of looks like a terrifying store window mannequin, except rather than modeling fast fashion, she prefers to swallow cats whole and murder hospital staff. Oh, and she also calls herself God. Isn't she just so quirky? Her primary abilities seem to be extreme strength and large, sharp teeth that will easily rend through human flesh. Thankfully, not anything the SCP Foundation hasn't dealt with countless times before. Seeing as the only recorded incident involving the Expressionless took place at a hospital in Los Angeles, that would be the most sensible area to stake out. A detail from the creature's original encounter is also telling. It reacted severely to the doctor's attempts to sedate it, implying that chemical sedation is an effective method of incapacitating the beast. That's why every member of Mobile Task Force Kappa 99 ain't no dummy is a sharpshooter with a tranquilizer rifle capable of putting a hippo to sleep with a single shot. She'll probably feel less like a god in her containment cell, but while this monster is expressionless, the next one has one very notable expression: Mr. Widemouth. Compared to some of our other creepypasta contenders, Mr. Widemouth may not look like much, but that, our dear friends, is exactly what this nasty little malefactor wants you to think. He may look like Gizmo's slightly demented cousin, but his intentions are even more sinister than that of your average gremlin. If you're a kid home on a sick day, Mr. Widemouth might strike up a conversation. After gaining your trust, he'll try to lure you to his special place beyond the trees for some fun. But take it from us, all you'll find out there is your doom. This crafty little creep's small stature and manipulative stealth abilities might pose somewhat of a challenge for the SCP Foundation, but that doesn't mean they can't get him with a little intelligence and elbow grease. Mobile Task Force Alpha 18, the Smile Smashers, will follow reports of children disappearing from their isolated homes under mysterious circumstances. Then, using an extra-strength butterfly net straight from the folks at Foundation R and D, they can chase down and capture the nasty little monster. But that won't be the case for this next demonic offering. No, this creepypasta legend is the one that captures you. No End House. In recent years, there's been a spike in interest in so-called extreme haunted houses. If you're not sure what these places are like, basically picture a CIA black site with the occasional plastic skeleton. It's all waterboarding, stress positions, and car batteries. But even those places are nothing compared to the nightmare of No End House. It's a moving, possibly even sentient spatial anomaly hiding in a haunted house attraction. And if you find yourself inside, best believe you're never going to see the outside ever again. Thankfully, Mobile Task Force Delta 35, McCamey's Bane, are on the case. Around Halloween every year, they use web crawlers to detect chatter around No End House events, so they can swoop in and intercept, preventing hapless thrill seekers from being devoured by the house, and providing amnestic treatment for anyone who has too close of a call. Sadly, the Foundation will not be able to provide refunds for those who already paid. Speaking of paying, you'll really pay if you end up in our next creepypasta location of doom. Abandoned by Disney. Mowgli's Kingdom, an abandoned tropical Disney attraction based on the Jungle Book movie, is abandoned for a reason. It's a hotbed for anomalous activity, including freakishly large mutant snakes, reports of ghostly activity, and most prominent of all, a terrifying photo-negative Mickey Mouse that stalks any hapless urban explorers who happen to find their way onto the site. Of course, the Walt Disney Corporation keeps it all hush-hush, and the SCP Foundation is happy to give them a hand on that front. Even if the frightening photo-negative Mickey was removed from the site, it's likely the other may appear and continue haunting the site. And seeing that the site cannot be moved as a whole, the Foundation's best bet is to form a perimeter around the abandoned Disney attraction, preventing anything normal from getting in and anything abnormal from getting out. Mobile Task Force Omega-17, Sons of Shere Khan, are ever vigilant and maintain a strong presence in the surrounding area. But you don't need to go anywhere for this next anomalous terror. If you're a big Nintendo fan, it might be sitting in your house right now. Ben Drowned. This haunted NES cartridge of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask contains the restless spirit of its last owner, a guy named Ben who, well, drowned. If you slot this creepy little gaming experience into your Nintendo Entertainment System, you'll soon find that the soul of Ben is communicating with you directly, telling you about how he died and why his consciousness lingers on, embedded in the code of the game. Thankfully, other than the psychological trauma of experiencing the game, you're unlikely to be actually harmed by playing it. However, Mobile Task Force Beta 51, Gamers Don't Have Rights, are still on the case. They'll try to intercept all cursed copies of the game and administer amnestics to anyone who is unfortunate enough to play it. While it is still undeniably spooky, it does feel like a relief to finally find a safe class anomaly on this list. The same can, sadly, not be said about our next creature, the Goatman. If you're a fan of camping, then this malicious mimic is going to be your worst nightmare. This monster has existed as a fixture of terror in everything from a number of Native American mythologies to iconic 4chan green text posts. You may be thinking, oh, what's so scary about a goat? But this thing is no goat. Aside from the fact that it's the greatest of all time at getting you to crap your cargo shorts in the woods. First, you'll smell blood in the air, and then feel an odd electrical static, like the feeling all around you right before a lightning strike. Then you'll hear noises, strange noises. Something not quite like a voice, like an animal throat straining to form human words. That's when you might notice your group of friends has one more person than you remembered. And the one thing worse than noticing that is not noticing it. Because if you don't, you may end up as the shape-shifting Goatman's latest victim. Mobile Task Force Theta 11 Got Your Goat are constantly on the hunt for this one, but its extreme intelligence and ethereal nature make it a nightmare to track. But forget nightmares to track. It's time for Laughing Jack. This candy-striped clown from hell is a really nasty customer. Definitely do not engage unless you've got a Scranton Reality anchor on hand and you've got a backup from members of Mobile Task Force Iota 40. Put Jack in the box. As a former imaginary friend gone rogue, Laughing Jack is a semi-intangible reality warper of considerable power. He targets his victims with sadistic glee, pulling them into his dark carnival to experience all kinds of nasty tortures. Laughing Jack shows no remorse, giggling while committing every evil act you can imagine. You'll probably only find this clown funny if you're already a depraved serial killer, and his sense of humor is likely to utterly break your mind unless you've been given amnestic treatment from the SCP Foundation. This is an anomaly that would probably get along swimmingly with SCP-5706, the Old Man. They could chat over a few drinks one evening and share notes on how to cause the maximum pain to their hapless victims. That being said, few people understand maximum pain more than the next horrifying abomination on our roster, the Russian sleep experiment test subjects. As anyone familiar with the work of GRU Division P will tell you, the Soviets performed some pretty horrific occult activities throughout the 20th century. One of the most disturbing of these was the infamous Russian sleep experiment, wherein a group of unfortunate political prisoners were doused on a classified anomalous gas that robbed them of their ability to sleep. A chemical compound that the scientists hope might increase the productivity of their workers and soldiers by eliminating sleep. Instead, over several terrifying days, the chemical and the sleep deprivation that ensued caused the subjects to instead become demonic monsters. While current accounts of the story suggest that all the subjects were killed, we can't say for sure there weren't more out there, or that the experiment hasn't been repeated. As such, Mobile Task Force Omicron 8, Nighty Night, is constantly on the lookout for freakish skeletal men wandering through the woods, never sleeping, outside the dark forests where Siberian gulags used to be based. Better safe than sorry, right? Though of course, you won't feel safe at all if you've spent your childhood watching scary media, like horror movies or eerie SCP YouTube channels, like and subscribe by the way, or scariest of all, a strange little puppet show called Candle Cove. Feel a little chill go down your spine. Oh yes, you remember this show, don't you? You love seeing all those cute little puppets going on swashbuckling pirate journeys on their adorable boat, the Laughing Stock. Though there was always that villain, wasn't there? You think his name was Jawbone, but that's not what you called him. You called him the Skin Taker, because he always had that long cloak made of tanned human skin. You also remember that one episode that was just all the characters screaming. I mean, how could you possibly forget? And most of all, you remember asking your mom about it, and her telling you that you never actually watched a show called Candle Cove. You just sat around watching static for hours on end. Of course, the SCP Foundation keeps close tabs on everything related to this traumatic childhood memory. Broadcasts of the show are seemingly impossible to contain. All the Foundation can really do is track down people who have seen it and provide amnestic treatment. Though trust us, there are things that will make your childhood far worse than just watching Candle Cove. Like running into this next iconic monster, the Slender Man. This terrifying entity is powerful as he is iconic. A shape-shifting, faceless, tentacled nightmare in a three-piece suit who likes to hide in forests and abandoned buildings, either stealing children away or influencing their minds until they become his proxies. Supernatural servants who do anything their inhuman master asks them to. The Slenderman is one of the most powerful monsters in all of Creepypasta, so the Foundation certainly has their hands full with keeping his tentacles under wraps. All that Mobile Task Force Chi-90 Marble Hornets can do is track sightings and keep children out of the woods when the danger of potential Slenderman encounters arises. Getting him actually contained basically seems out of the question. Whew. After all this, we might need to relax. Maybe grabbing a nice sugar-free soda and playing a session of Minecraft might make us feel better. We'll be safe there, right? Well, probably. Unless we encounter Herobrine. The SCP Foundation, funnily enough, is actually no stranger to anomalies trapped in Minecraft. They've got SCP-4335, a Welt in the Crucible, to thank for that. But this Minecraft horror story is a little more personal. Herobrine is a mysterious user with the Minecraft default skin, except with one difference: completely white eyes. This mysterious figure invades different Minecraft servers, acting incredibly strange towards the people who created them. What makes this more than just some random troll? Well, according to legends, Herobrine is the manifestation of the dead brother of Minecraft's creator, Notch. Naturally, the Foundation doesn't want people running into ghosts on Minecraft, so they dispatch Mobile Task Force Chi-69, blocked and reported, to quarantine any servers where Herobrine is sighted, and spread misinformation that the crafty little entity had never actually existed in the first place. What is the truth of the situation? It's unclear, and that's exactly how the Foundation likes it. So there we have it, folks. How the SCP Foundation would counteract some of the most infamous creepypasta creeps and creatures out there. Which was your favorite? Did we miss any? And would you like to see any of these expanded into a full video in the future? Let us know down in the comments, if you dare.
There's never a good day for a supervillain attack or a tense feud with your closest sibling. And for the mighty THOR, this day was turning out to be both. As the self-proclaimed strongest Avenger flung his body across the planet Earth using his trusty magical hammer, Mjolnir, the Asgardian steeled himself for yet another confrontation with his evil half-brother, Loki, the god of mischief. As per usual, Loki was terrorizing the humans of a random city, using his illusions to manifest imaginary dragons and other ferocious beasts. And what was also usual is Thor had no idea what his brother's motive or endgame was. All the God of Thunder knew was that this kind of trickery-dickery would not be stood for. While these terrible creatures weren't real, they were still very frightening to the Earthlings. Civilians were running around in every direction away from Loki, and this was causing all kinds of chaos and traffic disturbances. Regardless of what Loki's plan was, Thor knew that his brother had to be stopped before things escalated further. On Earth, humans needed to rely on vehicles to get around, and even the slightest inconvenience in transportation could lead to disaster.
Thor touched down in the same city square where Loki was unleashing his horde of make-believe monsters, landing in a classically cool superhero way.
Hello, brother,
Thor proclaimed.
I don't suppose you'll be stopping this without a fight.
Loki smiled a mischievous smile and replied,
Ah, Thor, we meet again. And once again, you're wrong. I can stop this anytime I want.
Loki swiftly moved his hand through the air, casting a new spell to dismiss his diabolical decoys. The illusions dispersed naturally, and soon the two brothers were facing each other one-on-one.
See?
Loki chuckled. Thor was rightly confused by his brother's unpredictable actions. He pointed Mjolnir towards Loki in an accusatory manner.
No illusions, no sorcery. What are you really playing at, Loki?
Said Thor. And then Loki reached into his robes and produced an unusual cube-shaped object. As his good brother was all too aware, this particular cube was the latest in a long line of mysterious and powerful cubes that Loki had used for his various evil plans. Loki juggled the unknown cube from one hand to the other, then waved it in the air in front of Thor and began to laugh maniacally.
All I need to do is open this ancient box of mysteries, and I'll become completely unstoppable.
Don't you dare do it, Loki, Thor shouted. That sort of power will be misused in your hands.
That's precisely the point!
Loki continued to laugh, then reached for what appeared to be the lid of the cube. He grabbed the top of it and made a show of beginning to twist. This sent Thor's heroic instincts into high gear, and he threw Mjolnir at the cube, knocking it out of Loki's grasp. As the cube flew away from the grinning villain, Thor dove to retrieve it before his brother had the chance. He soon held the strange item in one hand while calling Mjolnir back to the other. As Thor stared at the cube, pondering its purpose, Loki stretched out his hands in desperation.
Oh, no, not my cube! If you open it now, my plan is doomed!
Loki pleaded. Thor responded with a laugh of his own.
Nice try, brother, but I'm going to open it.
And so the God of Thunder did. Thor popped the cube's lid and braced himself for whatever cosmic force was about to be released, but for some reason, nothing happened. Still curious, Thor took a cautious look inside. As it turned out, the only thing within this apparently non-magical cube was what appeared to be a fully developed photograph.
What in Odin's name is this?
Thor removed the image and held it close to his face. It appeared to depict an emaciated, pale humanoid with long, spindly limbs standing in the corner of a compact room with smooth metal walls. In all his many years traveling the 9 realms, Thor had never seen anything like it. Whatever the creature actually was, it certainly did not look happy. Of course, what Thor was actually looking at was a photo taken of SCP-096 inside of its containment unit at the Foundation. The Shy Guy, as its nickname suggested, did not like having its face looked at, even via secondary means, such as photography or video recording. The anomalous humanoid sense of shame about its own appearance was so great that a mere moment after Thor fixed his Asgardian eyes upon its visage, SCP-096 began to stir in its containment unit. The creature wailed and covered its face with both of its hands on its long, sinewy arms. It screamed and carried on for a duration of 2 minutes, after which point SCP-096 sprinted towards the steel walls of its containment unit and smashed through. Reaching speeds greater than most motor vehicles, SCP-096 began to zero in on Thor's location. As was always the case when another being saw its face, the Shy Guy was compelled to utterly annihilate the offending observer with its bare hands. Thor himself had no idea that SCP-096 was en route and continued to squint at the photograph, perplexed by the mysterious entity depicted therein. Loki now resumed his mad laughter because once more, he had managed to trick his foolish brother into falling for one of his ingenious schemes.
Make sure to get a good look, brother,
Loki gloated.
Yes, look at the full creature. That will bring about your inevitable destruction.
Thor was annoyed.
If you think that showing me a gross picture of some lowly wretch will strike fear into my heart, you've truly forgotten what it means to be an Asgardian.
Save your sentiments for the halls of Valhalla,
the green-clad evildoer cackled.
You'll be there soon enough.
And with that, Loki used a charm to turn himself invisible and vanish completely from Thor's sight. Thor stomped his foot on the ground angrily. He wasn't sure how, but it seemed as though Loki had gotten the last laugh once again.
Loki!
he shouted after his brother.
Come back here and face me with honor!
Then the god of thunder sighed pensively and thought to himself, who am I kidding? He's never going to change. Thor looked at his trusty hammer. Mjolnir, old friend, it seems like we've saved the day yet again. Shall we away back to Avengers HQ? He then shook Mjolnir up and down like a puppeteer simulating a nod. Splendid idea, Mjolnir, glad you thought of it. Thor chuckled, already in better spirits. That's when he began to hear the footsteps of SCP-096 rapidly approaching him. Thor turned his head towards the sound and saw the same disquieting creature from the photograph that was inside Loki's cube, zooming headlong towards him with reckless abandon. The Asgardian blinked. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Whatever that thing was, it was faster than Thor could have possibly anticipated. Was it looking for the photograph? He wondered. Hello there! Thor called out as SCP-096 continued to make a beeline at the caped superhero. The god of thunder waved the photograph of SCP-096 in the air. Is this your, selfie? In all likelihood, Loki had been his usual conniving self and stole that self-portrait from the miserable creature, hoping that it would mistake Thor for the thief. The god of mischief had probably even used a glamour to disguise himself as Thor when he did the deed. Thor believed that all he had to do was clear up this misunderstanding, and that he and this strange beast could go their separate ways without coming to blows. It was a naive, optimistic, and ultimately incorrect view of the situation, but at least the hero's heart was in the right place. I don't need this, so... Thor said, trying to reason with the creature. You can have it back if you'd like. But SCP-096 showed no signs of stopping, and was seemingly enraged even further by Thor flaunting its decidedly unflattering photograph. The Shy Guy kicked the ground and shot forward with a powerful burst of speed. One of its elongated arms slammed into Thor's face with enough force to nearly knock the Asgardian off his feet. Thor was so surprised that he instinctively whacked the creature with Mjolnir, sending SCP-096 careening backwards down the street. It wasn't launched more than a dozen feet before its powerful arms and legs dug into the pavement and slowed its velocity to 0. Even though the thing from the photo had taken a direct hit from Mjolnir, it barely looked phased on a physical level. One thing was for sure, the Shy Guy was still incredibly distraught, and it was directing all of those negative emotions towards the god of thunder.
What was this thing? What is this thing?
Thor wondered to himself. It was fast, strong, and durable to an unearthly degree. If this thing wanted to engage in single combat, Thor wouldn't back down. He was an Asgardian warrior, and sometimes that meant facing challenges head-on, no matter how suddenly they arose. Still, his time with the Avengers had taught him that having a clear reason to fight was sometimes even more important than the fight itself.
Hey, quick question, what are you?
He said aloud to the creature. SCP-096 didn't answer. Within seconds, it was on Thor again like a bilg snipe on another bilg snipe. The screaming humanoid swung wildly, pelting its opponent with blow after blow. Thor tried once more to communicate with his unknown enemy. I have no quarrel with you, Weird One, Thor spoke. So take your noodle arms and be gone. For all of its relentless ferocity, the humanoid abomination left countless openings that a seasoned warrior like Thor could easily exploit. Of course, most mortal combatants would be unable to endure the brunt of the Shy Guy's attacks for long enough, but true to his nature, Thor was a god. The Avenger struck back with another crushing blow from Mjolnir, aimed straight for the creature's sternum. Once again, the monster was pushed back for a moment, and then resumed its maddening onslaught.
A blow like that should have at least busted a rib or two. Were the bones of this horrible thing made of vibranium or some other rare metal out of the depths of space?
Thor realized he was now fighting on the defensive. While he had faced foes in the past with much greater physical strength than the Shy Guy, including his superhero colleague Bruce Banner's mean, green, ever-loving alter ego, the Incredible Hulk, the sheer tenacity of SCP-096 meant that being careless with his own protection could lead to Thor taking unnecessary hits that would eventually wear him down in a prolonged fight. The wiry humanoid certainly didn't show any signs of slowing down or tiring, even though it had to be expending a lot of energy to move so quickly. Between his alternating deflections and counterblows against the creature, Thor mulled over his brother's words from earlier.
Loki was right about one thing. This is a fell creature if ever there was one. Still, as long as there is thunder in my blood, I won't allow a hairless cur like this to bring me my own destruction. Think, Thor.
What would Stark do at a time like this? He says he's the smart one after all, humor him.
With his highly sophisticated tactical acumen that was similar to Iron Man except for the fact that it was much better and stronger, Thor efficiently assessed his current situation. While the Pale Beast was undoubtedly violent and far mightier than most terrestrial creatures, its attention and all the brute strength that came with it had been fixated solely on Thor since it arrived in the city. The Asgardian's best guess as to why was the photograph that Loki had tricked him into looking at. Devious trickster that he is, Loki must have known that this thing would hunt down and attempt to pulverize the latest being to see its face, which now, of course, happened to be Thor. The revelation of this fact meant that Thor no longer had to worry about the fate of civilians if he chose to relocate to a less populated battlefield, since the creature was now guaranteed to follow him. Nobody else needed to get hurt. While running from the fight wasn't exactly the God of Thunder's favorite strategy, it would massively reduce the chance of collateral damage. He'd be saving lives in classic Avengers fashion. Captain America would be so proud. Not that Thor would have done it any differently, even if he didn't have the Star-Spangled Man's approval. SCP-096 leaped in towards Thor to deliver its next walloping strike, but the Asgardian quickly grabbed it by the wrist and pulled the ferocious creature off its feet. He lifted it up and over his head before slamming it down hard into the pavement. With a bit of space between himself and his anomalous foe, Thor began to swing Mjolnir around by its leathery wrist strap. The Shy Guy desperately scrambled to its feet to resume the attack, but by that time, Thor had already thrown himself skyward. He soared between the buildings using the force of Mjolnir's trajectory, making it his mission to exit the city as soon as possible. Thor looked down to see that SCP-096 was following him along the ground, exactly as he predicted it would. While the battle with the beast would most certainly continue the second he dropped back to Earth's surface, he could rest assured that the place where the showdown would take place could be chosen by him. He saw an evergreen forest on a nearby mountain and decided that it would do nicely as a place to finish this.
I'm sure no one would mind a few stray bolts of lightning around here, Thor thought.
The God of Thunder was amused by the prospect of going all out against this being. Even though it probably had its reasons for wanting to destroy the one that saw its face, Thor was past the point of taking chances on diplomacy. This distressing creature was, after all, an adversary that Loki had plotted to send after him through one means or another, and because of that, it was likely to have power and guile to spare. Thor breaking a sweat to vanquish the thing would be a fitting replacement for the fight that he would have to have with Loki. Thor's feet hit the ground on a stony mountain ledge, and once again he struck that iconic superhero landing pose. Remarkably, the Shy Guy had kept pace with Thor almost the entire time the Asgardian had been flying, smashing through every tree and boulder that stood in its path. Even so, Thor was more than ready for it. Storm clouds rumbled overhead. The sky above the mountain was trembling as Thor decided that it was time to bring down the thunder on his unfortunate foe.
Boom! Crack!
The heavens flashed with electrical might as Thor channeled the energy from several lightning bolts through Mjolnir before unleashing a consolidated blast of unbridled power onto SCP-096. The Shy Guy didn't even attempt to dodge as Thor's Thundershock treatment bombarded it with light and heat, the likes of which few mortals could withstand. Thor released a second blast, then a third, surrounding SCP-096 with as much lightning as these earthly skies would offer him. After keeping at this for a while, Thor decided to let up momentarily to check in on his foe, only to see that there were no signs of visible damage on the creature. It wasn't even slightly singed. The God of Thunder could feel his brother laughing at him from somewhere out of sight and out of reach. The monstrous humanoid in the forest below was proving to be far more than Thor had bargained for, but he was nowhere near ready to give in and accept defeat. Still, maybe this wasn't a fight worth having on Earth. All Thor's electrical attacks were doing was destroying trees, and the planet was already facing unprecedented levels of deforestation due to the greed of human CEOs and shady entrepreneurs. Thor certainly didn't want to be part of the problem, and now that it was occurring to him, he realized that he should probably try to do something about that once the situation with the Shy Guy was resolved. It didn't matter how close of a friend Elon Musk was to Tony Stark. These overreaching humans had to be given a stern talking to by the God of Thunder, with or without hammer in his hand. Of course, Thor's environmentalist concerns had to go on the back burner for now, since SCP-096 was advancing towards him once again, with no hint of slowing down.
Let's see if you can follow me back to Asgard, you son of an elf,
Thor thought. He held his hammer aloft and counted on Heimdall to deploy the Bifrost. The Rainbow Bridge arrived seconds before SCP-096's arms would have reached the Asgardian, and as expected, it instantly carried Thor into the interdimensional space between his destinations. Amidst the swirling sea of multicolored lights, Thor shared a laugh with nobody but himself and Mjolnir.
So much for Shy Guy,
said Thor.
Looks like it'll have to resolve those body issues on its own time. I've been through something similar, so I can relate. Best of luck, pitiful beast.
But while Thor was congratulating himself for his strategic retreat, he almost didn't notice that his foe hadn't actually stopped in its pursuit. As a matter of fact, SCP-096 was currently inside of the Bifrost and swiftly gaining on the God of Thunder. The Shy Guy was truly running in the 90s. Well, 90 miles per hour or more, but it made the same difference. The creature grabbed Thor by his ankles and screeched in mortified rage. Thor punched SCP-096 in the face, hoping to shake it off, but to no avail. The two opponents spun through the Bifrost, locked together in an unbreakable grapple, until they collided with the walls of interdimensional space. Thor knew exactly where this was going, and he wasn't happy about it. Like a sheet of ice composed of photons, the outer limits of the Bifrost broke away, sending both combatants shooting off into the void. Seconds later, a wormhole spit Thor and SCP-096 out in a vast junkyard filled with the remains of countless spaceships and alien life forms.
Great, I'm trapped in this garbage world again. I knew I should have picked somewhere closer.
Thor shook off the nauseating effects of the failed interdimensional trip. SCP-096 was already hale and hearty for another round. Thor grimaced with frustrated anticipation.
How about a quick 5-minute rest?
Thor implored the Shy Guy.
Gentlemen's truce?
SCP-096 roared and dashed forth, more crazed than ever. Thor exhaled in futility.
I thought not.
He whipped Mjolnir around and hurled it straight for SCP-096's skull. The reliable Urus steel hammer made contact, knocking the creature onto its back. At the very least, Thor could always count on his signature weapon to help him out. Or could he? When the Asgardian tried to call the hammer back, he was shocked to find that SCP-096 had somehow grabbed a hold of its handle. Even more surprisingly, it now appeared to be wielding the hammer as easily as Thor could.
Son of a... You're telling me that thing is worthy?
The Shy Guy, now with Mjolnir in hand, pounced on Thor, swinging the hammer with no technique or finesse. It was everything Thor could do to simply avoid the creature's range. A blow from Mjolnir was enough to cause serious injury to even the most formidable Asgardian warrior.
Damn you, Mjolnir, we talked about this,
Thor thundered.
We're friends, aren't we?
But none of his words could get through to the hammer now that it was in the hand of SCP-096. In an act of righteous defiance, Thor called the fury of lightning into his own body. This strange foe, which had come from Loki's latest prank, was about to find out what happened when a god of thunder got serious. With the speed of a lightning bolt, Thor flew at SCP-096 and punched it so hard that its grip loosened on Mjolnir for all but a second, and that second was all Thor needed to reclaim his weapon. His hand clung tightly to Mjolnir's handle as he swung the weapon into the Shy Guy's body with all of his might. The shockwave of this forceful blow launched piles of debris high into the air and sent SCP-096 tumbling across the surface of the planet like a thrown piece of discarded food at an Asgardian feast. With another pulse of electricity, Thor magnetized the portions of the rubble which contained spaceship parts and used his manipulation of that same energy to bury the Shy Guy in the deepest heap of trash he could manage. And with one last flick of Mjolnir, Thor sent himself hurtling through the largest wormhole in the sky above and back into space where it would be far more difficult for his foe to follow him. Finally, with some distance, Thor breathed a sigh of relief.
You almost had me that time, Loki. What an unusual being. Fought like a berserker, but was somehow also pure of heart. A kindred spirit to myself, perhaps? Even so, I truly hope to never meet that thing again.
Anyone working at the SCP Foundation will no doubt be familiar with SCP-3008, also known as the Infinite Ikea. For those of you that aren't, it essentially does what it says on the can. Or rather, it's assembled just like it is in the flat pack furniture instructions. While on the outside it appears to be an average, unassuming branch of the affordable Swedish furniture outlet, inside is a different story. Crossing the boundary of SCP-3008's automatic doors and venturing a little too deep into its maze-like confines leads to an endless labyrinth of Kullens and Herdals, a dimensionally transcendental area that defies our ordinary human understanding of physical space. Lurking deep within the aisles of the infinite Ikea are SCP-3008-2s, better known as the Staff, a race of misshapen, faceless humanoids with long, freakish arms that prey on anyone that enters once night falls. And yes, there are people inside SCP-3008, trapped souls that have wandered into the wrong Ikea, only to end up missing, sometimes spending months or even years inside, if they ever get out at all. An alert was ringing, filling the air with loud, blaring noise. Every member of Foundation personnel stationed outside the infinite Ikea was rushing about, guards standing at the ready. The storefront of SCP-3008 had been silent for quite a long while, with nothing reported going in or coming out. But the Foundation knew far better than to assume that SCP-3008 didn't have surprises in store for them. Pun fully intended. Hey, don't you dare click off. We know where you live and Red Right Hand are lining up the shot. Anyway, there appeared to be some kind of commotion beyond the doors that quickly slid open just in time for something to be slung through the front entrance. It almost looked as if the Ikea itself had spat something out, like it was so toxic it couldn't endure having to keep it within its confines any longer. Cautiously approaching with their weapons raised, the Foundation's on-site security team moved towards the discarded mess to get a better look at whatever it was. It turned out to be a person, a man in around his late 50s, beaten within an inch of his life. He was wearing some kind of rudimentary circlet or crown around his head, seemingly fashioned by hand out of stationery and other materials scavenged from the paper shop department of the infinite Ikea. Speaking of, the man was wearing an Ikea manager's uniform, with a name tag pinned to his chest that identified him as Chris. Hanging from his neck was an Ikea-branded notepad with a message scrawled on it. But before you find out what that message was, we have another important message for you. One that directly impacts you. Yes, I'm talking directly to you. It comes from the sponsor of today's video, Private Internet Access. We know you've heard a lot of big claims from a lot of different VPN providers, but you absolutely must hear why we've chosen PIA as our personal VPN and why you should do the same. Unlike the SCP Foundation and some of those other VPN services out there, PIA is the world's most transparent VPN provider. They never record or store any user data at all. Don't believe us? Their no-log policy has been proven multiple times in court and was even verified by an independent audit by Deloitte. And they stay transparent so that you don't have to. With PIA's VPN, your IP address is hidden and your connection is encrypted, keeping your digital life protected from the prying eyes of network admins or even a certain mobile task force unit. And they've just launched what is maybe their coolest feature yet. With servers now in all 50 US states, you can look like you're surfing the web from exactly where you want. Need to look like you're checking out that SCP database entry from Indiana? They've got an IP address for you there. Or maybe you're on the West Coast and want to catch the early East Coast premiere of your favorite show and avoid spoilers. Not a problem with Private Internet Access. I could go on and on about all the features I regularly use, but why not try it yourself by going to www.piavpn.com/SCP and get an 82% discount on Private Internet Access. That's just $2.11 a month. Plus get 3 extra months completely for free. Not long before Chris was found in his roughed up state outside the only Ikea that goes on forever, he was working at a different branch, one that was much smaller on the inside. Chris was the manager of the store and widely regarded by his employees to be an awful person. Nobody knew if he had always been that way, or if instilling him in a position of power over other retail workers had somehow caused him to develop a bit of a god complex. Either way, there was little he ever did to invoke much camaraderie with his colleagues. Whenever any of the store's workers were on their breaks, which they usually had to remind Chris were permitted by law and not optional, conversation often turned to their collective poor opinions of their manager. He'd been given the job out of pretty blatant nepotism. It was well known how cozy Chris was with the regional manager of all the Ikea stores in the area. On top of that, Chris had a pretty nasty habit of trying to force his employees to stay behind after their scheduled shifts had finished, while also refusing to pay them for overtime. You see, it was his own mismanagement of the work rota that had left the store understaffed at crucial moments of the day. The solution, you would think, should be obvious: hiring a few more new staff to help with the workload and to start their shifts at times when others were about to clock out for the day. But new employees wouldn't work for free. Their wages would come out of the store's budget. And why would Chris want to take on new workers? As the person in charge of payroll, he could help himself to that money, adding the wages of prospective colleagues as a bonus, on top of his own unjustifiably exorbitant salary. Perhaps the worst part about having Chris as a manager was that he seemed to get away with murder. As long as the store kept making a profit, then the management above him didn't care how badly he treated his employees or flouted the rules for his own gain. But it was those same colleagues who had suffered and been scorned by Chris's behavior who had finally had enough. Retail work is hard. Having to deal with rude and impolite customers on a day-to-day basis, working long hours of uninteresting and repetitive labor, all for a paycheck that only just covered rent. Like we said, it is a hard line of work, and the people in it deserve the utmost respect. But you throw a megalomaniacal manager into the mix, and you've got a ticking time bomb on your hands, one that'll sooner or later explode. It was witnessing Chris blatantly framing a younger member of staff that finally triggered detonation. The kid had only been a student, working at Ikea all through his weekends to make enough money to pay his bills. Chris saw this less experienced employee not as a human being doing his best, but a chance to make a quick buck by breaking the rules. The manager started stealing cash from the register, then blamed it on his young staff member when the losses started to show on the store's monthly financial reports. Seeing that for themselves, the other members of the staff knew that it was the manager's responsibility to empty the registers regularly, so they didn't have too much cash in them in case of a robbery. Given how much they all despised Chris, it didn't take much effort for the entire workforce to organize a walkout halfway through the working day. Outraged, Chris had tried calling any colleagues that were off shift, barking at them to come in and work on their days off. All of them said no. The thing is, when you work in retail, complaints to upper management never seem to go anywhere. Like we said, if the store's making profit, that's all they care about. But seeing such drastic action from the staff of the store he was supposed to be running, the Ikea higher-ups came down on Chris like a hammer. They instructed that he be sent to another Ikea outlet for a whole afternoon to receive some mandatory interpersonal training. Little did anyone realize that this was the last anyone would ever see of him. Not that his old staff was sad to hear that he had disappeared. Arriving at what looked like an ordinary Ikea, Chris parked his car outside. The place seemed deserted, no customers filing in and out of the front doors, the only other vehicles in the parking lot looking like they had just been abandoned by their owners. The manager scoffed to himself. These people running this store were going to teach him how to do his job? Indignantly, he clipped his name tag on and stepped out of his car, marching across the asphalt towards the entrance. The automatic doors gently slid open, shutting smoothly behind Chris as he stepped inside. The whole store was quiet, barely a peep from anywhere. The high ceiling of the Ikea store he so poorly managed carried a lot of noise and made any sound echo throughout the building. The squeaking of shoes against the vinyl floors, the bustle of customers, the electronic beep of cash registers, and the lull, dulled music played over the intercom. But there was none of that here. A deathly silence filled the aisles of flat-pack furniture, display models of hemnesses and tricycles standing as still and foreboding as gravestones. Suddenly, the sound of movement reverberated from between one row of aisles. Chris began marching towards its source, expecting to find an employee who would point him in the direction of the office where his training was supposed to be conducted. Sure enough, within a few steps, Chris spotted a figure in a familiar bright yellow t-shirt and blue pants, the same uniform his Ikea underlings wore at his store.
Excuse me,
he called as he strode towards the employee, shoes clomping against the floor with every step.
You need to tell me where your manager is. I'm from the store across town, here for some pointless training seminar.
Chris hadn't waited until he was close enough to engage in pleasant conversation, instead making his demands as he approached. The figure in the Ikea uniform, however, didn't turn to face him.
Hey, I'm talking to you,
Chris shouted.
You deaf or something?
There was a pause. telling Chris that what happened next wasn't in response to what he said, although that didn't make it any less frightening. The figure, who had been hunched over near the floor, suddenly drew itself up to its full height. It towered over Chris. It must have measured close to 7 whole feet. As it turned, the malignant manager saw its face, or that it didn't have one. No eyes, no mouth, nothing but a smooth surface without any discernible features. Its arms were elongated, huge claw-like hands hanging down to the creature's knees. Being a coward, Chris turned and ran immediately. Confrontation was another area his employees had noticed he was sorely lacking in. Whenever faced with a rude and cantankerous customer, Chris would never defend his colleagues or their actions. Instead, he would suck up and brown-nose to customers who were clearly in the wrong, essentially rolling over the minute anyone raised their voice. So now, confronted with a lumbering, faceless entity, his self-preservation instincts were kicked into overdrive, and he raced deeper into the store. Not exactly in the best shape, he slowed to a halt, wheezing as he tried to catch his breath. That was when, looking around, Chris noticed just how long the aisle seemed. He was sure he would still be able to see the front door from here, yet couldn't spot the entrance anywhere from where he was currently standing, panting like a thirsty dog. He looked over his shoulder. There was no sign of the staff member he'd encountered. Little did Chris know that it had lumbered off in the opposite direction the second he had run away from it, hardly paying him any mind, at least while the lights were still on. Unable to find the entrance or even a fire door he couldn't escape through, it didn't take long for the lights inside the infinite Ikea to dim, marking the start of the night cycle. Something about it being darker made the sounds of shuffling even more noticeable. There were more than one of those faceless, uniformed creatures. Trembling, Chris climbed inside a Kleppstad, a wardrobe with a sliding door. Barely able to sleep with his knees tucked up under his chin, he spent the entire night inside the cramped, confined space. Every sound of movement from outside brought with it the mental image of one of the staff sliding open the outer door and reaching down to grab him. The whole sleepless while, Chris couldn't help but think about what he could have possibly done to deserve this cruel fate. The next morning, the lights came back on and started to bleed through the seams of the flat-pack wardrobe, waking Chris from what little restless sleep he had gotten. He paused, unsure if he should venture out in case he came across another one of the staff. Suddenly, he heard the sound of voices, muted and muffled by the door of the Kleppstad, but definitely real human voices. Had it all been some horrible nightmare? Had he fallen asleep at work and been stuffed into a wardrobe by his ungrateful employees? Oh, now he had them. He would sue every last one of them out of their jobs. Sliding the door open and tumbling out of the Kleppstad, Chris found himself flying face down on the store floor, his legs too cramped to move. Just as he tried to will them into moving again, a voice called out to him. "Hey, mister," it said. "You okay there?" A trio of footsteps raced over to where he was, and before he could get a good look at who they belonged to, hands were pulling Chris up off the floor. He looked at his rescuers, bemused to see other people in this endless void of affordable homeware. They were 2 men and a woman, each in disheveled clothing that looked like they had been wearing the same thing for years. "Easy there, fella," one of the men spoke. "Name's Buster. Which settlement you from?" "What do you mean by settlement?" Chris asked, confused. "Looks like we got another newbie," the woman chuckled dryly. "When'd you get here?" Yesterday, I think," the former manager answered. "Time can be a bit screwy in here," the second man chimed in. "I'm Nolan. This here is Janine. You got a name?" Chris." He nodded. "You hungry, Chris?" The 3 survivors led Chris through the winding expanse of the Ikea without an end, navigating the identical aisles with the expertise of people that had been here long enough to know their way around. In what felt like the tiniest fraction of the time that he had been lost the day before, they brought Chris to the food court. It was bustling with activity, more so than the one at his store, with people patiently lining up to take their fill of food from the Ikea menu. After joining the queue, Buster returned and handed Chris a plate of Swedish meatballs with mashed potato, peas, cream sauce, and lingonberry jam. So pleased to see food again, Chris began to gluttonously devour the whole plate while the others explained some of what was going on here, although he was barely listening. According to Janine, who had been there the longest, the inside of this Ikea was like an endless maze. There was no clear way out, even when retracing steps back the way one first entered. Nolan then weighed in and explained that there were pockets of people who had survived this long inside SCP-3008 by forming their own little communities. Thanks to the sheer amount of space within the store, these settlements were almost the size of small townships, built using whatever furniture, appliances, and other materials the other survivors had been able to scrounge up. "How come you don't run out of food?" Chris interjected. "It replenishes every day, man," Buster replied, gesturing to the food court around them. "Sure, it's not ideal if you aren't a huge fan of Ikea food, but you get used to it. Could be worse, all things considered." "Then what the hell do you all do for money?" the stubborn manager demanded. "Look around you," Janine scoffed. "We don't need it in here. We're cut off from the rest of the world. Stuff like money hardly makes a difference. Can't get us home or keep us fed, so what's the point?" Chris sighed, evidently frustrated at the prospect of living inside an Ikea yet not having the opportunity for monetary gain. "So, who's in charge?" he asked. "Who runs this place?" "Well, no one," Nolan shrugged. "Settlements all work together, help each other out if needed, but we don't have any singular person running things." Hearing that out loud caused a twisted idea to form in Chris's balding head. Asking to be escorted by Buster to the right aisle, he started gathering up what he needed to make a rudimentary crown. "What's that for?" Buster asked, a little concerned about what Chris was planning. "Oh, you wouldn't understand," he replied, not looking up from applying hot glue. "Don't worry, I'll explain it in nice, simple terms when I'm ready." That night, despite being welcomed into the trio's town of lighting with open arms, Chris slipped back to the food court while the other settlers were sleeping. Carefully, he avoided the lurking staff and their drone calls of, "The store is now closed. Please exit the building." Reaching his destination, the malicious manager lay in wait for the next morning, hiding out underneath the counter where the food was served. The next morning, the collected survivors of the infinite Ikea were met with an unfamiliar sight as they approached the food court. All the food had gone. It had still replenished overnight like it usually did, but someone had gathered it up before anyone had a chance to eat. Stood atop the counter with a smug look on his face, Chris made a show of placing his crown over his head. "Morning, everyone," he announced. "From today, things are gonna be a little different around here, but I'm sure we'll be able to work together like one big happy family." Holding the gathered SCP-3008 residents as his literal captive audience, all of them hungry and irritable, Chris outlined what he had determined to be the best system possible for how things should be run inside the Endless Store. "I will keep all the food secure and safe, and we're gonna start rationing it out," he explained. "What for?" a voice shouted from the crowd. "It reappears every night anyway." "Well, here's what we're gonna do. If you just shut up and let me finish," Chris replied calmly, but with a condescending tone of superiority. According to Chris's grand scheme, every day each settlement would be allocated what he deemed to be an acceptable amount of rationed food to feed its population of survivors. Then he made an offer to anyone who was willing to help him. If someone provided their services in collecting the food each morning and distributing the rationed amount, then Chris would allow them to take an extra portion of rations just for themselves. "You see now?" he asked the crowd, oblivious to how many of them were scowling at him. "Anyone that wants to help, they get rewarded with a little bit extra. Call it a bonus." "What if we don't want to help you?" another onlooker called. "Well, that's fine by me," Chris sneered back. "More for those who want it." "I think what they mean is," Janine shouted from the group, "what if we don't want you to implement this ridiculous system at all? What's to stop us from just taking the food we need every morning like we did before you showed up?" "Typical," he tutted. "How lazy. You just want the privilege of having more. Then you should work to earn it. And as for your silly little notion of just taking, I'm gonna be here every morning. I'll get to decide who eats and who doesn't, and how much they deserve. And if anyone wants to take more than they deserve without offering their help in return, then they'll get half of the rations they would get, and so will their settlement. So, with those queries out of the way, allow me to introduce myself as your new store manager." When they recovered Chris's body outside of the entrance to SCP-3008, the Foundation had no way of knowing exactly who had beaten him up so badly. The other survivors inside the infinite Ikea might have done it themselves, while overthrowing his short-lived stint as manager. Or they might have decided not to lower themselves to that level, and instead shunned him from entering their settlements, leaving him to fend for himself. With the staff around every corner and their history of turning aggressive towards humans come nightfall, Chris's chances of survival were slim. The only real clue was the note that had been found with him, which read, "You can have him back. We don't want him."
Welcome to planet Earth. She's got the toughest streets around, and if you're not careful, that mean old missy won't hesitate to wash out her gutters with your blood and decorate the sidewalks with your teeth. It's a tough world for the good and innocent, with the looming shadow of crime lurking around every corner, just waiting to prey on those who are unable to defend themselves. If you don't have the tools to survive, it'll chew you up and spit you out like a wad of stale chewing gum. That's why we need a hero, a dark defender, a cloak in the night. We need the Specter. New Delhi, India. A woman walks home from her late-night job. She's exhausted. She can feel the bone-deep ache of 14 hours on a factory line, running herself ragged to support her 3 kids back home. She can barely stand. Can you really blame her for wanting to take the shortcut down that dark alley, knowing it'll shave 15 minutes off her trip? She ducks in, clutching her purse tight and keeping her head down, but it won't do any good. A predator has been lying in wait. He emerges from the darkness, wielding a huge knife, and grabs her by the shoulder. He's a few heads taller than her, with arms thicker than her neck. He tells her to hand over the money she'd spent all month working for, or he'd turn her kids into orphans. His knife had tasted blood before, and he'd have no problem killing again. With tears streaking down her face, knowing it's futile to resist, she reaches out and passes him the money. The bandit snatches it from her trembling hand and snickers, candy from a baby. He's ready to turn around and make a run with tonight's takings when he feels an odd chill drift into the alley. A soft whoosh. He turns and sees a figure standing and watching him. He's tall and well-built, with a long black coat and a wide-brimmed hat. He was darker than the dark. Light seemed to disappear into him, a black shape against the background. It's him, the man that all criminals know and fear, all over the world, even if they've never met him. The intrusive thought, the moment of creeping doubt that slithers into their minds, the second they even contemplate breaking the law. The bad guy's boogeyman. The Specter. Halt, evildoer! The Specter commands. You'll return this fine lady's money, or you'll suffer the consequences. The bandit feels a tremor of fear quiver through him, but he won't back down. Not yet. He charges the Specter with this blade, slashing like a madman, but not a single hit lands. The Specter weaves perfectly away from every strike and effortlessly disarms the bandit with a perfectly placed whack to the wrist. The knife clatters to the ground. He discombobulates the bandit with an open palm strike to either side of his head, then knocks him out with a laser-focused headbutt. He crumples to the ground unconscious, and the Specter breathes a sigh. Another battle won. This whole time, the woman has been watching frozen in awe. The Specter picks up her stolen money and hands it back to her with a gentlemanly doff of his wide-brimmed hat. He really is just darkness underneath, unseeable, unknowable, a living shadow. She thanks him, and he assures her that it's all in a day's work for a crime fighter like him. After all, somebody needs to do it. And in a flash of smoke, he's gone. The woman makes it home safely that night. London, England. A man lays beaten and bloody on the ground. 3 assailants surround him, circling like hungry wolves. One wields a long lead pipe, still slick with the man's blood. Another a switchblade that he keeps clicking in and out of the handle. And the third carries a handgun, the same handgun he's used to take 2 lives before. The wounded man on the ground, with bruises, cuts, a broken ankle, a broken wrist, 4 broken ribs, and 3 missing teeth, is desperate and afraid. He's here because he was forced into a corner. He needed to borrow money from a dangerous man tucked away in a dingy building in London's East End, the city's organized crime epicenter. The money he'd borrow came with predatory interest that he couldn't pay back. Now he's paying the difference in blood to that same loan shark's violent goons. The man with the gun in a thick Cockney accent tells him that this is why he shouldn't have messed around with Mr. Ford. Now he's going to be an example for anyone else stupid enough to think they can stiff the big man on a payment and live to tell the tale. He nods to the man with the pipe to finish the job.
The beaten and bloodied man on the ground closes his eyes as the goon steps closer, lifting up the red-stained pipe and preparing to finally cave his pitiful head in with it. In the dark, he hears the whoosh of the pipe's downswing, and the breeze hits his bruised cheek, but the pipe never connects. Instead, there's a chorus of gasps. The man on the ground opens his eyes to get a better look at what on earth has happened. A tall, dark man in a long black coat and a wide-brimmed hat is standing over him, holding the lead pipe that he just easily snatched from the hands of its previous user. The goons are all stepping back. The gunman raises his pistol, the other his knife. All of them look afraid. The man on the ground doesn't know the stranger who just saved his life, but in his presence, he feels something wash over him that he hasn't felt in a long while. Safety. It's him. It's
the Specter. You wretched villains, do you know better than to pick on the weak, a bunch of tough guys like you? How about fighting someone your own size?
In a blind panic, the gunman raises his pistol and fires. The Specter moves like smoke in the wind. He dodges the bullet and tosses the lead pipe. It sails through the air and hits the gunman's skull with an almighty crack. He collapses, dropping his weapon. The other two goons bum-rush him, but it doesn't serve them any better. One slashes, the other punches. With a few skillful fluid movements, he guides one goon's knife-wielding hand into the other's shoulder, then disables both with a pair of simultaneous chops to the throat, like that Jackie Chan himself would be proud of. All three goons are laid out on the ground, either writhing and gasping or knocked out cold.
The Specter
Straightens his coat and hat with practiced finesse and returns to the man laying on the ground. After checking that he was still alive and conscious, he passed the man a wad of cash and a phone, telling him to call an ambulance and get his wounds treated. None of those men would ever bother him again, and if they or any others dared to, then they could expect to see the dark figure of
the Specter
appearing behind them in their bathroom mirror. After all, someone needs to be there to fight crime, even when nobody else will. New York City, USA. Things are going sideways at a major bank downtown. A group of well-armed, highly organized robbers has broken in. They've taken at least 50 hostages throughout the building and have informed the police blockade outside that unless their demands are met and they're given free passage out of the building, they'll start executing people left and right. And given the ruthless organization of this particular criminal crew, it seems more than likely that they'll put their blood money where their mouth is. Police squad cars form a horseshoe blockade around the building outside, armed with handguns, shotguns, and assault rifles. Police snipers are finding their ideal perches in the surrounding skyscrapers. SWAT is on the way and a police helicopter circles above. However, even if everything goes right, the higher-ups know that some fatalities are basically inevitable. Crews of hardcore career criminals like this wouldn't go down without a fight. One way or another, some lives would be taken today. Another transmission is delivered from the inside after that. The robbers know that time isn't on their side, so they're flipping the script. 5 minutes exactly. If their demands aren't met by then, blood would be staining the bank's immaculate marble floor. Tick-tock. The negotiators on the front line are in a cold sweat.
5 minutes? No, that isn't enough time! We can't mobilize, it'll be a massacre in there!
How could 10 greedy maniacs with assault rifles pull the rug out from under them all like this? Panicked thoughts swim through the head of a sergeant heading the blockade. He can't concede. His superiors would never allow it. Does he wait 5 minutes and see what happens? Or authorize his officers to breach the front doors, try to reclaim the bank, and potentially create one of the worst bank robbery bloodbaths in New York City history? Damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. And every second, the time to decide runs out. That's when he hears a soft whoosh behind him. Paranoid enough to jump at shadows, the sergeant turns reaching for his gun and sees what seems to be a dapper shadow standing right behind him. A tall man with a long black coat and a wide-brimmed hat. No face, just darkness itself under the shade of the brim. The stranger places a calm hand on his shoulder, and suddenly a sense of trust like he hasn't felt in years just sets in. Somehow deep in his marrow, he knows that this man is here to help.
Rest assured, Sergeant, everything is under control now. For I, the Specter, have arrived to save the day. How many criminals are inside?
The sergeant murmurs, 10 in all.
The Specter nods. Worry not, Sergeant. Nobody will die today.
And with that, like the ghost that is his very namesake,
The Specter
is gone. Inside the bank, the leader of the robbers checks his watch. 2 minutes, and still no word from the cops outside. He's starting to lose his patience. A few unfortunate bank tellers and customers crouch around him, their hands behind their heads. 5 of his men are out here with him, armed and keeping the situation under control. The other 4 have cracked the security on the vault, and they're hauling out money by the bagful. And still silence from the cops. He sneers, and the thought crosses his mind that perhaps if he takes out a hostage or 2 now, the mooks out there might actually take his threats seriously. That thought amuses him.
Yeah, that'll show them. They'll finally know who they're dealing with here.
The leader shoulders his assault rifle and draws a bead on the hostages sitting closest to him. Even his men are shocked by the suddenness of it all, but they know better than to second-guess their boss at a time like this. He was always a little trigger-happy. The hostage, an older gentleman who'd only come into the bank to check his balance because he hadn't figured out how to do it online just yet, sees the gun and winces. He survived NAM, and this was how he was going to go. Gunned down on a Wednesday afternoon by some creep for chump change. What a world. The leader's finger curls around the trigger, but before he can complete a squeeze, an expertly aimed fist collides with the back of his head, knocking him unconscious in a single strike. The leader collapses, his rifle sliding across the ground.
The Specter
stands where he stood, straightening his coat and blowing dandruff off of his knuckles.
Are you fellas ready to dance?
He growls. He glides through them, moving with the grace of a prima ballerina and hitting with the force of a freight train. The goons are down before any of them can fire a single shot. With the help of some quick-thinking bank tellers,
the Specter
closes the vault door from the outside, trapping the remaining 4 robbers inside. Textbook crime fighting once more. The bank customers and employees, weeping with joy and relief, thank
the Specter
for saving their lives. He shakes his hand and assures them it was nothing, just doing what he could, as any concerned citizen should. He would have left after that, were it not for one little problem. The NYPD has a number of employees at different levels of their sprawling structure that are actually deeply embedded undercover agents of the SCP Foundation. And this isn't a comic book. There's a word for when a mysterious man made from darkness appears from nowhere and effortlessly takes down 10 heavily armed, highly trained combatants by himself. And that word was anomalous. Knowing what this mysterious combatant was capable of, the Foundation sends some of their best mobile task force operatives to apprehend him, under the guise of just being standard SWAT team members sent in to get the situation back under control in the aftermath of the robbery. However, much to their extreme surprise,
the Specter
puts up absolutely no resistance to them. He understands that the men here to apprehend him are servants of law and order, and would not defy their will, but he pleads with them to reconsider.
You don't understand, sirs. You're making a huge mistake, he says, distraught. I'm here to help. I'm the Specter, defender of the innocent, scourge of the evildoer. You can't lock me away. You can't. The people need me.
As tragic as it is to see a genuinely benevolent anomaly beg for his freedom, the Mobile Task Force's hearts have long since hardened to this kind of thing. He wouldn't be the first sapient humanoid anomaly to speedrun all 7 stages of grief on their knees in front of them, and he probably wouldn't be the last. Foundation protocol is to tag and bag either way, even if they just use their anomalous abilities to thwart a bank robbery.
The Specter
is hauled back to the nearest Foundation containment site and held in a holding cell while researchers prepare to conduct initial tests and questioning. Everything seems so run-of-the-mill. Little do they notice, something extremely strange is starting to happen to New York City beyond the containment chamber's walls. They're about to learn the true devastating consequences of keeping a pure force of good like
the Specter
locked up. Like a switch has been flipped, nearby police suddenly become oddly listless. Instead of working, they just chat with each other and random citizens about the weather. Some watch SCP Explained on their phone while active robberies are happening. A man is mugged right in front of a squad car and the cop inside just listens to his Van Halen CDs at max volume. In actual precincts, the on-duty cops start to wonder why on earth they're actually here. In this building, all together, listening to phone calls from weirdly panicked people and typing up reports on stuff? It all just seems oddly confusing. They decide to go outside and watch clouds or go home and play video games. It doesn't make any sense that they're just standing around in here doing nothing for no reason. Across the city, strange incidents start to occur. People who so much as knock into each other while walking on the crowded New York streets begin to brawl with one another on the ground, while nobody around them even really acknowledges that they're doing it, let alone tries to break them up. Nearby, cars crash at the intersection, and rather than getting out to exchange insurance information, the irate drivers draw guns and start to duel like bit characters in an old cowboy movie. Nobody really seems to mind. As if noticing a change in the wind, organized crime rackets decide that secrecy isn't the way to go anymore. Mob enforcers rob stores and shake down random people in the streets, taking wallets, watches, phones, and jewelry. Criminals break into people's homes and start ransacking the place, stealing everything from flat-screen TVs to priceless family heirlooms, while their owners sit on the couch, seemingly unable to even comprehend that something is going wrong here. But everything is still about to get a whole lot worse. The city breaks into riots and looting, people battling in the streets. News helicopters circle above, reporting the chaos unfolding below them. But they do so with an odd kind of detached calm, not really comprehending the full scope of what's happening or why. Just that a whole lot more is on fire now than it was before. How strange. This is the moment when the SCP Foundation realizes the meaning of the Specter's pleading. He really was being entirely unselfish, because you see, the Specter isn't just an extremely devoted crime fighter. He's the very personification of the concept of fighting crime. He can't ever be locked up or contained, because if you do, then the very concept of resisting crime fades from the human consciousness. Order ceases to be, and chaos reigns. That's why the Specter, also known as SCP-5706, is classified as Archon, meaning that he can't be contained, because the danger of containing him would be far greater than the danger of letting him roam around and do his thing unhindered. He maintains an amicable relationship with the SCP Foundation after everything that happened, willing to swoop in and help their agents when they're in a bind, and need a little hand from a true hero. And when he's not fighting crime, he relaxes in the Specter Cave by watching TV and playing video games. No, we're not making that up. Unsurprisingly, his favorite video games are the ones where you get to play as superheroes, though he will occasionally indulge in some Grand Theft Auto 5. Just don't expect him to break any traffic laws while he's playing. Thank you very much. So if ever you feel afraid, or if the dark forces that are all too human in this world are marshaling against you, know this: you don't fight alone. There's a man in the shadows, ready to come to your aid. He's a warrior for justice. He's a defender of the innocent. But most of all, he is the Specter. Now go check out SCP-999 Tickle Monster versus the most evil SCPs, and SCP-999 and the most wholesome SCPs for more anomalies that really just want to make the world a better place.